in the fun list because that is ultimately fun and hilarious.
So we're here with Gloria Alvarez, and she's with the National Civic Movement from Guatemala.
Yeah.
And
Oh my God.
they've already experienced the problem of socialism over there.
Thanks,
So
YouTube.
she's going to talk to us about her views on socialism.
Yeah, well, first of all, our
I
movement
might have played this for
from 7
stream
years
already.
ago knew that it
It's
doesn't
not
matter
played.
what
I'd show you
ideology
if it
goes
was.
into power if the institutions are not respected, which is what happens in Latin America, where the constitutions get constantly changed and the institutionalization is not respected. I gave a speech on a Latin American parliament denouncing socialism of the 21st century, which is the same thing as always, but like renamed and renewed, and it went viral on YouTube. Since then, I've been invited to give conferences all over Latin
I wonder why
America,
it went
and now
viral.
we have a broader picture of what is going on. So basically, for the Americans to understand, after the Soviet Union falls down, Cuba stops receiving resources, and they need to have a new strategy in order to survive and to keep up with the dream of inputting socialism in the rest of the continent. By this point, we all had Marxist guerrillas. There were communist guerrillas in Guatemala, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Bolivia, etc. So what they do is
Communist
they gather
guerrillas.
together in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and they
I didn't know there
celebrate
were
the Forum
gorillas
of
in
Sao
South
Paulo in
America.
1990,
I will
and
die
they
for gorillas.
institutionalize what we now know with the name of socialism of the 21st century. This agenda has rigid steps that have been followed by all the countries that adopted this modus of surviving with socialism. The main
Damn,
difference is
bro,
that they
that's
were
got to
not
be
going to
like
use
the
violence
gayest shit
because
I've
we
ever
all entered
heard ever.
democracies in the 80s in Latin America. So
Like,
it didn't make sense
Look,
to
man,
have
I had work
guerrillas
to
and to
do.
have a violent way of getting in power.
I got more
Now they would
important
have
shit
to
to
use
do.
elections.
I can't
And
be
by
sitting
using
there arguing
elections,
with
they
people
started using
spewing
populism,
Chinese
which is a
talking points.
mechanism of
plus, I shut
manipulation
him
of the
down way
masses.
better.
Yeah, actually, go look at his. His one's way better. But I'm just posting memes at them now.
Is
Yeah.
this
And
message
then
of
muting them
us
so they
versus
scream
them?
I'm
into the
too
You're
nice.
poor
void.
because someone is rich, and you start with this class fight that Marx institutionalized
war.
in the manifesto, and with this, Hugo Chavez
We've done
gets
that
in
one.
power in 1998, and the money that the Soviet Union was not giving anymore, the oil of Venezuela started to give, and that's how they have been implementing in more than 10
The
countries
oil.
socialism of the
Always
21st
the
century.
oil.
So,
All right, let's
All
go.
in Venezuela.
what does he know? Ruin that internet question. Gives it to a bureaucrat.
Yeah.
And the question that people have to ask really is, does a bureaucrat in Washington or the
Awful, awful,
ruin
awful
that
interviewer.
capital
Yeah.
of Guatemala?
I know,
Does he
right? Wouldn't we
know
be so much better
more
interviewing Gloria
about
than anyone?
Yes.
what
Like
bread or
John
what
Stossel is
donuts
just
or
may
what?
get her a lot of views and shit, but John Stossel is just gonna fucking hand her the baby questions.
Yeah.
That just is gonna be like get you to talking point when
Mhm.
it's like
I
just
wa- I
give a
wanna see
speech.
a-
Why is
yeah,
John Stossel there?
I want to see her actually answer questions properly.
Exactly.
And if she was on our show, we would ask her hard questions. And
See,
because
mark
she's
this,
actually running
remember
for a
how we got
country-
Emma? I literally cut a 2-minute trailer of us
This is
talking
true.
about her and sent it to her, right?
This is
So,
true
like,
because I'm
mark this
actually
right here.
curious.
Because
I'm
like
actually very curious.
because she's educated and smart
Mhm.
enough that I think she could actually answer like legitimate, like real questions. And I
Yes.
think that anytime they bring her to America or platform her on America, it's just we could pause on a better still frame of her, by the way, you know.
But
Like whenever she's in with like America, it's just to be like, you know, like
Softballs.
it's the same people.
Yes.
The
Yeah,
same
it's
people.
always the Rand Institute people and the libertarians and CPAC and whatnot. It's always the same people.
And
But
I think
we
this
would
is-
ask her actual questions and
I think this is
give
like
her
a
a chance to answer them.
I think this is a mistake on in a way, because if your main platform is this like anti-communist platform,
Mm.
right? Liberals also hate communists. Like your average liberal hates communists in America. Communism, like, is very not a thing in America. Like when we say socialism, it's people who just think they should have health care. It's not really something that's like deeper than that.
Mm.
You know, there's pockets, you know, like Minnesota, the communist utopia,
Mm-hmm.
according to
Because
some people.
I feel like I would kind of play a devil's advocate a little bit and kind of play the there's different kinds of socialism thing and see how she deals with that. It's like it's only ever been authoritarian socialism because it's always
Don't give her
aimed
the
for
answers.
communism. No, I know, but I'm saying that would be an example of a question that I could ask because that would be an interesting thing to ask because what if it didn't have an end goal of communism? Like Scandinavia. They seem pretty happy.
I really don't care about her opinions on socialism. That's the thing.
Sure, but it's
I
still
think,
an
like,
interesting question.
the as I've proposed in the past. Well, I'm just saying. Yeah, I mean, you can ask whatever questions you want. I'm just saying that in the past when we talked about her, like the John Stossel interview, where I've messaged her on Instagram. Nothing in return though. I mean,
Sliding in the DMs.
I tried. I mean, I did. I mean, I just tagged Emma in a post to pull her on. But like, I'm legitimately interested because it's not like I don't think anything that's 100% is good, right?
Yes.
When you look at Argentina right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone was freaking out like he was going to be so terrible. I mean, he still might be, but the point is that he has been limited by the structures in place, right? That
Yes.
mitigate some of those most extreme policies, because I don't think any type of like extremist policy matters. So ultimately, even if she has like really hard line positions on these things, if she's actually like looking as a presidential candidate and getting to that position, like any politician, you know, what they can actually do versus what they talk about in the campaign is like big differences here. But I think she's way more qualified than Vivek, Malay, Stas,
Yeah.
anyone from the Ayn Rand circle. I think she's probably the most qualified out of all of them.
And I feel like she would be more inclined to listen to reason than he is as well. Purely based on the fact that she's clearly highly educated.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
But also she can shitpost and meme like he can.
That is also true. So can Joe Biden, apparently.
Yeah, his team can. You know?
Whatever.
I just feel like she's
Or
better than John Stossel. You know what I mean?
She is. John Stossel's shit.
I need to get. I have a piece of spinach left with tooth. I need to get
any kind of product the people want and at what price. This bureaucrat doesn't know anything about all the industries that are in their country.
No.
Right. So they're going to make mistakes because they, even if they are the most kind-hearted people in the world, angels, they don't have the knowledge.
Yeah.
So, whereas in a capitalist system, the person, the baker, who is successful for 1 year after another year, 10 years, 20 years, he already knows what the market wants, what the people that buy donuts and bread want, and what price they're willing to pay.
Exactly.
So he can tailor that service to the people efficiently instead of a bureaucrat making the decision, using the capital and squandering it because he's ignorant.
Absolutely. The efficiency of the market consists as we can use things that we could never build for ourselves. It's learn to read and iPencil, you know, this idea that we're using a microphone that I couldn't build. I am using shoes that I couldn't build. So if we understand that through the market, we get stuff that we couldn't
Oh my
build
god.
by
It's
our own
the
hands.
whole
what-
what's his name? The
Supply chains.
the Millard guy. You know, he talks about the genius of how a pencil comes together, where the wood comes from, where the
Yes.
eraser comes from. Yeah, she's
Mhm.
talking about supply chain economics, right?
Yes.
Which is a serious benefit.
Mhm.
But I think when we look at, like, again with extremism, right? there are a lot of positive aspects that already has the capitalist structure in place, but to say that it's a perfect system, I think is kind of naive. Gloria. I
It's
think we
so
can do
difficult
better.
for us to understand that a bureaucrat in Washington doesn't have that information as a whole. And it's not only good intentions. The problem is you give them absolute power. And there's no way, it doesn't matter how good intentioned you are, that with absolute power.
Yeah, but also, so Gloria,
Hold on. Wait. Well, I'll run it back. Because I wanted to hit this. Most businesses fail because of big businesses, because of capitalism, because it's centralized in a pseudo monopoly of however many companies. All the small companies that are successful get bought up and erased or merged or retain and get taken over. So like the goal at this point is not successful business, it's being able to sell your business to a someone with massive amounts of capital at this point. Anybody that I talk to is like, yeah, I'll probably sell it in 10 years,
and
5
like
years.
this right here. I mean, my big thing is that I think stock buybacks gone, get rid of them,
Yeah.
banned. Right, that's my number one thing. So like, this is the thing. Like when I talk about capitalism and economics, I think I'm way more classical about it, where in theory that like a market exists, but I do think that the way capitalism can consolidate power, any type of power consolidation needs to be prevented by a third party. And the question is, what power and relationship does that third party have? Right. But I think unmitigated capitalism is a mistake. Anything overplanned or like let to run wild.
Mm.
Anyway,
You want,
what was I going to
so
say to her
everything
though?
is allowed. You
Oh
can
my God.
expropriate, you can take away businesses from
Because
different.
you wanted to answer, we had to answer 2 questions. You're
Yeah,
skipping forward. What did she say though?
completely lost my spot because I hit
Oh,
the mouse button.
Absolutely
epic.
be corrupted, and that is what
Very
ends
cool.
up happening with socialist leaders. That's why you see that Hugo Chavez and his friends
Hugo.
live like kings.
First of all,
Fidel
all
Castro
leaders.
and his friends
Yes.
All leaders. Okay.
live like
There
kings because
is like, like the most corrupt, there's people who are more corrupt than these communist leaders, right?
Yes.
Just because there is, a few capitalist and democratic systems that have broadly existed in the West doesn't mean that system is more or less prone to corruption. That I think the state apparatchik and the really, like, I think America had a really good idea with the balance of power that they took from the Iroquois people, and that balance of power. I think that's a very good idea, especially when you're looking at like a federated place or a union. That still wasn't what I wanted to say, though.
it's what
No,
I don't know where we were before.
I cannot remember.
George Orwell described in Animal
Uh-oh.
Farm. Once the pigs get rid of the human, but they are in power, then everything is
She
for
loves
them.
this
The only
metaphor.
ones who can transact and be in the market and have liberties are this small group at expense of the greatest nation, which, if you come to think about it, cannot be in the best interest of common good.
Absolutely, it never results in the common good, and I think you've
Okay, this guy's shit, and I've got another one to do that's shorter.
Well, I still want to know what I had to say to her. I'm gonna go.
No,
I have to go pull up
okay.
the preview stream, and I'll look at where we left off.
Okay.
Give you your time code.
We have a victim education. When kids go to school, they find out that they're victims of the United States, of Spain, of the oligarchy, of the right, of whoever. They grow
in
up
Latin
having
America.
low self-esteem, and people with
Well, I
low
couldn't tell you there.
self-esteem have insecurities in themselves. You cannot grow an entrepreneur from an insecure person who's not willing to take risks. So then you have panic of risk-taking. But you are with education
It was
as
at
a
6
victim.
minutes.
6?
Yeah, go to like 5:45 so I can remember what I wanted to say.
that service to the people efficiently instead of a bureaucrat making the decision, using the capital and squandering it because he's ignorant.
Absolutely. The efficiency of the market consists as we can use things that we could never build for ourselves. It's learn to read and iPencil, this idea that we're using a microphone that I couldn't build. I'm using shoes that I couldn't build. So if we understand that through the market, we get stuff that we couldn't build by our own hands, why is it so difficult for us to understand that a bureaucrat in Washington doesn't have that information as a whole?
This
And
is,
it's
this
not
is what I was
only
going to
good
say, right?
intentions. The problem is
So obviously somebody who works in the business is going to know the business better than them. That's the point of unions, like the auto union and stuff in America right now. Like, and and even with the rail union, like Biden overrid him when because it was a matter of capitalism. Capitalism had to come first. Like he overrode those workers, right? Which ultimately cost him votes, which I think is we can't vote on capitalism. So you vote with your dollars. That's such a bullshit thing. Everyone knows it, not with conglomeration and no. So that said, the business, right? If you're Jeff Bezos, you know what you don't know? How the distribution of resources, like this bridge that just got knocked down, right? The federal government is there to fund it, not a business, because a business won't do that. That's not what businesses are for, and we shouldn't expect businesses or philanthropists to be the one building our infrastructure like that. It's just the who will build the roads thing. I don't care about the argument. I don't give a fuck. Like I've said, you can have a fucking road and works department and it should not have any power over anyone, like besides the whole taxes things, which is theft, I guess, right? So the point is that business does not see the whole market and ecosystem of running a nation. They run a company, not a nation. So this is where the benefit of some lobbyists come in, is that they are mitigating what is the best interest for the business, and in theory the politician should be making what's in the best interest of the people and balancing between those two things, because technically the best interest of the people is to increase your GDP, but not always. Just like how the theory of reducing nuclear weapons is not necessarily reducing violence and shit, right? This is like Herman Kahn theory, right? And how stressing to reduce the nuclear arsenal doesn't necessarily make it safer.
Yeah.
It could be. So you get rid of all the nukes, potentially things could be more violent. It's just one of those things that's unknown.
Yeah.
You give them absolute power, and there's no way, it doesn't
Anyway.
matter how good intentioned you are, that with absolute power you won't absolutely be corrupt.
I agree.
And that is
and businesses have too much power as well. I think everyone needs power mitigation. I'm pro power mitigation.
ends up happening with socialist leaders. That's why you see that Hugo Chavez and his friends lived.
Okay, and we got at this point.
All right, let's go to the PBS News Hour or something.
We don't want more Gloria?
Okay, if we want more Gloria, we can watch more Gloria.
We have a victim education, not grow an entrepreneur from an insecure person who's not willing to take risks. So then you have panic of risk taking. But you are with education as a victim, low self-esteem, insecurities in yourself, and with panic of risk taking, but you still want to be rich. You still want the yachts and the
I think she's good enough for
and the
CPAC.
women and the traveling, of course.
Yeah.
But
so what do you do in Latin
John
America?
Stossel, come on,
if you
Gloria.
grew up like this and you still want to be rich, you get
sure
in
he's a big
politics.
platform, but
of course. You go and you run for mayor, for congressman. Who cares?
She's got
Once you're in
graphics. This is
power,
great.
You rob everyone, and with that money, you get your company. It doesn't matter. There's no risk. If you fail, it's not your money. It's people's
This
money.
is just,
Since
the
people do
alpha
not
male
know one,
speech,
then
but
it
it's done
doesn't
by
matter.
somebody else.
And once
The
you're
same
there,
thing.
Yeah.
Jack, you can watch Gloria after stream, right? Yeah, but if we're recording on stream, then we can cut it and tag her in it and and potentially get noticed enough to have her accept somebody who will actually challenge her ideas, but is not in complete opposition to her. Who thinks that she actually would be a decent president of the region she's running in, even though I don't agree with. It's like John McCain. I think John McCain would have been better than Obama, and I hate John McCain.
Yeah. But like we won't be combative. The questions will be tough, but we're not going to be combative.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense. Because we're journalists, you know? It's kind of the job.
The softball questions go to Jenny Milk. Bridge fall down.
Bridge fall down.
Yeah. So.
That's a big ship.
Oh
No
yeah.
wonder bridge fall down.
Yeah. Nothing. Like literally nothing could have stopped this. Like
Yeah.
The only place it goes from here is investigations on. So I've heard rumors of things. Like obviously a capitalist company is gonna take shortcuts where they can.
Yes.
So the question is, how liable is it? You know, like it's not. Is it like a Boeing incident? Like I'm sure they've crashed, like cut down on safety and said fuck safety. You know, because like that's just what everything is. But look at how big this thing is. Also, all the port access to the city is on the other side of this bridge.
Oh
where
my
this boat's
god.
coming from, right?
Jesus Christ.
And
they need to get that the fuck out of there very quickly.
Yeah. Well, they're still trying to recover the bodies. So
yes, yeah, I heard about that.
Anyway, we'll hear about it here.
Yeah, it also lost power. I heard multiple times.
I'll tell you the whole story.
Welcome to the News Hour. So far,
Thanks.
2 bodies have been recovered from the river where a bridge
Do you know how many
collapsed
died?
yesterday in Baltimore.
6, I heard, in the water.
Yeah, I think
Did nobody else die? Is that it? That's
what
it?
is
Just
okay?
6?
But what is the 6th, John? Well,
yeah, what does 6th gen mean?
what's beyond an information war?
I'm curious. Here's the serious questions. Here we go. They've got it. We're fucked.
I mean, I'm trying. We'll get there. I mean, we have Tanya.
Yeah, we do.
Look, if you give us enough to give Tanya a decent enough pay to do the news, then Tanya will be on here.
For the remaining unaccounted for continues.
She's a
Divers are
muscle mommy.
navigating treacherous waters, hoping to recover what remains of those lost.
The city of Baltimore woke up again this morning to the mangled ruins of the Francis Scott Key Bridge shrouded in fog. The initial search and rescue mission has turned to a search and recovery mission.
These divers have been back in the water for hours now.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore said divers and recovery crews are braving treacherous conditions in the depths of the Patapsco River to search for those missing who are now presumed dead.
They are down there in darkness where they can literally see about a foot in front of them. They are trying to navigate mangled metal.
I was going to say that's a hard search.
It is now presumed that people have lost their lives.
Around 1:30 Tuesday morning, the Dolly, a nearly 1,000-foot-long cargo ship, lost power as it was piloting out of the Baltimore harbor.
Damn.
The vessel was able to issue a mayday call, allowing police to halt bridge traffic.
Oh,
Jesus. One of you guys on the south side, one of you guys on the north side, hold all traffic on the Key Bridge. There's a ship approaching that just lost their steering. There's a crew up there. You might want to notify whoever the foreman is, see if we can get them off the bridge temporarily.
But the work crew that was on the bridge wasn't able to evacuate in time.
If they literally,
vigil was held.
That's not even the full call. I can pull up the full call because it's pretty interesting.
Okay.
I know I sent it.
Yeah, do that.
Because like if they had one more minute, they probably would have gotten all 6 guys off the bridge.
Seriously.
One more minute, yeah. I mean, they got the road closed in 2. The police were already there blocking the road.
Well, there were cars going across, no joke, like
there's
30 seconds before it hit.
1 minute, like 1 minute before the bridge goes out, there's still cars that go across.
Yeah, crazy. I'm surprised not as many people died. That's very impressive. Still fuck the cops, but they did well. It was probably ambulance and firefighters, really.
One of you guys on the south side, one of you guys on the north side, hold all traffic on the Key Bridge. There's a ship approaching that just lost their steering. So until you get that under control, we got to stop all traffic. Yeah, we're all en route to the south side. This is supposed to start. I'm holding traffic now. I was dragging, but we stopped prior to the bridge, so I'll have all outer loop traffic stopped. 10-4. Is there a crew working on the bridge right now? K9-1 to the Good. Want me to stop traffic on this site right now? Yeah, if we can stop traffic, just make sure no one's on the bridge right now. I'm not sure where. There's a crew up there. You might want to notify whoever the foreman is, see if we can get them off the bridge temporarily. 10-4. Once the other unit gets here, I'll ride up on the bridge. I have.
Fucking hell, man! You should have fucking just driven up the bridge.
Once you get here, I'll go grab the workers on the key bridge and then stop the outer loop.
C-13 dispatch. The whole bridge just fell down. Start, whoever, everybody. The whole bridge just collapsed.
Simple dispatch is direct. That's correct. This time. Do we know if all traffic was stopped? I can't get to the other side, sir. The bridge is down. We're going to have to get somebody on the other side, the Anne Arundel County MSP, to get up here and stop traffic coming northbound.
Yeah, literally. No, like I
bridge.
said,
I think,
it took them.
I think the calls
literally
cut a little bit though.
They literally got the call 2 minutes ahead.
Oh, they had 2 minutes. Okay.
Yes, they had
Okay.
2 minutes until impact. So they have,
And if they had
one
3
more,
minutes,
if they had one more minute, all 6 of those guys would have lived. But still, like the fact that somebody was in the area, right? It's also 1 a.m. There's not a lot of traffic. It could have been so
True.
much worse.
yeah, it was very lucky.
And I'm holding all traffic northbound.
I need one of you guys.
There's a crazy video of the collapse too.
Immigrant construction workers from El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Mexico.
Thank you.
At the White House today, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg laid out 4 objectives his department is focusing on now.
Reopen the port, deal with the supply chain implications until the port does reopen, rebuild the bridge, and deal with the surface transportation implications until the bridge is rebuilt.
But he couldn't give
Why
a timeline
would you?
for
Why
the
would
reopening
you?
of the bridge.
Like why? Like why would you go to? Like a 6th gen when you can just join 5th gen.
Yeah, exactly. And then you can still kidnap.
Right? Like we'll give you the resources to do it. Like that's what our point is.
We just don't know yet, especially in terms of their foundational infrastructure.
Or the port.
Again, too soon to venture an estimate. The vast majority of the port is inside of that bridge.
We're already becoming a conglomerate. We're about to absorb James and 6th gen.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and we also already have our secret divisions and stuff.
Yes.
No, which means most of it cannot operate.
For now, other Baltimore roadways are
Everyone's
absorbing
happy.
the estimated 31,000 vehicles that normally
We have
cross
one
the
muscle
Key Bridge
mommy.
every day. Meanwhile, investigators have recovered the cargo ship's black box as they begin to piece together what went wrong.
I love this. Drivers cross bridge labeled bad, right? Was that the full newscast though?
No, that was just the segment. I'm just doing the 2 segments you have, then the full one.
The World Meteorological Organization issued a red alert warning today.
Yeah, no, stay on the bridge
warning
though.
And climate change, saying 2024 is.
I thought you just wanted to do PBS.
No. I'm saying that's what I was saying. That's what I was asking was the full one or not. But yeah, no, stay on the bridge. Stuff. There's a bunch of stuff in there. I think it's mostly on the stream playlist, but it might be on both. And one and the other, I think I just organized that. Oh boy. Oh, that's you, the sissy via. Oh, here you go. We can do. For sure, we can do this one.
It's got ship in it.
More bridge after that. There's 2 of these. The bridge. Top story is bridge both times. Bridge fall down.
Oh, really? Bridge.
Oh, yeah.
Bridge fall down?
More important than the Russian attack to us.
We got this, yeah?
Yeah, some billionaires thought to help Donald Trump. I mean, sure, like, we got Trump in there, of course. Trump's always in there. I saved Trump stuff. Who cares?
Next you'll know is the London Bridge is falling down.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like even James was like posted something about like, you know, just because he's open to any ideas, right? So like he doesn't dismiss things like a cyber attack. He actually looks into it and sees like what he can find on how possible it is, right?
Mm.
And it's just like, sure, but let's think about it. If you're gonna cyber attack to cause a bridge to fall, why would you do it at 1 a.m, you know?
Just to cause inconvenience and kill migrant workers.
Yeah, like that is like bad terrorist planning, you know? Oh, we didn't account for a different time zone. We judged for rush hour in Russia. What are they talking about? North Carolina? That might be in there. That's definitely in there.
And we got this. Cool.
More bridge.
Oh, more bridge.
Because the
This is
PBS
AP
NewsHour has
News.
a
6
bigger
construction workers
story
remain
on it.
unaccounted for after
Yeah.
the Francis Scott
Like
Key
that was
Bridge
just
in
like the
Baltimore
intro. I think.
collapsed
okay.
early Tuesday. All of them believed to have been working on it at the time. A hospital official said one person involved in the collapse was still being treated for injuries while another had been discharged. President Biden says he plans
Because
to
I
travel
know
to
the guy
Baltimore as
mentions the
quickly as
black
he can
box and stuff on the boat.
and
So I think that was
Okay.
just the intro segment.
Mm-hmm.
for the federal government to pick up the bill to rebuild the bridge. Biden repeated
What
that
we're here
officials
for.
believe the collapse was an accident. A New York judge has issued a gag order barring Donald Trump from making public statements about witnesses, staff, and jurors.
I didn't see it at all. I mean, yeah. I mean, just think about it, right? It's
Oh,
just
that's
like
funny.
it's like in theory, it's possible to hack the F-35, right?
Yeah.
Oh, is the F-35 going to get hacked? Probably not. You know.
No.
And also, like, it's just the timing. Like, come on, I could do such a better terrorist attack if I had the resources to hack a cargo ship to make it crash into a bridge.
Yeah. Yeah. There's so many better options.
I think there still needs to be an investigation, though.
Yes.
But I don't expect that to be the result. You know, it's like if the crew is culpable, if the company overhead is culpable.
Mm. They're also racist, being like,
Reported to
Indian.
FBI immediately. I have people in the FBI, dog. They come to me to get questions answered.
But yeah, there's also like racists being like, oh, they're Indians. it's that sort of
It's
shit
just like
as
you
well.
go through airport security and you think about like you naturally are thinking about ways to get around it. You just can't help it, right? Everyone's like that, right?
Yeah, I think so. You'd be weird if you weren't.
In his upcoming hush money criminal trial,
You got a
the
gag
judge
order,
cited
that's
Trump's
hilarious.
previous
Too many
comments
flags.
about him and others involved in the case,
8
including the
flags.
prosecution's request. And the main
Look,
Venezuelan
I even
opposition
marked it so
coalition
it
said
can be
Tuesday
clipped.
electoral authorities didn't let it register its candidates for the
It's got the
presidential
FBI on a
election
leash. I
by
mean,
Monday's midnight deadline. Opposition officials say the move is the latest violation to the citizens' right to vote.
I mean, we are the CIA.
I'm like we're always relating just our industry in general. Like we were talking about that Telegram network that they were investigating. Like those journalists were sending that shit to the FBI the whole time. FBI didn't care. They only cared when one of those guys had a weapon in one picture, and they said, "Oh, he could do a terrorism." See, is this the full? Hang on. Is this the full news hour?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what is it? It's weird. It's not segmented for you. The bridge is in the beginning. It's the first story.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So there's going to be the interesting and then the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Bennett and I'm
Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm not sure. It might be.
Even though we are
Keep going. Just keep going. We'll see if it's there. I remember
so sad
Black
because
Box
everything is
being mentioned. So.
But
for solutions to
I
protect
think I got
water
rid
from
of the soundbite on accident. The "We're all
Possible
domestic
by the
terrorist"
corporate-
one. Corporation of Public Broadcasting. Yeah.
Welcome to the News Hour. So far,
this what
two
we just
bodies
watched?
have been recovered from the river
Right, we just
where a
watched
bridge
this.
collapsed yesterday in Baltimore. As the search for the remaining unaccounted for continues,
It was only like 2
divers are
minutes, so.
navigating
Yeah,
treacherous
no, I'm
waters,
just checking the actual
hoping to
time. So I
recover
can
what
just get...
remains of those lost. The city of Baltimore woke up again this morning to the mangled ruins of the Francis Scott Key Bridge shrouded in fog. The initial search and rescue mission has turned to a search and recovery mission.
These divers have been back in the water for hours now.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore said divers and recovery crews are braving treacherous conditions in the depths of the Patapsco River to search for those missing
That's
who are
weird.
now presumed dead.
They are down there in darkness where they can literally see about a foot.
Objectives. His department is focused.
I'm Stephanie Sy with NewsHour West. Here are the latest headlines.
That's it. What happened to Moore?
No black box
piece
mentioned?
together what went wrong.
No, go back. Right there at the end. I think I missed it
Estimated
last.
31,000 vehicles.
Here we
Bridge.
Stop going back. You were there.
In terms of their,
It was
the
right
vast
at the
majority
end.
of
I
the
think he
port
mentioned
is,
it.
Inside of that bridge, which means most
I'm
of it
just
cannot operate.
Making sure.
For now, other
Yeah.
Baltimore roadways are absorbing the estimated 31,000 vehicles that normally cross the Key Bridge every day. Meanwhile, investigators have recovered the cargo ship's black box as they begin to piece together what went wrong.
The black box, right? So I have that. That's why I wanted the right cue.
Oh, great.
Right.
Cool.
Okay.
Anything else on here you wanted to say?
No, so here's the black box.
Right. Fast, sharp right, sharp right, sharp right. Listen, Sammy, you have to listen to my call, Sammy. Please, I beg you. Fast, medium right. You have to turn the wheel, Sammy. 40, fast, medium left. 50, downhill, triple caution. Triple caution, stay center. Triple caution, stay center. Whoa.
Oh, sorry.
Medium left, long, turn in. Medium left, medium left, nice and easy, turn. Throttle, fast, medium left, long, in, medium right, concentrate. Medium left. Listen to my calls. Medium left into sharp left. You're not concentrating, Sammy. You're watching out and driving. Sammy, you have to listen, Sammy. Otherwise, it is not working, Sammy. Seriously, you are watching and driving. You have to be easy, Sammy. Otherwise, we won't win it. You have to be easy, Sammy. I'm telling you, you are not listening. Shut up. No, I'm just giving you advice, Sammy.
It's the degree of angle of the corner.
No, down, bro. Sammy. Fast, medium right. Listen to the call. Sammy, please listen to the call. Sharp left. Sammy, you have to stay on road, Sammy. Otherwise, car will break down. Sammy, you will wreck the car. We will not finish.
So like, because it was all an Indian crew, they keep posting shit like this. Like, is this supposed to be funny? And I said, as I've said already, if racists were actually funny, they would post this in response.
I think that's it for the boat story.
There's Biden's speech response was interesting. I'm not sure if it's on there if we want to look at it. I think there might be Vosh talking about it. That might be in the stream fund though.
I think this one is about the boat. Yes.
Oh yeah. This one is I wanted to see too.
Speaking of crazy, do you remember Laura Logan? She's still alive.
We have to look at Michael the murderer and his take on this because that was funny too.
Oh my god.
Exists. What's she doing? She is on Real America Voice. She has been blacklisted from every other network, which is impressive.
Right.
Like she and Mike Lindell are really the only two people who can't get on. Don't have carte blanche to go on and be crazy. And you're not going to believe this, but she has a different explanation for the Baltimore bridge collapse.
Can't wait.
As opposed to the DEI thing. She has an alt theory. Here it is.
Permits. It costs money to get a permit. It requires an escort, right? You've seen it on the highways sometimes. You've seen when you have these massive oversized loads and they've got escorts all around them, these huge convoys. Well, what do you do in one of the business corridors in the United States.
The other
You
bridge
don't
stuff
shut
is
it
in
down
the
in the
US
day,
list, by
so
the
this
way.
can happen. That means you can only move this stuff at night, which automatically impacts the amount of traffic that you can use. The tunnel is going to be overloaded. This is what you call death by 1,000 cuts. It is an absolutely
it's what you call an
catastrophic attack
accident.
on critical infrastructure, and you cannot see it because a cyber attack is unseen. Just like the attack on 2020 on the voting
Can you
machine
imagine how
that you cannot
dysfunctional
see.
these people would be if
Okay, I want to
right
go.
after
You just
that
had this
theater
big thing
attack,
with the
ISIS
FBI
could
talking
did
about.
a fucking bridge infrastructure attack? Can you imagine?
Mhm.
ISIS is too stupid to do infrastructure attacks,
Yeah.
but could you imagine if that happened? It would be Al Qaeda smart enough to do it, but Al Qaeda is not going to attack us.
No, because they'll get flattened.
Yeah, they learned the last time that that's not how they want to achieve their goals.
About what the Chinese Communist Party's cyber hacking unit that they've been monitoring for 10 years, and now they're saying it's out of control. Are your sources telling you that they feel there's enough information out there that it is a cyber attack, and is it a state actor or non-state actors?
Check this out. Look, Michael the murderer. I don't even know what he's talking
Oh
about.
my god, she's literally
Caviar
fucking...
Matrix is Special Forces 101. And I guess
Ugh.
this is an acronym that Special Forces use, right? Criticality, accessibility. Yeah, so what he's saying is that when you go in to invade Iraq, you bomb the bridges. Crazy, Michael. That
Jesus
solves
Christ.
the mystery, Mike.
And then you're also screen capping.
I'm impressed that he actually
Laura
has
Logan.
this formatted correctly, though.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting because usually it's
I think
very
we
off.
need to check on Michael and make sure he's okay. I mean, look at this one. Somebody's got to be doing his posts for him now.
Maybe. Who knows?
I mean,
Oh,
I don't know.
so
This one
awful.
could be just like this. It might be artistic, you know?
Mhm.
That one's fine, formatted correctly. Oh, there it is. That's how long it took. Before there's a fucked post on his fucking feed. Look at that. You see this? Who's down there working with him in the Gap to
Laura Luma.
report on the migrants there?
Is that Laura Luma?
Yeah. So I think if you're going to the Darien Gap, this is not the correct thing to wear. Let's just first start there. You should probably be more prepared. If you're doing a real serious op like Michael claims that they are, they're fucking, what is it, like Fire Shield? What does he call it? Operation Infinite, setting migrants on fire. Here's him supporting that guy that shot the person blocking the road. Crazy, huh? Oh, look, Jew post. Here's him talking about how Hezbollah and Hamas are going to invade us with the cartels.
Awesome.
What is that? Is this a Mass Effect character? Mortal Kombat, I think. Oh, genetically engineered mosquitoes. He believes in those. The robo mosquitoes that are coming to get you. Here's a great formatted post. Right? Great format. Bugs. Here we go. Oh, okay. Burning Edge. You see, you wouldn't know because he can't format his post correctly, but you know, here. Oh, look, it's here it is here. So for some reason, he fucked it up on the second post. And this is the guy we want to be taking like intel information from. He can't figure out how to make a post on Instagram.
Tactical genius.
And they are saying that this is a cyber attack. You didn't have a terrorist group board the ship and commandeer it and take it over. You had somebody hack into the systems on board the ship, the GPS system, and reroute that ship. They did it in the middle of the night because they didn't want the
power went out.
They didn't want everybody to be on full high alert. They wanted everybody to be asleep.
Pause it for 1 second. Listen,
wake
I'm not going to pretend like I know anything about shipping. Yeah. It seems to me if you've got one of these massive container ships and you are, I don't know, 500 feet from shore in a
it's time to work, I think.
That you've probably either just arrived in the port of Baltimore or you're leaving. Everybody's like, hey, everybody get on the boat. We're going to start it up. Now go to sleep. I
tired.
think what happens is that
That's
when
so
people are, when you're entering or you're leaving a port, it's
Disembarking?
probably what they call all hands on deck, which is a technical term for everyone's who's on board the boat paying attention to what's going on. And it's also not like these ships are not like steered by people in the hull, like rowing the whole thing. Like half of them were asleep. That's why we couldn't turn right, because we only had the guys on the left pulling the oars. This is just bizarro, but continue.
Everybody to be on full high alert. They wanted everybody to be asleep and you trying to wake people up and rouse people, because when I spoke to one individual who has, let's just say he worked in Baltimore for many, many years and was there when that bridge was opened. He knew when he looked at the security camera video of the harbor, the long version, the 7 minutes, he knew from the start of that video when he looked at that ship that it was not in the channel. You need to be in the channel to make that turn, to have any chance of making that turn. So now you're traveling. That is a river that flows pretty quickly, Steve, even under normal circumstances, right? And at a certain point, you're committed.
So
the ship is heavy, the load is heavy.
What?
They can't make the full turn.
The water.
And then they lost
They're
power.
going at a certain speed. You've got very little room to maneuver. So at a certain point, there was absolutely nothing that they could do to stop that.
Yeah, lost power.
That's what I said.
I mean,
I like how at any given moment she's like an expert on like river currents as
Let's
well
just
as
say I know.
large
I mean, I have no doubt that
everything.
some of what she's saying is correct, but it doesn't. If there's these currents and it's that difficult,
Okay,
I
we're done
find.
with that. Goodbye.
Hassan's video on this was an hour.
Jesus Christ.
Everything so far indicates that this was a terrible accident.
U.S. President Joe Biden on Tuesday said a search and rescue operation was the top priority after a massive cargo ship smashed into a bridge in Baltimore, Maryland, sending cars and people into the river below.
What I can tell you is a search and rescue is still underway.
National Transportation Safety Board Chair Jennifer Homendy said rescuers were searching the Patapsco River for more survivors after 2 people were pulled out, one of whom was hospitalized. The cargo ship crashed into and brought down the Francis
one guy
Scott
literally
Key
just
Bridge
walked
around
away.
1:30 a.m. Tuesday morning.
So the 2
closing
survivors,
one of the busiest
one
ports
is
on the US
hospitalized,
eastern
and the other guy was totally fine.
Isn't it crazy how that happens? It's like people in car crashes just get up and walk away.
seaboard.
I've directed my team to move heaven and earth to reopen the port and rebuild the bridge as soon as humanly possible.
Biden pledged full federal support in response to the emergency.
And to the people of Baltimore, I want to say we're with you. We're going to stay with you as long as it takes. It's my intention that the federal government will pay for the entire cost of reconstructing that bridge. And I expect the Congress to support my effort.
The ship,
So this
as
is
long
what's
as 3
interesting what he's
football
actually
fields
saying there, right?
Mm.
What he's saying is we're not waiting for Congress bullshit here. The federal government is
Yeah.
going to pay for it, and if if Congress wants to follow suit to mitigate the cost on the federal government, like they
Mhm.
should do, then they'll do it. But he literally is like, I can't depend on this Congress for an actual emergency.
Yeah, fair. I don't blame him.
end to end, reported a power issue before impact, which enabled officials to stop traffic on the bridge before the collapse.
It's hard to believe it's gone.
Steve Waters is a local charter boat
Great
captain.
We just take it for granted. We use it so much, and there's always when the ships go under it, it's always looks like they're real close and they're
How long
really
is this
not that close,
package?
'cause I've been on ships going under it, and it's not.
Minute 40.
Wow, classic. Really well done. That the introed him, gave him a little soundbite thing,
Mhm.
right? And so it's just like they did a little flavor of him in the intro, and then they like let him give his like full statement there.
Mhm.
No stand up though, so he would get points off in college for that,
Mhm.
unless he's at the end standing up.
Only like 3 seconds left.
Yeah, which I doubt. I don't think Reuters really cares. They just get footage
Nah.
and do voiceovers.
Yeah, that's all they need to do. I'm going to play this. I'll be back.
This morning, the NTSB is leading the investigation into what led up to the collapse, analyzing live stream footage moment by moment to establish a timeline. The lights on the 95,000-ton dolly container ship went off at 1:24 a.m., turning back on with smoke before turning off again. At 1:28 a.m., the last cars drive over the bridge before the ship rams into one of the bridge supports 30 seconds later, bringing down the bridge.
See, 30
impact
seconds.
with which this ship hit the structure was one outside of the typical assumed impact to occur.
The data recorder on the ship could be critical for the investigation.
They also have to recover the evidence from this crash and the debris from this crash in order to recreate the scene and recreate what happened, which is one of
We
the
also have
tough
video, so
things
we
to
can
do.
3D
This
model
wasn't
that
the
right
first
away.
time issues with the dolly were documented. An inspection last June found a deficiency for propulsion and auxiliary machinery concerning gauges, thermometers, etc. And in 2016, inspectors issued a deficiency for structural conditions concerning hull damage, impairing seaworthiness after
Yeah,
it was
that's
involved in
nothing.
a crash in Belgium.
Oh, who
This
cares
image
about that
showing
then?
the moment the dolly hit a wall in Antwerp. Yesterday's collision brings up concerns about the safety of other bridges in the U.S.
Is it time to go out and rethink what you have and make sure that all the inspections and all the studies have been made for the individual
I think really
bridges
safety
themselves?
and
Officials in
infrastructure
Delaware
is,
have
you know,
already
Jon
been
Stewart
working
made
to
a story a while ago when it was like in the Trump presidency, how we really need to talk about infrastructure, but it's boring, right?
Yeah.
I think it's this is what we needed. You know, that's the real
Yeah.
conspiracy. It was a false flag to get us interested in infrastructure. All right, guys. Nobody's going to talk about that, huh? But like, think about it, like the Boeing shit, like regulations, safety, infrastructure, the train accident that happened. Like this is starting. You know, they didn't have to burn all that shit. They found out. They looked at it and was like, "That was unnecessary to light up all that shit that spilled in East Palestine."
Jesus Christ.
Tragedies like Baltimore's, investing millions in a project called the Bridge Ship Collision Protection System.
It's a $95 million insurance policy.
They're upgrading the Delaware Memorial Bridge with 80-foot wide stone-filled cylinders or dolphins at its piers to absorb the impact from newer, larger cargo ships.
Fair enough.
The ships back then weren't as fast, weren't as big.
Delaware's got the
and
tax money
it
for
was
that.
adequate for
all
that,
those
for that
corpos.
time. In today's environment, you're looking at bigger ships, faster ships.
The bridge in Baltimore, built in 1977, apparently did not have a fender system around the support columns. In comparison, the Verrazano Bridge in New York has a...
Yeah, look, that's not going to stop that ship.
Yeah.
That bridge is falling down too.
Rock wall installed at its base, while the Sunshine Skyway Bridge in Tampa has a man-made island barrier installed.
That's more effective. That's way more effective. A full artificial island, way better.
After crash caused the
But also,
collapse
if
in
you look, it's also got the pillars out from that artificial barriers too.
Yeah.
So it's got the slabs outside of there.
That's great. That's great. That's how they all should be.
80 killing 35 people. But some experts say in this case, stopping a ship like the Dolly, nearly as large as the Empire State Building, could be nearly impossible.
Yeah.
If you don't have propulsion, if you don't have engines, the ship isn't stopping. It's going to continue on. And I think that's what we saw here.
And part of the investigation will look into whether there were any deficiencies with that cargo ship or the structure and design of the bridge.
So many questions still this morning. We don't know what tests were ran right before it left the port, if any.
Yeah, but his backing up on that plan with investing in the unions is going to help underlie that stuff, because these unions coming up are going to be able to apply pressure to get the wealth from the government extracted.
It's a huge economic impact for the country. And that's why I think when we've seen how the entire country has rallied around Maryland and rallied around Baltimore, it's because they understand that the Port of Baltimore is not just impacting Maryland, If you look at this, this port is responsible for over 51 million tons of foreign cargo. That's the largest in the country. That for everybody who is buying cars, for everybody who is buying farm equipment, we're the largest port in the country that does that. So this is not just impacting Maryland. This is impacting that farmer in Kentucky. It's
That's why the
impacting that
first
auto
priority is
dealer
to
in
move
Michigan.
those bodies and
so it
steel
is
out of there and
imperative that we
get the boats back to work. Fuck off. We don't give a fuck about your bridge. You can drive around. The boats are what's important.
get this bridge rebuilt. It's imperative that we get the Port of Baltimore back up and going. And it's not just about how are we supporting Maryland. This is about how we're supporting the American economy. The investigation now is involving everybody, from federal authorities to
Sorry for
state
calling
authorities,
you gay,
really trying to
Baltimore.
uncover both what happened, what
I
led
like
up to this,
Baltimore.
but then also everything about the aftermath.
But I haven't spent that much time there. But just because I've been there a few times because it's like on the outskirts of DC. So like
I saw a
have friends in the
sign. I
area.
think I was like 3 kilometers from Baltimore when I flew out of the airport. I think that's pretty close.
What?
I was to the DC airport. I flew out of DC to go to LA, and I'm pretty sure that's close to Baltimore. That's about as close as I got.
Oh, DC literally is Baltimore.
Oh, okay.
They're literally like
Same.
right next to each other. Yeah,
Yeah.
the Northeast, all the cities are clustered.
Yeah, right.
About the response. And so this is going to be a thorough investigation. It's going to be a long one, but we have to make sure that we get the answers that we're seeking in this.
Oh, I can't
And
wait
joining
for
me
this
now
one.
is Chesapeake Bay waterman Luke McFadden. Luke, thanks for coming on the show.
What's a
you
waterman?
surveyed the bridge yesterday. What did you see?
Yeah, I mean, I went out right after it happened. It's right behind my house. I mean, 10-minute boat ride, and I mean, it's just in ruins. It's pretty surreal to see it like that. It looks like something out of a movie. It's sad. It's truly sad.
Can you give any estimation after the damage that you saw, any estimation whatsoever on how long it'll take to rebuild the bridge?
Oh, come on.
I mean, I'm not a bridge expert. I'm a crab fisherman, but
Thank you.
I think it took them like 5 years to build.
No.
this
Can we
one,
just
you know,
hang
in
on?
the
Can we just go
70s, I
back
guess.
like how bad he fucked up that interview for Fox's narrative? I'm not a bridge builder. This is a Forrest Gump moment.
On how long it'll take to rebuild the bridge?
I mean, I'm not a bridge expert. I'm a crab fisherman, but I mean, I think it took them like 5 years to build this one, in the 70s, I guess. And I mean, they didn't have to pick up 1.5 miles of bridge up out of a 60-foot deep channel.
How much of the bridge is
which-
actually down? I mean, the bridge is what, 1.6 miles, I think it is. How much of it is actually down?
I mean, the whole center span. So, I mean, the majority of it. And you can see in that picture there, I mean, that channel right where that boat's at is like 60 foot deep. They maintain that channel about 60 foot. And that, that bridge is right on the bottom, and it's still sticking up that much. So there's quite a bit of steel and concrete to.
That's a
to be
fair
moved.
point,
It's a big
actually.
job.
It occurs to me, though, that any bridge anywhere is vulnerable.
I love how he said
to
he's like, you
cargo
surveyed
ships
the bridge. What he did was he said, I'm a crab fisherman. I got him a boat and I looked at it, and now he's on Fox News. And to go, I'm not a bridge expert. Like, bro, come on, Fox News.
container ships of this size. One tiny little bump from a ship as big as that into one of the stanchions to keep it upright, and that bridge is gone.
Wait.
This is
This
vulnerability
guy
all-
is a YouTube lobster man. What's his channel called?
I don't fucking know.
all over the
That's-
world.
well, I'm
Look up
asking chat.
YouTube lobster guy.
I'm
Look
asking
up,
chat.
No. Look up Baltimore
Chat is
lobster
gonna tell
guy
me.
YouTube.
Chat is gonna tell me.
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, nothing is impervious to
See?
that. It's a 950-foot ship. And I think a lot of people that are seeing this on the news don't realize how big these ships really are. I mean, I've worked around them my whole life. I've been on the water in Chesapeake Bay my whole life. I mean, they're a daily part of my life is seeing these things and being up close to them. I mean, they are massive, and you are not stopping that thing. No anchor's going to stop it. No, I mean, that ship takes a half mile to stop. You pull it out of gear. So nothing is impervious to that ship hitting the bridge. There's no bridge anywhere that can.
Hold on. Where's that soundbite?
I
There
think
it is.
Jack hates lobsters, by the way, guys.
Never had one. Hold on. Yeah.
Oh, it produced an overwhelming sense of impending doom.
Lobster enjoyer.
Stand up to that.
You live very close to the bridge. You say you're about a 10-minute boat ride away. The collapse of this bridge has that. What kind of a difference has that made to your immediate environment?
They are.
I mean,
you will eat sea
like
bugs.
prawns and shrimp. They're the
You will eat sea bugs.
insects of the ocean. Yeah.
You will eat sea
The
bugs.
bottom feeders. Yuck.
Messed up traffic pretty bad. I think people are just now trying to figure out how to kind of get to work around it and whatever else. And I know that traffic's been very bad for people, from my area, which is kind of a suburb of Baltimore City, trying to get over into Baltimore or vice versa for work. Because now really all we have is the tunnel, or you go all the way around or through the city. And I mean, traffic around the tunnel was already pretty bad. And this is not helping.
Traffic is going to be bad. Bridge went down.
Yeah. I think that's all for bridge. Not bodies
There's
here.
a
We'll do
Vosh
this one.
one.
I don't see a Vosh one.
Can't find him. I think I sent it in private chat.
Yeah, I'm looking. Got it. Watch this one though. It's short.
Just skip over the parts we've seen already, because he might look at stuff we've already seen. But he'll probably look at the unhinged people.
Yeah.
Today, we transitioned from search and
Trans
rescue to recovery. We need to bring a sense of closure and comfort to the families, and we take
This dude
that
is taking
very
over
seriously.
YouTube Shorts for a
Maryland
while.
State
Okay.
Police, along with the underwater recovery teams, supported by state, local, and federal partners, made a tragic finding. Shortly before 10 a.m., divers located a red pickup truck submerged in approximately 25 feet of water in the area of the middle span of the bridge. Divers recovered two victims of this tragedy.
Yeah, that's why I said
Trapped
it's a
within the
Forrest
vehicle.
Gump moment.
The victims
Like
were
that
identified
was a
as
real dude. Just straight up being like, I'm not a bridge expert. I've seen a lot of bridges. He's an expert on like how much cargo and stuff goes through there, but not like how like a government expert is. But it's just he must already be an established personality there. That's why they grabbed him. I thought it was just some random fisherman they like called in. That would have been funnier as hell.
Alejandro Hernandez Fuentes, 35 years old, of Baltimore, and Dorlian Ranial Castillo Cabrera. At this point, based upon the conditions, we're now moving from a recovery mode to a salvage operation. Because of the superstructure surrounding the vehicle, what we believe are the vehicles, and the amount of concrete and debris, divers are no longer able to safely navigate or operate around that. We have exhausted all search efforts in the areas around this wreckage.
Wow, I
And
honestly,
based on sonar
the crab
scans,
fishermen
we firmly
explained this a lot better than the policeman.
I may have found it.
The Vosh thing? I mean, I can pull it up in 2 seconds.
No, not the Vosh thing. I may have found it.
The crab fisherman's channel?
Yes.
I'm just a simple crab farmer.
I'll put the Vosh video on, and I'll keep looking.
Well, I mean, you got to skip over the stuff we've already seen because it's the last
Yeah,
part. I need to also make more tweets.
Okay, let me just do the rundown, okay? First of all, there are some conservatives blaming this on DEI, but as far as I can tell, they're all doing it disingenuously. There's not any real discourse. They're just baiting blue check Twitter ad revenue, okay? That's one. So
Great analysis. I agree.
quit giving them attention. Was anyone on the bridge? Yes. For two, my understanding is that this boat was having power issues for a while.
Correct.
You can actually see the lights on it flicker off a little bit before it hits the bridge. I think that they called ahead, and the reason why there are a bunch of cops on this bridge, you can see all the cop cars stopped here.
That's not the cop cars.
Is because they were trying to keep people off the bridge themselves. they already
Well,
knew the
correct.
ship was going
I
like
watched some of
haywire,
this.
but they didn't realize this would happen because, like, look at this, like Jesus Christ. Yeah, the crew sent out a warning. There are some people saying that this is like an infrastructural issue. I don't know what problems caused the boat to have its power issue.
Bridge fall
I
down.
don't think those were cops. They were construction workers. Oh my. Okay, I know there were cops there, but there were also construction workers
there's
there.
some
But they
YouTube
had,
links.
they
I
had
can't
blocked
copy
off
them.
some traffic.
I can't copy links.
Gotcha.
It
So
only,
these
and
were
it only
construction
shows
crew,
up
but
in
there
our
were
private
also
chat.
cops that were there that were trying.
What are you talking
Just
about?
tell me. I'm talking to chat, bro. So if you so if you just give me the name of the channel, that's how I can look it up. There's no efficient way to copy links in this. We need a better integrated chat that we don't have the infrastructure for right now.
And yeah. So sorry, guys. It wasn't all cops that went down. Also, there are some people who are saying that this is like an infrastructural issue. It's not. There is no infrastructure that can stop a fully loaded barge from annihilating anything it crashes into.
Somebody
Like,
over here is an expert, like a fisherman or something.
you can build whatever you want.
Luke
It's not
McFadden.
going to make a difference. You would have to build a goddamn fortification in front of every truss. There's no way, Yeah, the kinetic energy behind a fully loaded barge moving forward would collapse like anything. You might as well be like constructing buildings to not take damage from a plane crashing into them, Like unironically, we have to 9/11.
He's got an
proof
interesting channel
every
name.
What is it?
Well, it's like Luke McFadden, but the @ is like FV Southern Girl. FV Southern Girl. I wonder if Luke is transgender. And it just I couldn't let him change his channel name.
Well, the page I found is FV Miss Paula.
Miss?
Yeah. But this one is just like a crab channel. And the video that I'm looking for was 2 years ago. But there's like Maryland blue crabs, so the guy must be. But this is a dude. That's what's weird.
Yeah.
And this isn't the guy, but I'm pretty sure he's in that video. Give me a second. Okay, playing.
Building. Why did the bridge not simply parry the boat? Yeah. Anyone died? It was immediately declared a mass casualty event. I think, 6 people are unaccounted for from what I've seen, which means they're almost certainly dead. Probably all construction workers. I doubt anyone on the barge was killed because it's the barge, The foundations are supposed to fence away ships. Nothing could have fenced the ship away.
He is in this video.
The purpose of little...
Yeah, and I sent you the other channel that also has like a name that's like I'm a woman, Southern Girl.
Yeah, that's
maybe
weird.
that's the name of the boat.
Yeah, maybe.
Because it's more like people normally make their boats female.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, maybe. That's definitely him, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like foundational, like the dolphins and stuff, they guide people, and you keep ships from doing a little bump. But this thing, like, look at the size of this thing. Okay, see this car? That's a car. This pinprick of light is a car. This thing is like 100 feet tall, and it's fully loaded. We're talking like the weight of several
it's
buildings.
right here in the
moving
description.
forward.
It
There's
says
no
Captain of the FV Southern Girl.
Okay.
Concrete little. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing. It keeps moving after hitting the bridge. Like that's how much kinetic energy there is. Even after it hits the bridge, it continues moving forward. You can see it's not even moving at full speed here. Are they going to go after the captain? Well, considering it seems to be a power issue, probably not.
It's probably like no.
I mean, like I don't know what the.
It's definitely not. It's definitely not Nazi. Nazis are not crab fishermen. I just want to be clear about that. There has never been a Nazi crab fisherman.
Captain really could have done there.
Transvestigation. Let's go. I mean, all I'm just saying is that I got some envy vibes from him when he was talking.
Oh yeah, here you go. Okay, yeah, from an aerial shot.
The
Look
boat
at
was
that.
making the
There's not
frogs
a bridge on Earth. Jesus Christ. There is not a bridge in the goddamn world.
True.
In the Biden press conference, they mentioned something about going after who might be liable. Well, it is possible that poor maintenance on the boat led to it having its power issues,
you
but
go.
I can't imagine this being an issue with the crew. Anything that would cause a ship's power to go out like that doesn't seem to me like a moment-to-moment crew maintenance issue. That seems to me like a long-term problem. The ship had an accident before. Interesting. Well, that speaks even more to
I mean,
a
when you
chronic
look at
issue.
roller coaster
So,
rides, they go all the way
I
to
guess we'll
like
see. Maybe skipped maintenance.
maintenance and what went wrong and shit like that. It can go all the way back to the company that built the ride.
Yeah. Sometimes even
I've
the
just watched
metal,
a few YouTube channels that
Mm.
love roller coasters that have talked about it.
they're great. There's a lot of urban exploration channels that are really good as well. They're just like really aesthetically pleasing.
The Dali was
Sometimes they
Whatever,
get chased by
weirdo.
security.
Keep me out of
It's
your
great.
weird hobbies.
was involved in at least one prior accident when
Highly
it collided
recommend.
with a shipping pier. Oh, I get it. The Dali, because it makes a ruined mess of everything it touches. Nice. A 2016 incident occurs. The Dali was
It's an
leaving from
AI joke.
Antwerp and struck a local pier made of stone, causing damage to the ship's stern. An investigation determined a mistake made by the ship's master and pilot was to blame. Probably unrelated. If this was a captain's issue, that's not the same as whatever caused the power to die. Now, if it is somehow the captain's fault, like the captain did something that led to the power issues on the ship, they are going to hang that guy. They're going to bring the death penalty
Yeah,
back
he
to
was like,
Maryland so
"Hey,
they
let's
can hang
shut
him in
off
front of
power
the
to save battery while we're launching from port."
state capitol building. They're going to roll a guillotine out. That motherfucker is getting put into the device. How many people on that bridge during like daytime? The key bridge. This is a huge bridge. This is a very, very used bridge.
We know this
Thank
now.
God this happened during the night. Hundreds of people could have died if this had happened during prime time. It's so scary because it seems like for the most part this is literally just act of God stuff, you know? Like because like obviously
Or it's
something
Connie.
went wrong in a way that could be addressed, but you know, in like a moment-to-moment sense, this really just feels like
The thing with
act
James
of God
is
stuff,
that
you know?
it's inevitable that Hakani is going to be behind something huge, and then he gets to say, "See, I told you all." See, it's like placing your bets on like a sure payout.
Yeah.
Go to the part where he
Shouldn't blame it on the
looks at
company as
Biden.
well. Until we know what's caused it, we
Get
can't
to
really
some-
moving at this speed, right? Like, yeah, exactly. They're more. It's more like putting a parking brake on, where like once you're there, you just want to stay there, anchored to the ground. But if you're moving, like it's not going to stop you from moving. It's not like Sea of Thieves where you like power drift.
Before I leave for North Carolina, which is going to be in a few minutes, I want to speak briefly about the terrible incident and accident that happened in Baltimore this morning. At about 1:30, a container ship struck the Francis Scott.
For some reason, Artemy is
sound more
stopped
confident.
in front of my computer and he's mesmerized by the light that I have on the RAM. He's just staring at it.
Key Bridge, which I've been over many, many times commuting from the state of Delaware in our trainer by car. I've been in Baltimore Harbor many times. And the bridge collapsed, sending several people and vehicles into the water, into the river. And multiple U.S. Coast Guard units, which are stationed very nearby, thank God, were immediately deployed along with local emergency personnel. And the Coast Guard is leading the response to the port, where representatives from the Federal Highway Administration, the FBI, the Department of Transportation.
Okay, I think we saw all this, right?
Did we?
I think so.
I think we saw a clip of Biden talking, not the
Accounted for
full
still.
speech.
Not still, we're unaccounted for.
Okay.
Doesn't
We'll go
matter.
back.
We can move on if we want to.
We'll go back.
Fire. They're all working together to coordinate an emergency response. Officials at the scene estimate 8 people were unaccounted for still. Not still, were unaccounted for. That number might change. 2 have been rescued, 1 without injury, 1 in critical condition. And the search and rescue operation is continuing for all those remaining as we speak.
My Funko Pops.
I spoke with Governor Moore this morning, as well as the Mayor of Baltimore, the county executive, both United States senators and the congressman. And my Secretary of Transportation is on the scene. I told them we're going to send all the federal resources.
Why didn't they put barriers to subship? Look at the size of the ship relative to the size of the bridge. Again, just the kinetic energy involved in the movement of a ship of this size. There's nothing that you could build to stop it. You know, you would need like sea mines. You would need to like make the surrounding of every bridge look like Normandy Beach, circa 43.
Resources they need as we respond to this emergency. And I mean all the federal resources. And we're going to rebuild build that port together. Everything so far indicates that.
Like, remember how the Titanic was a really big ship, and then given the mass of the ship, like it was able to be cut open by ice, even though ice isn't as hard as steel. Okay, like
how big do you
this
think
ship
the
is
Titanic
huge.
was?
If it hit a
It was probably half the size,
bro,
and maybe a quarter of the height.
concrete barrier, it would just vaporize the
Bro.
concrete. Like it's so
Not
big.
even close.
Build a second bridge in front as a buffer.
This was a terrible accident. At this time, we have no other indication, no other reason to believe there's any intentional act here. Personnel on board the ship were able to alert the Maryland Department of Transportation that they had lost control of their vessel, as you all know and reported. As a result, local authorities were able to close the bridge to traffic before the bridge was struck, which undoubtedly
That's really good. That calling ahead probably saved like dozens of lives, you know?
saved lives. Our prayers are with everyone involved in this terrible accident.
It really sucks there was still construction crew on there. Like that's really though. Like I actually, hold on, thinking about it, like I feel like there should be an investigation into the decision making that kept the construction crew from leaving. The threat was a ship crashing into it. It wasn't like it wasn't like, you know, oh, civvies can't be here, but whatever. Like, why the didn't they pull those guys out?
Oh, come on.
All the families, especially those waiting for the news of their loved one right now. I know every minute in that circumstance feels like a lifetime. You just.
To be fair, they only had like 2 minutes max. I think they had 4 minutes. But if I was doing construction in the middle of a bridge and like I was like, hey, listen, a ship is careening towards us. You can see the ship. Like you can look over the side of the bridge and see this giant cargo ship with its lights flickering moving towards you. Like I am Scooby-Doo cartoon running off the edge of the goddamn.
Why would anybody be thinking about
right
hey,
there,
any
no?
ship that's going to go by is going to crash into us? Okay, here's the Titanic. Here's an average modern ship. Right, these are just commercial ships,
Mm-hmm.
or you know, like public stuff.
Small.
Yeah. So here's a cargo ship here.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Titanic is that? I mean, that's the Queen Mary. It's basically
yeah. Titanic's there. Four stacks on the Titanic.
Yeah.
Down.
But,
it's down.
Right here.
It's
there you
there.
go. So the Queen Mary is even bigger than it. There you go. The Yamato.
Yeah, I think the Queen Mary was a sister ship.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Mm.
Enterprise, you know, but like average cruise ship, way bigger.
Mm. The Titanic was not big in modern standards. Like,
yeah, that's why I was laughing.
Yeah.
To the scene and to the people of Baltimore, I want to say we're with you. We're going to stay with you.
One of these ships would the iceberg that took out the Titanic would get steamrolled by one of these ships.
It could, you know. That's the thing is that the ship is fine.
Yeah,
it's floating.
Yeah, it's fine.
Like the one cruise ship that crashed into the dock. That one sank. That was a hilarious.
That's because it capsized, though, right?
No, he crashed. I think.
I don't know what one you're talking about.
That's like the Corn Key. Yeah, the Internet Historian has a ship on it.
Okay,
there's a fucking story on the ship.
Like
trying to
Governor
catch the
said,
hit in the
you're
iframes.
Maryland tough, you're Baltimore strong, and we're going to get through this together. And I promise we're not leaving. Here's what's happening now.
I promise
Search and
we're not
rescue
leaving.
operation is
You
our
can't even
top
get rid of me.
priority. Ship traffic in the port of Baltimore has been suspended until further notice, and we'll need to clear that channel before the ship traffic can resume. The Army Corps of Engineers is on the spot and is going to help lead this effort to clear the channel.
Nice.
The Port of Baltimore is one of the nation's largest shipping hubs, and I've been there a number of times as a senator and as a vice president. It handles a record amount of cargo last year. It's also the top port in America for both imports and exports of automobiles and light trucks.
Oh, shit.
Around 850,000 vehicles go through that port every single year, and we're going to get it up and running again as soon as possible. 15,000 jobs depend on that port, and we're going to do everything we can to protect those jobs and help those workers. The bridge is also
I love
critical
that. I
for
love
travel.
that. So
We don't
like
care. It is pretty
him just including the thing about the jobs and the workers is such a good strategy to mask that it's really just all about capitalism and GDP.
Yeah.
But ultimately you need the workers for it anyway.
Uh-huh.
You know, so like it depends on how disingenuous you want to read him. But I do think that is a good move is mentioning the jobs and you know, mentioning the everyday people that it's affecting.
Economically important that the channel be cleared no matter what. You know, a lot of people's lives depend on the continuity of trade, not just people's jobs, but like, you know,
the election until the bridge is rebuilt.
focal point of our
The
economic
Supreme Court wouldn't
flow
allow
of,
that.
of commerce.
No.
It always sounds kind of like grim, where it's like, people have died, people are missing, but we got to get the ships up and running. But it is true. Like, it does make sense. That's not even like a capitalist thing or whatever. Like, you would have to do that under any system.
Not just for Baltimore, but for the Northeast Corridor. Over 30,000 vehicles cross the Francis Scott Key Bridge on a daily basis. It's virtually, it's one of the most important elements for the economy in the Northeast and the quality of life. My transportation secretary is there now. As I told Governor Moore, I've directed my team to move heaven and earth to reopen the port and rebuild the bridge as soon as humanly possible. And we're going to work hand in hand with the support of Maryland to support Maryland.
He's not just pro-union. His stance, and he has not really pushed this a lot, but like at the height of pushing the infrastructure bill, I think he's dialing back on it because being so pro-union isn't the best look for everyone. But like in the height of the Infrastructure Act, he was going around basically going to hard hat zones and giving speeches just outside talking about the unions and how he's going to rebuild the unions. And he's saying that he is the most pro-union president of all time. Like, which is so much smarter to do than Trump being like, maybe even greater than Lincoln. Just be like, just say you're the most law and order president, Trump, or something. No, yes, I'm the best at everything. I did so well. I held the Bible upside down.
Massive solar storm that occurred yesterday as well. It's possible that also fed into electrical issues.
Shut up.
Maybe. I am very curious to know what caused the issues on the ship. I would be surprised if it was something like that, because then you'd probably have more widespread issues, right? And solar stuff like that tends to affect larger grids more so than little ones, I think. I guess I don't really know. I did the math, and the ship had 23 tons of TNT worth of kinetic energy. Whew!
Jesus.
A solar storm would at most with GPS. Yeah, it probably wouldn't shut power down. Makes sense.
The state gets the support it needs. It's my intention that the federal government will pay for the entire cost of reconstructing that bridge. And I expect the Congress to support my effort. This is going to take some time. The people of Baltimore can count on us, though, to stick with them at every step of the way until the port is reopened and the bridge is rebuilt. We're not leaving until this job gets done. Not leaving until then. So I just want to say God bless everybody who got everyone harmed this morning.
You guys ready for them to over-engineer the replacement for the Key Bridge? It's gonna be like the most durable bridge in human history. They're going to over-engineer. What's that old saying? Like, anyone can build a bridge, but it takes an engineer to build a bridge that just barely stays up. Okay, we're going to get anyone to build a bridge. He's going to get like a 43-year-old mom who plays those like bridge building mobile games to build it, and she's going to be like, okay, I need $4 billion to put a truss every 4 feet, and all right, I'll need okay, can we make everything out of stainless steel? And like, we bankrupt the entire economy, but we make like the most indestructible. Like, when human civilization collapses, this will be like the one remaining element. This will be the one remaining structure.
This is nonsense. Time to move on. He's in full nonsense mode. Time to move on. I denounce this nonsense. Let's get into some racist shit. In Mexico,
the flow of migrants north to the U.S. border has picked up again after a brutally cold winter. Venezuelan Gustavo Rodriguez is one of many on his way to Ciudad Juárez, just across from El Paso, Texas.
I'm traveling with my son and a female friend. We are helping each other because she has small children.
The rise follows the suspension of a controversial Texas law that allowed police to arrest and detain people they suspect of entering the country illegally. The law raised concerns of racial profiling in a state where 40% of the population is Latino. The U.S. Supreme Court extended a temporary freeze this week,
right?
Pending review.
Like, the thing is that a lot of the people who are Latin American are not voting in Texas. Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Like, 40% of your population is Latin American, and you're openly pushing for these laws that are targeting people like them. How do you think that's going to work out for your fucking vote, bro? You better gerrymander pretty good after that one.
Migrants already in Mexico to start moving north again from places like Chihuahua or Gómez Palacio in Torreón.
Gonzalez says shelters in Ciudad Juárez have seen a 30% increase in migrants over the past 2 weeks.
I think they're planning on not having to worry about their re-election. As long as Trump gets into power, they'll collapse everything. I think that's their plan at this point.
Maybe.
Resources are making the journey on foot, trying to keep safe by staying in groups and not just on the road.
tratamos lo más posible de resguardarnos, bien sea en el sitio donde nos están dando al ojo.
They have reason for concern. Many migrants have been assaulted, robbed, and killed on their journey north, and the danger
Her net
isn't over
sound
once
of the
they
guy
reach the
she's
border
voicing
cities.
over is way too high.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as
We
well.
really need to bury that.
Yeah, it needs to be only the voiceover. We don't need.
Oh, you
really
just bury
need
it.
the,
You like drop it to like
Yeah.
negative 20 decibels.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Ciudad Juárez, for example, witnessed over 120 homicides in January, according to the Chihuahua Attorney General's office. In response, the Mexican government deployed military troops to help quell the violence. But migrants say the army presence doesn't help.
En esta ciudad se nos hace muy
It's very
difícil,
difficult for us in
en
the
base
city
a
with all that
todo
is
lo que está
happening, the
aconteciendo
different
con
organized
las
criminal gangs.
diferentes tipos de bandas.
The
Castro
other
Gonzalez
voice
says he
that's
has seen
supposed to be there, I don't know what it's saying. It's way lower than his.
Yeah, it's so low.
Mhm.
I can only just get it.
Information campaigns encouraging undocumented migrants to make the trip to the border.
Se corren la voz, ¿no?
They are
De
spreading
que
the word
se
for them
vengan
to
y que
come, that they are
les
opening the
están
doors
abriendo
to
la
let
cancha
them
para
in
entrar
through a
por cierta
certain
puerta.
port of entry,
Creo que
which
es
is
una
false.
información no correcta.
However, the desire to pursue a better life often overrides caution from many migrants as they hold on to hope of achieving their dream of starting anew in the United States. For Cesar Contreras in Ciudad Juárez, Mexico, Veronica Villafañe, VOA News.
Thanks.
I love that it's a free press matters when it's a government-owned thing.
This morning, tensions escalating on the Texas border. Dramatic new video shows a struggle between Border Patrol and migrants in El Paso. The video shows dozens of migrants
Pretty
pulling
wild.
aside a razor wire fence,
I didn't
then
look at
pushing
how
their
much
way
Fox
past a
News has covered
handful
this,
of
but I
Border
can
Patrol
only
agents.
imagine.
The migrants
Yeah.
were eventually stopped a short time later by a steel fence, where
Lol.
border agents and Texas DPS
Lol.
contained the situation and processed the 400 to 600
The
migrants.
fence worked. The wall worked.
Governor Greg Abbott posting on social media
Fucking
that
hell.
after the incident, law enforcement quickly regained control and are redoubling the razor wire barriers, while urging Texas DPS to arrest those involved for criminal trespass and destruction of property. Earlier this week, video captured in Ciudad Juárez, Mexico, shows migrants placing blankets over a similar barbed wire fence to protect themselves as they pass through. This all comes as
Yeah.
the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals heard arguments this week about
They
the
do that.
controversial Texas
They
bill
have to fucking
SB4.
crawl through that with babies too.
The
It's
bill
either
will
that
allow
or
local
dehydrate and die.
authorities in Texas to arrest migrants suspected of crossing illegally and empower state judges to order deportations back to Mexico. The Supreme Court allowed the bill to go into effect for hours on Tuesday, only for the law to be paused again upon appeal. The circuit court judges appearing skeptical.
This is the first time it seems to me that a state has claimed that they have the right to remove illegal aliens.
States outside of Texas are also feeling pressure to get involved at the border. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro says he won't send National Guard troops to the border, despite
How far is Pennsylvania from the border again?
Yeah, I know, right?
calls from his Republican-led legislature.
The last thing in the world I'm going to do is
I don't give a fuck what you have to say. Shut the fuck up.
No, he's saying he's not going to do it because he's not crazy.
I still don't give a fuck what he has to
Yeah.
say. You're in Pennsylvania. Shut up.
put the
he's a
brave women
Republican.
and men
Yeah.
of the Pennsylvania National Guard's lives at risk to be part of some political squabble at the border.
Lives at risk. Okay.
Officials tell NBC
It wouldn't
News
go
that the
that
type of
far.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Can't just say that's an overreach of power.
incident that occurred in El Paso is rare at the border. CBP emphasizing that individuals who are here without a legal basis to remain in the U.S. are subject to deportation and would not be allowed to reapply for admission for at least 5 years. And as for that new law, it remains on hold. No word yet on when we might expect a ruling. Craig?
Priscilla Thompson for us there in Texas. Priscilla, thank you.
Look you, the sissy liar.
A U.S. appeals
Kinda
court
close to
panel
the
on
Canadian
Wednesday
border,
seemed
yeah.
split over a Texas law that would empower state authorities to arrest and prosecute migrants and asylum seekers suspected of illegally crossing the U.S.-Mexico border. The hearing before a panel of the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans is the latest in a whipsaw of judicial decisions about the contentious law. It comes a day after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled the law could go into effect, while challenges made their way through the appeals process. But just hours later, the three-judge appeals panel scheduled an emergency hearing and reversed its own earlier ruling, resulting in the state law again being blocked from taking effect. SB4 would make...
Oh, is that the Was this SCOTUS or was this the Texas Supreme Court?
There's a few different levels of this, but both has happened. Like it's been through multiple levels of. That's why this is like a complete story that we can like flesh out now.
Yeah.
Make it a state crime to illegally enter or re-enter Texas from a foreign country, and would allow state judges to order that violators leave the United States, with prison sentences up to 20 years for those who refuse to comply. The Biden administration has sued to block the law,
Well, they get to
arguing
stay in
the federal
America.
government has sole jurisdiction over immigration and enforcement. The two judges who spoke during Wednesday's hour-long arguments split sharply over whether SB 4 improperly interferes with federal powers. The dispute over the Texas law is one in a series of legal battles between Republican state officials and the Biden administration over Texas's ability to police its border with.
I have a question. Is it the Texas-Mexico border or is it the US-Mexico border? Not rhetorical.
Yeah, you know. No, that's the interpretation of the law.
Yeah.
That's why there's a
Well,
legal argument, isn't there?
Sure. But it's not the Texas-Mexico border. So
Well, that's what's being argued in court.
yeah.
Mexico. It remains to be seen if the appeals court panel will allow SB 4 to take effect, pending the outcome of a challenge by the administration of Democratic President Joe Biden and civil rights groups.
Philly.
First, we start with the controversial immigration enforcement law in Texas that is now once again on hold. That update just hours after the Supreme Court allowed the law to go into effect. Our Andres Valle is here with that back and forth in court.
Well, Darlene, the law would allow Texas to arrest and deport migrants suspected of illegally crossing into the U.S. from Mexico, regardless of federal law. That same appeal court that blocked the bill is hearing oral arguments today, and nearby border communities are just frustrated.
There would be a huge impact on our finances in the county. You know, this is a county bearing a decision made at the federal and state level, and we're not equipped to do that. We have a very tight budget this year.
The southern border in the spotlight yet again.
What's going on the border is nothing short of catastrophic.
At issue, the Texas state law that would give local.
I love it when they call it an invasion. Like
they suspect crossing to the
there's
state
actual places being invaded for real by like militants.
Yeah. Yep.
And they'll be like, well, the cartel and gangs are militants, and I'm like, shut up. Just shut up.
Companies that are trying to come in, or tourism is trying to come into El Paso, SB 4 frightens them, you know, that they were going to be arrested.
El Paso County Judge Ricardo Samaniego speaking up against Texas Governor Greg Abbott, saying the law will negatively affect communities in El Paso, but as well as southern New Mexico. Representative Gabe Vasquez, who oversees New Mexico's southern border, sending us this statement. The issue here is not just about immigration enforcement, but also about racial profiling, where all Hispanic people, including border residents who are American citizens, can be unfairly targeted.
Texas has a right to
It
defend
should have been
ourselves.
streamlined. The process it needs to be overhauled and streamlined. Whether or not you can say a lot of things, but like there was a few positive aspects of Reagan's immigration policies.
And we will use that authority to declare an invasion and fight back against that invasion.
I think the community understands that it's not about having open borders. So we want pathways, legal pathways. We don't want open borders.
And regardless of today's appeals court hearing, this Texas law could soon make its way back to the Supreme Court and be challenged. According to the Amanda Spy for KWT, Action 7 News.
Whoa, rapid. What was that? Rapid.
Pop, pop, pop. And then it was like rapid fire.
This one.
Guns in the backyard. But somebody posted a video
tonight. A controversy.
Palestine pages, and it's like kids in a Palestinian camp, and like one is like in a balaclava with like a fake knife, like pretending to like take another kid and stuff. And I'm like, this is children playing with guns, toy guns. Like, what are we doing here? Are we like, oh my, this is like, you look at fucking like black kids playing and like they're playing army, which all kids do. Look, I've been a camp counselor. You know the amount of times we have to be like, all right, no more sticks allowed.
Because
all right, guess why? Guess why? Because they all take the stick, they pretend it's a gun, and inevitably it ends up with somebody being whacked in the back of the legs or head with a stick. And then everyone's sticks get taken away.
No more sticks. Sticks everywhere. No more sticks.
Controversial immigration law still on hold. 24 hours after the Supreme Court gave the green light for it to begin. Today, a federal appeals court holding a hearing over the Texas law.
Although it is funny when kids hit each other with sticks.
It is very funny. Kids getting hurt is very entertaining.
4, which allows state and local authorities to arrest migrants suspected of crossing the southern border illegally and allows state judges to deport them. The judges appearing skeptical of the law.
This is the first time it seems to me that
allow state judges to deport them. So they're going to go to state judges who are going to be way more like, you know, like resistant to like be overshadowing laws and stuff, right? Unlike the Supreme Court that's actually politically biased. So these judges are going to get these cases and be like, what? Like, no. Like, what do they think is going to happen? This is such like it's obviously such a phony fucking stunt.
Remove illegal aliens.
Governor Greg Abbott standing by the law, saying Texas is taking action because President Biden has not stopped a record number of migrants.
What's going on the border is nothing short of catastrophic.
Texas had already placed razor wire and buoys to deter migrants from crossing illegally. Moves challenged in court by the Biden administration. So far in 2024, most illegal.
Like, you're literally like the whole thing with like Title 42, like they made it a catastrophe on purpose. Like, you're supposed to not, you're creating the situation that you think is, it's like how people like the fucking like Democrats, people say that the reason Biden hasn't drafted a abortion like legalization across the board is because he knows it's good electorally to run on it. And it's like, bro, it literally needs an act of Congress. It needs a fucking filibuster, like proof vote in Congress. That's not how it fucking works.
Illegal crossings have been in Arizona and California. A trend some border officials tell NBC News is due to those tougher policies in Texas. Zapata County Sheriff Raimundo Del Bosque is in favor of the new law.
SB4, I do support it. What we're targeting is the violence, the cartel, people that want to, violent offenders that want to come across.
But in Maverick County, where crowds of migrants converged on Eagle Pass last fall, Sheriff Tom Schmerber has reservations.
Schmerber's face, are you in favor of SB4?
Not until I get more information how it's going to work.
And do you know when that will be?
What?
The sheriff concerned over where
What did
arrested
he
migrants
just say?
will go. His detention center.
And not until he gets more information on how it works.
They're already at capacity.
And we're here in the middle trying to see what's going to happen, you know, but it's more like politics between the state and the federal government. That's the way I see it.
And where does that put you?
In the middle, like it's not, they're not concerned about us. It's concerned about them.
So, Morgan, where does this leave us? The appeals court didn't rule on the Texas law today. Any idea when they will?
Yeah, Lester, right now that 3-judge panel has given no indication, but given how fast they've acted within the last 24 hours, that decision could come soon. And keep in mind, there is a good chance that all of this ends up right back in the Supreme Court. Lester?
60 Minutes overtime.
Careful with these guys. I don't know if they claim so.
Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador.
We just got to be extra transformative.
AMLO. His policies play a major role in U.S.
See,
politics.
I call him AMLO.
Times American
You
politics.
know, I call him AMLO. Yeah, lower them down too. So we're extra transformative.
Okay, super transformative.
Yes.
Have invoked his country, including Speaker of the House Mike Johnson,
What
last
else?
month that he urged President Biden to reestablish a program requiring migrants to wait out
Check, can you believe
cases
this?
south of the border.
I cannot
The answer is
believe
simple.
this.
You reinstate remain in Mexico.
No way. That's crazy.
I told the president that at the White House again. Said he couldn't do it. I said that's not true. Well, I don't. Mexico doesn't want that, Mr. President. We're the United States.
What?
This guy is you can tell he's
We're the
so full
United
of
States
shit.
of America, for God's
Look at-
sake.
You can tell he's so full. He knows he's full of shit. The policy is better and would actually
Mexico will
reduce
do what we
migrants, which is
Yeah.
supposedly what their party wants. But it can't happen under the Biden admin.
Mm-hmm. Of course not. They have to wait for Trump, or not at all.
El señor legislador,
Johnson.
sí, es un irrespetuoso. Nosotros somos un país independiente.
See, that's also the thing is like politics elsewhere, even in Mexico, are so organized that like shit that this guy's doing is like wild to them. Like, why are you acting like Gaddafi, bro?
Yeah, it is. It is very strange. It's very odd. He needs to chill out.
Like, you're literally like, I found this thing. I gotta find this graph again because it was such a funny graph.
Polonia. No somos protectorado de ningún país extranjero. Tenemos una muy buena relación con el gobierno de Estados Unidos, pero no de subordinación. El presidente Biden es respetuoso de nuestra soberanía, como lo fue el presidente Trump, porque cada vez que hablo con el presidente Biden, lo primero que me dice es que nuestra relación se tiene que dar en un pie de igualdad.
I'm not. I can't.
Es muy difícil.
And don't worry.
De que lo entiendan los
I am worried though because it's transformative if you're translating.
No, he's just saying that all politicians are shit.
Including
and the Biden's
him.
like kind of okay.
Including him. Okay. It's called sorry, frog in my throat. I didn't know this existed. And I just found this, but what's even better is the graphic on here. So it's called the Organization of American States. So here's who's in it. You know, green is good. It's that simple, right? Disputed member states. So is the yellow, which is just Venezuela. But check this out. This is like the most. I don't care about the guy's diagram. I want to see this full picture because here it is, the button. Isn't this fucking great? Boy, what a fucking confusing graphic, right? Like, do we really need all of these on here?
The fuck?
Yeah. It's just showing like the overlap and what's in what. But I mean, like, but this is kind of important to like think about this though. Like the OAS, you know, the red box, right? The only ones not in it is Cuba and whatever island this is, like St. Vincent or something, right? So like all these states are in this compact, right? But then there's also like where are they? CARICOM is where? CARICOM?
Down the bottom. Light blue.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it's this one that's down on the bottom. So this one is like only in CARICOM and OC, whatever this is.
Yeah. Perfect.
You know, but it just shows like how interconnected everything is. And like look, see, this is just United States, Mexico, and Canada. Right? Is this federation here? Canada doesn't exist in any federations but these two.
Huh. I guess I wouldn't need.
Look at Mexico's in so many of these.
Is that the replacement for that last policy, the USMCA?
Well, I think it's just like, oh, you mean NAFTA?
Yeah. Is that just the replacement for that one?
Yeah. You're right. It replaced NAFTA. You're right. You are right.
Rare Jack W.
Pacific Alliance. So look at that. Why aren't we in this? Why aren't we in this?
Not in the Pacific.
America? America, not in the Pacific?
Yeah, Hawaii doesn't exist. Stolen land. Oh my god, I'm fucking yawning so much. This is fucked.
Association of Caribbean States, you know? Hang on. What is going on over here?
Why is
It's because France owns this territory right here. It's a colony of France still.
They should have a revolution.
I think they benefit too much that they don't want to, just like our colonies. People were like, did you know that Spain and because they're talking about like the Canary Islands, Spain and France still have colonies in Africa? And I'm like, yes. Yes.
Welcome to common knowledge.
It also helps people out though, because they can go to these smaller islands and get asylum. Streamlines their asylum process.
En vez de buscar el diálogo y llegar a acuerdos y atender las causas, es utilizar en el caso nuestro, a México.
That's a solid argument. That is a solid argument.
Es de México. El problema migratorio lo origina México.
Lopez Obrador also had thoughts about Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who has fought with the federal government
Vanka.
immigration policy in the U.S.
el gobernador de Texas para hacer propaganda, porque creo que quiere ser candidato a la
He said propaganda.
He wants to be the vice president, is what he said. Interesting.
Va al
Also,
Río
Puerto
Bravo,
Rico and Samoa.
pone alambradas.
Puerto Rico is not a colony. So we actually, if we have a crash course episode on South Asian and like it's like South Asian and oceanic policies, right? It's like literally over half the planet in this region that we cover. I literally couldn't fit all the countries we cover on the globe because it's like so spread out. So like 2 are like slightly off the globe in the graphic. Like you literally can't fit them all on the coverage. But I go over like the relationships between the colonies and what's a colony and what isn't. But there's different there's like 3 different levels of like United States empire over these islands. And like some of it's like protectorate stuff. Some are completely autonomous. And then I think like Micronesia is like the Federated States of Micronesia is the one that's like inside the US, but then there's an island right next to it that isn't. And then there's Guam, which is like basically like Puerto Rico is like above the rest. It's basically a state. It should be a state. They technically vote in our federal elections actually. So I don't know if it matters because they don't have electoral points, you know. But I guess they can give some like I'm pretty sure they vote in our federal elections. But there's no point. Just like how DC has no vote, there's no representative for the District of Columbia. No country except the United States is like that, where the people of the capital have no representation.
Eso es oportunismo. Eso, con todo respeto, es politiquería. Eso no es serio.
That's not a serious solution.
No.
Lopez Obrador will not be in office when Americans go to the polls this November. His own term
Yep.
is up in September. But what he says about Joe Biden,
But
and
his
Trump
successor
suggests
is going to
he wants
win.
to keep Mexico on good.
Yeah. Chick too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Good footing with Washington, no matter who wins the White House.
You are the #1 trading partner right now with the United States. Do you feel Washington and the White House is treating you with that respect?
Sí. Sí. El presidente Trump como el presidente Biden han sido muy respetuosos, los dos.
Okay. That's enough.
Did he say Trump also had respect for him?
Yeah. Both of them.
What a classy guy, huh? But in there, he talks about his policies that we've gone over about, you know, lifting the sanctions on Cuba. Basically,
Yeah.
it's stupid not to strengthen your fucking empire, America.
Yeah.
Like it's a free empire strengthening. Like,
yeah, crazy.
Like, why are you not grabbing it?
Insane. All right. Mark. Did that work? No. It's not working. Everything's broken. Cool.
You broke it. You broke it.
Everything is broken.
You
There we
broke
go.
it. It's okay. I got this. I can talk about
No, I
this.
got it. I got it.
Okay, so see, we got these are this is America's empire. See, it's a Pacific nation.
No, I can't see.
Oh yeah, I'm covering it, huh? It's a Pacific nation. So so 50 states, got that. So incorporated unrecognized territory is this atoll, whatever that means, you know? I don't know anything about that atoll. Organized territory, you know, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so these are territories. And then there should be blah, blah, blah. We don't care about the territories. I want to know about colonies as well. This might just be about territories, but there's a difference. Wikipedia let me down by not streamlining that. Normally they are.
activists on both sides of the abortion debate faced off outside the U.S.
Loud,
Supreme Court on Tuesday.
not loud,
While
fast.
inside, the justices heard arguments in a
Got it.
case that could determine the fate of a widely used abortion medication called mifepristone. A group of 4 doctors and 4 medical associations who oppose abortion brought the challenge to the drug. They claim the Food and Drug Administration wrongly decided to make such medications available for use at up to 10 weeks of pregnancy, and in allowing the drug to be sent by mail without an initial in-person visit to a clinic. The Biden administration appealed a lower court ruling that would have limited how the pills are prescribed and distributed. The U.S. Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelogar told the justices the plaintiffs didn't have standing, meaning they hadn't been harmed, and the court should dismiss the case.
We don't think they come within 100 miles of the kind of circumstances this court has previously identified of non-speculative harm that can create the kind of cognizable injury for forward-looking relief.
The Supreme Court has a 6-3 conservative majority after a 2022 ruling that overturned a 50-year precedent protecting a constitutional right to abortion. Numerous states enacted Republican-backed measures banning or sharply restricting the procedure. Since then, medication abortion has become the most common method of ending pregnancies in the United States, now accounting for more than 60% of abortions. Mifepristone is taken with another drug called misoprostol to perform
Why are we out
medication
of the
abortions.
screen?
Plaintiffs have said
Oh,
that the
because
use
I
of
changed it
mifepristone
for the
could
wiki
lead
and
to
I haven't
higher
changed it back because
hospital
I've been
visits
looking for the
and result
actual
in some
what
doctors
the United
who
States
oppose
calls their
abortion on
special colonies. What the word actually is.
moral grounds being forced to complete failed medical abortions. But the justices seemed skeptical that these claims might justify restrictions on the drug.
Abortion in a
Here's
cup.
conservative Associate Justice Neil Gorsuch.
And this case seems like a prime example of turning what could be a small lawsuit into a nationwide legislative assembly on an FDA rule or any other federal government action.
Liberal Associate Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson was even more critical.
They're saying
The other
because-
one that it is the states and compacts of free association.
Okay.
So that's Marshall Islands, Micronesia, and Palau. And so it's Marshall Islands, United States provides defense funding, grants, and access to U.S. social services for citizens under the compact.
Interesting.
So, but they still have their own economy. They're an independent economy. So they essentially are their own, and they're also recognized UN members. So they're completely independent, but they still do fall under the empire of the United States.
Okay.
Like I think we have military bases there, obviously, because that's to do with the defense. So that's the other one.
As we object to having to be forced to participate in this procedure, we're seeking an order preventing anyone from having access to these drugs at all.
But Associate Justice Samuel Alito, who authored the 2022 ruling eliminating constitutional abortion protections, seemed to suggest that dismissing the case outright would unfairly shield the FDA from court oversight.
You think the FDA is infallible? Your argument here is that even if the FDA acted unlawfully, nobody can challenge that in court.
So you were asked if the agency is infallible, and I guess I'm wondering about the flip side.
Judge Jackson turned Alito's question around, asking whether it made sense for courts to rule on scientific studies of pharmaceutical safety.
You have concerns about judges parsing medical and scientific studies.
The FDA gave mifepristone regulatory approval in 2000. It has said that after decades of use by millions of women in the United States and around the world, mifepristone has proven, quote, extremely safe, and that, quote, study after study has shown that, quote, serious adverse events are exceedingly rare.
Okay.
Truss every 4 feet.
So
Okay.
then it's the Commonwealth stuff, right? This would be
Where's
like
that?
our this would be like Australia, right? Australia's in the Commonwealth of the British, right? So the territories, so it says in the 90s, Guam was in favor of becoming in favor of this U.S. territory becoming a commonwealth, which would give it a level of self-government similar to Puerto Rico and the North Mariana Islands, which I don't know anything about, right? So that's the difference. So it's territories, commonwealths, which are self-governing, and then free compact states, free associated states, who are completely independent. So that's the levels of independence.
On the campaign trail, Trump has been talking about what he plans to do if elected in November. And that includes rolling back the rights of millions of LGBTQ people.
Boy.
It's part of a wider playbook to undo many modern
and also
civil rights
another part
abuses
about it
from-
is, so like if you go back and watch this episode, one of the things that I'm talking about is that there's contracts. So the contracts are getting renegotiated, and like because these are islands nations, they wanted like major compensation from the United States because of climate change. And basically if the United States doesn't give it to them, they leave, because the United States wants their army there at the end of the day. That's part of it. They need the trade hubs there. It improves their trade. It's all about the projection and security over shipping routes that the United States projects on why it wants to keep these nations happy and inside. So it's a lot less exploitive as how it used to be. Like, they make sure they are benefiting from being inside the United States. It's more beneficial for the states to stay inside these like different zones and recognitions of the United States, because they're so small.
Minority groups. White House correspondent
One
Laura
might leave,
Barone
though,
Lopez
that
has been
Micronesian
following
one.
this, and she joins us
Yeah.
now. Hi.
Hi.
So
Hi.
on LGBTQ rights, what has Trump said he wants to do?
Since launching his campaign, former President Donald Trump has targeted LGBTQ people, transgender people. He's attacked gender-affirming care for minors, as well as their ability to play in sports. And he says that he plans quick action if elected.
On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content.
Question: what does that mean? Can you define those, please?
To our children.
I'm not sure, but it's definitely in that
Promise you
episode.
just heard, William, has become a staple of former President Donald Trump's campaign rallies.
How much of that, though, is just campaign rally rhetoric? I mean, we know that kind of
I do
language
love this guy who
excites a
hosts
certain
PBS
slice of his
because
base.
he reminds me of like a parody news anchor, you know?
Okay.
Like, he just has
Wow.
this tone. He just has this tone. Like, he's still
Okay.
doing it real serious, but it seems like something you would see in like a comedy movie. I don't know.
Okay.
I just get that vibe.
Sure.
Now watch
How
this
much of that
vibe.
is just him talking versus what he actually plans to do?
Well, it's not just campaign rhetoric, and his allies have drafted a sweeping document titled Project 2025. It's led by the conservative think tank.
I mean, look, they legalized weed. That doesn't surprise me at all.
It's in
Any
the
country that
list. I put it
legalizes,
in the list, so
like any country that legalizes weed is pretty progressive on the social front generally, or they're building to it. It's a pretty good indicator.
The Heritage Foundation, and it details a blueprint for a second term for Trump, specifically on restricting LGBTQ rights. What that details is reinstating a transgender military ban, limiting LGBTQ workplace discrimination protections. Currently under the law, sexual orientation and gender identity are protected. It would rescind healthcare protections for transgender people and urge Congress to define gender as male and female fixed at birth. Trump has repeatedly said also, William, that he would ban gender affirming care for minors. And this playbook makes pretty clear that this plan also is trying to stop any and all acknowledgement of and acceptance of gender identity and LGBTQ
Yeah, that's the
people,
plan.
period. And so throughout this blueprint, there's some pretty striking language where saying that government officials should only recognize marriages between a man and a woman, and that a man and a woman are the ideal natural family structure. Also, in addition to that, William, Trump has outlined a number of policies that essentially help
This Trump guy sounds fucking awful.
minority groups, and that they would be on the chopping block. So when it comes to Project 2025 cuts to diversity,
Hey, you know what'd be
plan
great
would
if we
do is
could promote
delete
that new episode where we talk about this project and
Mm.
how it's being implicated right now in Singapore. If only we could release that. If we had someone else's story, literally done and
It
ready
is on
to
the
go.
Patreon.
Yeah, I mean it is there. Yeah, you're right. So anyone
If you
who
want to,
has,
if you want to give us $1, you can go and watch it on the
I mean
Patreon right
it's
now.
pretty good. You
It's a
know,
very good episode.
diversity, equity, and inclusion from every piece of legislation, remove diversity, equity, and inclusion offices from federal agencies, curtail the teaching of race and racism, and urge Congress to ban federal funds for critical race
What is
theory
that?
training. Essentially, William Trump has vowed on the campaign trail to terminate all DEI programs.
Are all of those things that you listed, are those within the purview of the president? Can he legally just go ahead and do those things?
No.
So technically, this relies on Trump, if he is reelected, enacting a legal concept known as the unitary executive theory. And that's outlined in Project 2025. And it essentially suggests that Trump could basically just work around or ignore congressional oversight. And we spoke to Kim Whaley. She's the professor, a law professor at the University of Baltimore, about Trump's ability to carry out Project 2025.
With Donald Trump, the question isn't so much what the law authorizes, it's that if he has an army of employees that are willing to be loyal to whatever he wants and they implement what he directs, then the question is there going to be pushback through Congress, through the courts, through the voters? If there's no accountability and pushback, then the answer to your question is yes. Then these things can happen because there's nothing to stop him.
Okay, great. Next.
All
Grumbly
right, well,
old
let's go ahead
man.
and bring in Katie Pavlich, townhall.com editor, also a Fox News contributor. Katie, thanks for being here in person and
Thanks, Katie.
wading through that presser with us. So there's a bit of the kitchen sink aspect to the strategy that the DNC is using so far against RFK. They have filed this SEC complaint. They are trying now very hard to prove that the Trump campaign is actually financing RFK somehow. What do you make of this as a strategy?
Well, they are using a lot of different tactics here, but they are all very surface level. You're not hearing them talk a lot about the substance or the platforms that they have put out for the Kennedy campaign. If you listen yesterday to Nicole Shanahan and things that she was talking about in her introduction speech, essentially to the country, she talks a lot about why she left the Democratic Party and how she used to identify with a lot of the issues that they were pushing.
Are they doing this as coat because he's going to pull more votes from Trump?
I mean that's in there.
And now she no longer does. And that's why Democrats are so worried, because they are pulling from disenfranchised Democrats. And of course, it affects Trump as well, but in a much more minor way than it's affecting him on these issues. And that's why you've seen the DNC suing with, alleging this coordination between the super PAC and the campaign. You've seen them trying to keep RFK Jr. off of the ballots. That's not going to work. They've qualified with signatures in places like Michigan. They're going to have the money to get onto those ballots. And so it is a huge problem for them, especially when in swing states, RFK Jr. is polling away more than 4%. And of course, Democrats have a little bit of PTSD from 2016 with the Jill Stein vote.
With this choice, the VP choice, a lot of people, Karl Rove
Who?
among them,
How many states did
thinks it
Jill
was all
Stein
about the
win?
money and the ability.
Who's that?
She's the Russian Green Party lady who sits with Vladimir Putin and Wagner Corps at dinners and stuff.
Oh, I know who she is.
9/11 was an
money
inside
on-
job lady.
Awesome. I don't know. Is it worse than Gary Johnson? I don't think so.
No.
Gary Johnson's just
Gary
like, I don't
Johnson's
know
fine.
where Aleppo is.
Gary Johnson's fine. Like he's not presidential material, but he's not like fucking just blowing Putin underneath the fucking table.
True.
like
to
Trump
get
and
on
Jill
these
Stein.
ballots. No offense to Ms. Shanahan. The bumper sticker is pretty attractive to Irish Catholic Americans.
Yes.
True,
Kennedy
true, yeah,
Shanahan. And you saw
that's
the
where they
Biden
need to
campaign and
analyze
the
it, to
Biden White
take the
House
Irish
bring the
Catholic
Kennedys
vote away
into the
from
White
Biden.
House and have this big photo op to say, no, the Kennedy family is with us on the steps outside the
All
Oval
of that
Office
for St. Patrick's Day.
for
by
St.
the way.
Patrick's Day.
Yes.
So you wonder what the purpose is and what the goal is of the Kennedy Shanahan run.
They said that they want a different point of view. That's
He's a
70% of the
crackpot.
country, it's much like the argument that
Yes.
Nikki Haley has been making.
He's
wants someone
insane.
different, and that they
Yep.
have
We don't
the
need
money.
their waffling about this. We got
Have
it.
you seen how many crosses are in the background on his bookshelf? Also, can we talk about worst tie game out of all
Awful.
politicians?
Yeah. Really bad. Thin tie, really bad look.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. officially choosing Nicole Shanahan as his vice presidential running mate.
Yeah, the independent presidential candidate's choice is a political newcomer with a background in law and technology.
That means
WBZ's political analyst John Keller
literally no
breaks
experience in politics. Newcomer
Yep.
means yesterday she was not in politics.
down the strategy behind this choice and where it puts Kennedy in the polls.
James was joking because
Brilliant
they look at her.
scientist.
They look at her. She made her announcement to be happy with the campaign on Twitter, and like the next tweet after that is like from years ago, and he's like, "Wow, it's crazy that RFK picked somebody who wasn't terminally online."
Technologist, a fierce warrior mom,
Oh God,
Nicole Shanahan.
get her to talk instead of you.
Robert Kennedy
Please.
Jr. needed money and
Watch,
a
she
running
goes
mate
up
to
there,
boost
we
his
hear her voice,
quixotic
and it's like
independent run for
It's
president.
worse.
it's like
And
a
in
fucking like
billionaire
puppet
entrepreneur
monster.
Nicole Shanahan, he got both. Shanahan put up $4 million out of her pocket to fund this Super Bowl ad transposing Kennedy's
Ooh, that's
face
awful.
on an old John F. Kennedy
That's
campaign
awful.
commercial.
You know what you should never do? Recycle old commercials.
Oh,
you
dude,
fucking
this bro,
bumpkin.
you know he fucking had to apologize to his own family, and
For
then
this?
kept the ad up. Yeah. They were
That's
not happy
hilarious.
about it.
I'm not surprised.
His
This
whole
is
family
so
fucking hates him. He's a
distasteful.
crackpot.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Infuriating some members of the Kennedy family, some of whom have been pushing back hard against Bobby's candidacy, posing for this photo in support of President Biden and making it clear they think the campaign's a sham.
He's trading in on Camelot, celebrity, conspiracy theories, and conflict for personal gain and fame.
Nonetheless, after dropping out of the Democratic race last fall to run as an independent, Kennedy is generating some surprisingly healthy results. In a recent national Harvard-Harris poll, Kennedy had a net favorability rating
hilarious.
13 points better than former President Trump and
You know what? I hope he wins.
Bro, he literally was talking about how if he wins, he's gonna start a famine.
Awesome. I hope he doesn't win. I hope all three of them die in the campaign.
I think you got
That
a point
would
where
be
you can make
great.
them fight to the death, and that way there's a good chance they
I
won't
also
lose.
agree. Gladiator fight. Give him a knife and
But
chuck him in a gladiator
but
pit.
also throw a mountain lion in there.
They got to work together before they kill each
Yeah.
other.
I think we should. You know how Hunger Games? It's politicians doing it to like quell the population or something.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I
It's-
watched the
it's-
first one and I was like, wow, they did not develop that character at all before killing her that I'm supposed to feel emotional about. They literally had one scene with her before this. Anyway, and then also the guy paints himself like as a rock, and it's very silly. Anyway, I think we should do that, but instead it's politicians.
Yes, I've said this forever.
It's like every
We should-
it's like literally District 12. You're a District 12 Hunger Games this year. Okay.
I've said this forever. We should bring back gladiators and like fighting pits and televise it. If countries want to go to war, the leaders have to fight to the death, and it's televised for all citizens for free. Televised. And then you get to watch the leaders fight to the death, and then you get to, oh,
I
my
don't-
team lost. And then you move on with your fucking life.
Okay.
Because that's all it should be.
That's a little psychotic.
Why? Why? They want to chuck
No.
bodies, millions
Uh-huh.
of bodies into war? No,
Uh-huh.
fuck them. They can do
Uh-huh.
it themselves, and then we can watch them kill themselves. That
Uh-huh.
would be great.
Whoa, easy
I'm
with
for
that.
this idea.
UK Usafi word.
No, I'm talking about them
No,
fighting
no,
each
no, no.
other.
YouTube's robots don't know the
Context.
difference.
Well, YouTube's robots are dumb.
Yeah, they are.
24
Welcome
points
to
higher than
corporation
Biden.
world.
I stand by this. Clip it. Post it. I don't care.
Welcome to
I'll stand
corporation
by it.
world. Welcome to corporation world. Robot algorithm dumb. Save money.
And in a three-person race, he pulls 15% support, 23% among those all-important independents. That's in the ballpark with Ross Perot's 19% showing back in 1992, which helped Bill Clinton replace George H.W. Bush in the White House. So, who could Kennedy hurt more come November? If he can get on enough state ballots, that might be the biggest wild card in the race. As that family photo op shows, Biden clearly hopes to smother any Kennedy threat.
There's
But the
literally
Republicans
ballots
have been on the attack too.
where he raised the signatures for, and then it said, like, to run as an independent, you already need to announce your vice president before getting signatures. So now all that work and money they spent on that type of shit is wasted. They literally didn't read the fine print on stuff. Like, it's made to keep people like this out. Just like how Iran selects the presidential candidates. Right? The U.S. has their own system to do these things that other countries do.
Casting Kennedy as a liberal Democrat whose appeals to right-wing anti-government and anti-vaccine sentiment.
Anti-vax is left-wing objectively. It's only because of COVID that it looks right-wing now. Just saying. Although probably the right-wingers have probably turned to anti-vax now beyond COVID, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
But stereotypically, it's like the crystal mummies that are anti-vax, that don't vax their kids, and then they get polio.
I mean, you heard Jordan
whooping
Peterson
cough.
when I was telling you to shut up very rudely because I was trying to get him to finish his unhinged sentence. He's like, not on babies all at once! Not on babies all at once!
No, I heard him say it. It's very funny. But like it is generally like the hippie left-wing people that look like they smell. Those people.
Kennedy is anti-vaccine, so he's getting both sides of the anti-vaxxer movement now.
Yeah, and I'm saying that I'm probably going to pull from Trump a bit more because one of their biggest things,
I agree.
One of their biggest things that they don't like. One of the things they don't like is that Trump started the vaccine thing. So I feel like RFK might be their choice, but we'll see.
Are the acts of a political Trojan horse.
Well, they're both right to be worried.
And then it comes
Kennedy
back to
has
a
a
lip
fate.
pop. Was this live? Could you not edit that lip smack out, bro?
Famous name, fresh funding thanks to his new running mate. And if ever there was a good time to be a pox on both their houses.
Okay.
A West Michigan nuclear power plant that closed 2
Oh,
years
yeah.
ago is now set to reopen
Oh, yeah.
because of a conditional loan from the Biden administration.
Epic.
Oh,
13
yeah.
on your side's Nate Belt has the story.
We've been fighting to make this a reality for years, and I'm so proud that we are here.
Governor Gretchen Whitmer thankful
Oh,
to have the
another Gretchen
Palisades
Whitmer
nuclear
W.
plant set to reopen after closing back in 2022. The Biden administration pledging $1.52 billion to make it happen.
Okay.
Whitmer toured the plant on Wednesday with U.S. Secretary of Energy Jennifer
Why did it
Granholm.
close?
She's grateful to have the plant's
Money.
parent company Holt
Seriously?
Yeah.
Tech
Just funding
take a
stuff.
bet on Michigan.
This cutting-edge nuclear research could benefit healthcare,
True.
space exploration, energy production, and so much more. And it's happening right here in Michigan because
Did
a
Gretchen
group of
Whitmer
people...
just get your vote when she runs for president over this?
A nuclear power? Sure. I'm not going to vote though, so
Well, I'm just saying hypothetically.
hypothetically, maybe. If Biden goes on a campaign pushing nuclear power, like an upgrade in nuclear power and replace coal with nuclear, it's pretty good policy.
got together, combined their talents, worked on a shared vision, and got it done and bet on the state of Michigan.
There was a video from Kyle Hill talking about nuclear storage and how safe it is and how easy it is.
Yeah.
And it's not actually a fucking
great.
problem.
It's great.
And more people need to watch this fucking video to truly understand that nuclear power is
Another
literally
thing that
what
Russia
we need.
ruined.
while we find a suitable replacement for fossil fuels. Batteries are not it. We need something
Yeah.
else.
Actually, that's in there. I got a Globe story about batteries.
Like
Changing
they're a good
Africa.
temporary. They're a good temporary for cars, sure. But for
No,
bigger
no, no.
power,
Well, look, and you saw them in Chinese propaganda, right? The power cell transfer stations.
Mm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
They take the battery out of the car and put
Yeah.
it in the station and charge it, right?
Mm.
Africa has those, and it's now making transport on bikes way more accessible for Africa.
Really
Hmm.
interesting.
So
That's very interesting. But it's still
and also everyone knows it's not
infrastructure.
batteries, it's hydrogen fuel cells that are the future.
Yes, of course.
We
Like
just
I've
don't
been
know
saying this
exactly
forever.
if it's possible.
While
It's
Toyota
just like
and Honda are getting pretty up there.
it's just like the nuclear fission shit
Mm.
and
But
fusion.
I think Toyota and Honda are almost there. They've got a working prototype, I think.
Saudi
Is
Arabia
what
is
I heard.
also dumping money into this along with Germany.
Well, yeah, they're doing it on a large scale thing, right? But I'm more looking at cars for this, right? But in bigger power, between the green energy that they talk about, the solar panels, the wind farms, that sort of shit, it's not enough. You need to have different big supplies of
Yeah, so
power,
the
which is
thing
where
is that
nuclear comes from.
yeah, the thing is that for the United States, the reason why we're trying to push the wind energy so much is because we have the land for it.
Yes, true. The Midwest is very windy.
Yes.
And it's flat. It's a
Yes,
perfect place for them.
exactly.
Or solar panels as well. But it's just so interesting that nuclear power is just not pushed as much as it should be to replace coal.
Yeah, well, that's because oil companies make more
Well, yeah.
profits than nuclear energy
Well, yeah.
companies.
Obviously, because nuclear energy is dirt fucking cheap.
Yeah, so they sideline them. Just like how you look at France, they're bragging. Remember those politicians bragged for getting the nuclear reactor passed, but
Mm-hmm.
it was all bullshit to build up dependence on Russian gas.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like you could even probably just fund research into how to retrofit a coal power plant into a nuclear power plant and just repurpose the coal power plants. That probably halves the construction time.
That's the thing. Is with the hydrogen fuel cells. It basically gives that nuclear storage ability to coal power, so you can use this basically. The benefit of going with the hydrogen fuel cell as like the future and like putting all our money on it as this will save us, right? The long shot gamble, because then you can immediately put it on to any system. Actually, Saudi Aramco has some great infographics on this.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because they want people to fund it.
Yeah, well, I've been saying this forever as well, right? Is that Australia is one country that should be heavily invested in nuclear power, but doesn't. Don't know why. Well, I can probably tell you why. It's because of Gina Reinhardt, but it's all speculation. But that's almost certainly why. Because if we prop up nuclear power and start using that massive fucking uranium deposit that's in the middle of our country, to power the country, we become energy independent. We don't need to sell it anymore. We can stock up all these, block up all these coal mines. Wouldn't need to do it anymore. We can completely transition to a completely green society with very cheap energy, which is not what we have right now. But no, the Labour government would rather, sit on their hands and make money. Yeah. And then the Liberals get in and they fuck everything up and give all the power to the corporations because Australia is a great country. Anyway, I've filled enough time.
Okay, so it's a little blocked, but there's going to be more than this. I just have to find other good ones. But right, so it's like you have these separated. So the green and blue are the ones we're most interested in, right? So green is obviously anything.
Yeah.
And then it goes into storage. So this is the lowest And also, see, if you invest in blue, it can also be diverted. The pollution can be diverted into the green storage. So this also comes off clean.
Yeah.
But then it's
Okay.
like yellow is solar panels as the only source.
Mm.
Electrolysis with nuclear energy as the source. Same production as blue hydrogen with CO2 released in the air, right? So this is our old infrastructure. Just it's the clean coal that they talk about, you know?
Mhm.
That even though that was totally a lie. Clean coal never existed. It was
No.
always a fucking coal marketing term. It's always been bullshit. I'm trying to find one that's more in detail. Okay, here we go. This one's a little bit more descriptive. So, you know, here it's just different colors of like, you know, it's this whole hydrogen rainbow is how they're pushing it, right?
Yeah, okay. So green hydrogen produced by water using renewables.
Yeah, it's just green
Fossil
energy.
fuels is blue, gray, gas. Purple or pink is nuclear. Instead of CO2, solid carbon is produced. Coal using gasification. Okay. Grid electricity. And then natural hydrogen. Industrial processes. Interesting. Okay.
So then it's like there's this to tell you like I'm looking for one that tells you the pollution factors for each one.
Mm.
Because there is stuff like that where it's like more pollution, less pollution. Yeah, so this one's interesting. This one is greenhouse gases, right? So it's like the solid carbon product.
Yeah.
Which who knows what that's gonna do.
Oh wow, look how low nuclear is. Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Almost equally as low, if not lower than green. Cool.
But the essential thing on it is just the using it to go back into any type of hydrogen color is still going to lower any of this. So you can basically let me pull the graphic of just how a standard fuel cell actually works. So you can see how they like literally can like plug in infrastructure. Here we go. Okay. Oh, come on. That is small as shit, you fuckers. It's literally bigger on the fucking Google graphic.
Gotta love that. It's always great. And then the pictures don't work. And then they're tiny and they're all pixelated and they suck. Oh well. Alright. Come on. Fucking hell.
I can't find it. You're good. Go back to it. I'm looking for like specific things.
Michigan.
Yeah.
And we're all going to benefit because
That
of
explain
that.
it
The
good.
plant is
'Cause
expected to bring with it
not a
600
fucking
jobs
energy
and cut
expert,
back
you
on
know?
greenhouse gas emissions. The effort to bring Palisades back online had strong bipartisan support in Michigan. Republican Congressman Bill Huizenga provided a statement saying, in part, today's announcement is a massive step towards restoring 800 megawatts of carbon-free energy generation
Gigawatts.
and hundreds of highly skilled jobs right here in Michigan's 4th Congressional District. For these reasons, I'm proud to have led the bipartisan congressional effort on behalf of this project.
Good for you.
So, Nate, how else does Holtec plan to use the Palisades site?
Juliet, the company's FTX founder Sam Bankman-Fried will learn his fate tomorrow.
He is set to be sentenced tomorrow after he was found guilty of fraud and conspiracy charges involving the cryptocurrency company. Prosecutors want him to serve up to 40 and 50 years in prison.
Epic.
Attorneys
I think that's too
representing
much,
the two men
honestly.
charged with the murder of Ahmaud Arbery are asking the court
Ooh.
to have their hate crime charges tossed out. Back in 2020,
Eat shit,
the men
dogs.
chased down and murdered Arbery, all while filming the attack. They're serving life sentences for the crime in Georgia. Their attorneys argue that prosecutors relied on the trio's history of racist comments without proving they targeted Arbery because he was black.
Take a look at this wild police
Just
chase out
because
of
we're
California.
racist
You
doesn't mean it was a hate crime. Is literally
Oh my
what their
god.
defense is.
That's the argument. Jesus Christ.
I mean, it's gonna delay the trial at least, I guess.
Oh my god. Well, they're already in prison. It's just an appeal. because they clearly don't want to be in prison for life because they're probably getting fucking. They're probably not having a great time. I
Cock
imagine.
meat sandwiches.
Yeah.
The suspect's car is shedding parts, and then the driver pulls over. He
What the
jumps out of
fuck?
the car, tries to carjack someone on the road. The suspect ends up clinging to the side of the car during all of this. Police ended up getting and shooting.
Dude,
the
that's
suspect.
so
Literally just
funny.
hit him.
He
It's
was
so
arrested
funny.
and is now facing several felony charges, including
Dude, he's holding
carjacking,
on.
false imprisonment, and resisting arrest.
Dude, but watch, the police
Florida,
literally
a
pin him to the
settlement
car.
reached in
Oh,
the
that
back
way.
and forth
my-
between
They showed it
DC and
already,
Governor
though.
Ron DeSantis.
The
Yeah.
police literally pinned him to the car, but
Disney-
he made sure to like slow down. He was stopped, and then he slowly accelerated to try to pin him to the car, but it wasn't tight enough. The guy was still able to like run and slip away.
has its own governing body in Florida. It's responsible for everything from
there's this
firefighting to
movie.
construction.
It's the movie that got James Gunn those Marvel movie
Yeah.
contracts, right? And it's with Rainn Wilson and what's the
Oh, is it called Super?
Elliot,
Is
yeah,
it called
Elliot, what's her
Super?
name?
It's a
Elliot
really good
Page
movie.
when
Mhm.
they still went by, their dead name, right? But her character, or because it's at the time it would be a female character.
Oh my god, just get to the point.
There's a scene where they basically are going after somebody, and this guy's about to jump Rainn Wilson, and like it's like a jump cut to him getting smashed into a wall with his legs pinned against it, like blood's pouring out, and he's screaming. And she comes out and she goes, "Ha ha ha! You stupid bitch! Your legs are gone." Like the way she acts is so funny.
It's such a good movie as well. Highly recommend people go and watch it if you haven't seen it. It's really good.
There's
It's on the level of
there's
like
a weird
Kick-Ass.
rapey scene in it with
Yeah,
that character.
yeah.
Ugh.
It is a very good movie. I would honestly say it's like at the level of Kick-Ass, that sort of level of sort of spoof
Yeah, I
superhero
think
movie.
it depends on how refined your taste in film is,
Mm.
because I think
Even-
this is more refined. But I think the ending does drag a little.
Yeah.
But it is more refined than Kick-Ass.
Mosquito control at their properties. However, in 2022, the CEO
The
of
drones.
Disney spoke out publicly about Florida's so-called "Don't Say Gay" law. DeSantis then took control of the
Which is now gone because it's illegal.
Mhm.
Sucked in.
No, Disney
district.
finally settled with DeSantis
Oh.
because he tried to go after them, and they were like, okay.
They just waited it out.
No, they lawyered up and went after him.
Ah, so
Because he
DeSantis
threatened
settled
them.
with Disney.
Yeah, because he threatened
That's
him, and
hilarious.
he immediately was like, "Uh-oh, I
Disney,
made a
then
boo-boo."
sued.
An Ohio dad is putting the bike world on notice. The father hatching up an invention making it easier to learn how to ride a bike. He built his son a custom pair of training wheels, and the 3-year-old is showing off just how helpful the design is. The wheels stabilize the rider if they begin to veer off balance, which
Fast as fuck, boy.
allows the biker to.
Okay.
I always told you I won't be here forever. And
I know who this is.
This
I'm
is
moving on.
who Fox News was just saying that Democrat. They finally had a Democrat resign because she didn't agree with the way the party was going. But really, she just
Congress
wanted to
forever.
fucking retire and be with her family, is what she actually
Yes.
says. But now Fox News finally got one. It's like, aha, a
Mm-hmm.
Democrat left. It's all
Prize
over for
move
them.
that upends the 2024 election season. Congresswoman Annie Custer says she will not
it
seek
doesn't.
re-election in November, a decision she says she made recently.
I spent a lot of time with my family this winter.
Someone
We did a
bought
lot of
me out,
skiing
they
and
paid
traveling,
me,
and
they
I
paid me to
realized
leave.
I have a life. And my husband, Brad, has been very patient. I want to spend time with my
Bradley.
sons as they're heading into their married lives, and hopefully grandchildren on the way one day. And I really want to lean in on helping my colleagues
Nobody cares
and
about
these
your fictional
fantastic
grandkids.
candidates that we've recruited.
Over a decade plus on Capitol Hill, Custer has risen through the ranks, now chairing the New Democrat Coalition, a centrist group that has played an increasingly pivotal role in a narrowly divided Congress. While championing several issues, Custer has stood out for her willingness.
So has she helped the Republicans pass shit? Is that what they're saying?
I don't
to
know
share
who she
personal
is.
stories from her status as a survivor of sexual assault in her youth to her struggles with post-traumatic stress after being trapped in the House
Oh
chamber
my God.
during the January 6th attack.
The
As for
fucking
what's next,
emergency
Oh my
helmets they
God.
gave them were so funny.
Post-traumatic stress.
Hey,
You
I mean,
precious thing.
hey, it can be anything, you know. A dog dying can cause that shit.
True. That is true. That is very true.
she's going to stay involved in politics, helping to get fellow.
Correct.
1 year ago today, 3 little children and 3 adults were shot dead at the Covenant School in Nashville. It was the deadliest school shooting in Tennessee history. In the wake of that tragedy, a group of Tennesseans from across the political spectrum came together to find ways to reduce the harm of gun violence in their state. Judy Woodruff reports from Tennessee as part of her
What?
ongoing series,
What?
Would.
America at a Crossroads.
Tim Carroll is a firearms instructor in
Guns are
rural
cool.
Harriman, Tennessee, who is passionate about guns and gun rights.
I'm a Second Amendment absolutist. Having more guns out there is a good thing. There are some folks in society who
Not
cannot protect
necessarily.
themselves
I think
physically.
it's the same
The
with
firearm
nuclear
is the
weapons.
Yeah, absolutes on anything are really bad.
Yeah, you shouldn't just distribute nuclear weapons. It does not.
Mm-hmm.
That does not make things safer. But reducing the number of nuclear weapons does also not necessarily make the world
Mm-hmm.
safer.
the only way that that person can protect themselves.
When you think about a gun, what do you think?
I think it's a tool that's misused often, and in the
Interesting.
wrong hands can cause a lot of damage.
Gun don't kill people.
Alyssa Pierman is
That's
a high
what she
school
said.
English.
Yeah.
She literally
that's
just
literally what
said
she
people kill people.
Mm-hmm. It's not a hard thing to say. And it's true. The physical tool is not the problem.
Yeah, well, then it's they could do is anything. They've already made up their mind to kill somebody. You want to know why that's a dumb argument?
Why?
Because most gun homicides are fucking like
Spur of the moment.
escalation, spur of the moment,
Yeah.
escalation, anger, killing your spouse. Most
Mhm.
of them are killing yourself or yourself.
Yeah.
So
Jackson, Tennessee, who lost 2 of her students to gun violence less than a year apart.
How are their families doing?
That was like the hardest part. It makes me cry every time. But when the casket closed, like you hear their mom just scream.
I can't even imagine.
You might think these two would struggle to see eye to eye about anything to do with guns, but Tim and Alyssa were part of a so-called citizen solution session
No
that
shit.
gathered 11 Tennesseans from all walks of life for a 3-day conference. The goal of the session, held
Love
in
this.
the wake of a 2023 mass shooting at an elementary school, was to develop realistic proposals that could curb gun violence.
If we went to high school together, we'd argue a lot. It was really refreshing to be able to share my story.
Love this. This is great. This is fantastic. More of this.
you know how the guy was like, "I'm an absolutist."
Mm.
They did a good job introing him
Yeah.
to be like somebody who's going to be in the opposition of the story.
Yeah.
For people not to brush it off.
I was really fortunate to be able to get that sort of perspective from folks like Alyssa, because when I hear gunshots, it's somebody's hunting or they're just out here shooting. And when they hear gunshots,
And that looks like basically where I stayed in Tennessee.
it's something bad is happening.
The event was organized by the national nonpartisan nonprofit named Starts With Us, which aims to bring people from diverse backgrounds together to find
Nice.
solutions to the country's toughest issues.
We're being fed a narrative.
You know who else did that? Does that? Guy that we did an interview with. A Better Way 2A does this sort of stuff as well.
Mhm.
So if you don't follow him, follow him. He's really good with this sort of stuff too.
Narrative that everybody hates everybody else. When we sit down like we are today, we know that's not the case.
The Tennessee 11, as they call themselves, shared personal experiences and expertise and ultimately came together last August to draft 5 proposals that they felt could help address gun
I'm
violence.
very,
Okay, what are
very,
they?
very interested to see what
I
these
see
are.
training on there. I see
Yep.
training on there. I want to see.
Mm.
Okay, so I want to see if they're being practical. Some type of handgun legislation.
Mm.
Some type of legislation involved with gun storage. Training, obviously.
Yeah. Should be training on purchase of a firearm.
Mhm.
If I was to propose something, each purchase
Well, if
of
they're
a
proposing
firearm
5
with a new
policies and training is not just a recommendation, but an actual policy.
yeah,
What's that? What
that's a
else?
good
What
policy.
I named 3 that are possible. What about you? This would be actual rational people meeting in the middle to come up with gun control policies. Domestic violence, red flag laws triggering.
Yes. Look, red flag laws, I don't know. If it's exactly the
Working
same as
correctly.
the ones in the Minnesota ones where it's like it's temporary, it's actually temporary, like it's
Mhm.
a week and you get it back after a check is done. Domestic violence, any domestic violence orders, never. Any. Like no domestic violence orders, you should not be able to have a firearm. It's as simple as that. You're too much of a risk.
Gun-free zones.
No.
That's definitely not gonna be a policy recommendation.
It's hard. That I
Well,
mean,
we
I
can
would
always see.
propose what I've always proposed, which is independent, isolated, off-network background check systems that can be done and wiped independent of the state that will give you the background checks but doesn't hold any or doesn't retain any data. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So like a completely off internet background check system that's maintained by the state and doesn't retain any data. So they come and update the registry every like week or something with a physical update. It's going to give jobs. There's another one. You have to
Yeah,
hire people to go and install.
I'm not sure if they'll have the
But that's what I would propose is the development and installation of a system like that. It would be first in the country, and if it works, then there could be rolled out countrywide, theoretically. And then it would also quell the concerns of having your background checks tracked every time you go and purchase a firearm. But absolutely no registration, though. I don't think registration is a good idea because it's basically just a government list. And government lists shouldn't exist.
All I saw was a man holding an assault rifle shooting through the doors.
What prompted their effort was the incident 1 year
Okay,
ago
thank God.
when a shooter killed 3 9-year-old children and 3 adults at the private Christian Covenant School in Nashville. Just one of 82 school shootings in the U.S. in 2023.
When I say gun reform, you say no! Gun reform!
Now.
Just
Now.
a small thing there is school shootings can range from anywhere from an actual school shooting to a negligent discharge inside a school parking
This
lot.
one was
So
wild, you know? Like it was
yes,
somebody from outside the school, you know, and the same with Uvalde. That one was a wild one too.
yeah.
Even more wild.
But yeah, like school shootings, it's another statistic that is inflated. Like they'll count negligent discharges as like a shots fired call at a school, and they'll count that as a school shooting, but it's just an ND. So
Well,
yeah, it's
why is
just
there a firearm in the school?
a good
A
question.
discharge.
You know, but there's also this whole culture in the country
Sounds
that
bullshit to me.
America
I
has
want to hear their
where
policies.
they have guns in the cars.
Yeah, which is illegal. You can't bring that onto campus. Remember that one kid
Yeah. No, I know.
Basically
That's
went to
why
prison
that's
because
why I
he had a
brought it
gun
up.
in his car.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up, because he got in trouble for having a gun in his car, even though it was just his car gun. Which, if you're asking me on my opinion on that, is fucking dumb. You shouldn't have a gun in a car at all unless you're in the car. It's that simple. It's no different to leaving it on the front porch at that point. It's a window between a deadly weapon and a person who would misuse it. Like, it's just
Well, he
dumb.
did have like a safe in the car. If he just
That
wasn't
is
using
true,
it
because they did
properly.
take it out of the safe, so it was
I
out
don't
of
know if
eyesight.
no. I think it was already out of the safe. He wasn't storing it properly as well. Doesn't matter. I want to hear their policies.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Policies.
Following the tragedy, students, parents, and gun safety activists called on the Tennessee state legislature to act to prevent more gun violence.
They can't silence the thousands of us here who are demanding change. No action, no peace.
Eventually leading to the controversial expulsion of
What is a
two black
flywheel?
lawmakers from the state house.
What?
A flywheel.
It's the thing that connects the transmission to the engine. I don't know.
I am a pleading mother. I don't want any one of you to feel what this feels like.
Oh my god.
Then
Emotional appeals
Emotion-
don't work.
You're always emotionally battering me. Here's a thing. Look, check this out.
Legislation should never be made on emotion.
It says superconductors, and then there's flywheel.
No idea.
Right. So anyway, here's this blue thing is batteries. This is what we have on the possibility of batteries, right? So it doesn't matter how charged, the power requirement that is, it really doesn't improve its lifespan. Hydrogen, on the other hand, it already starts outside the realm in power and duration of battery. It's just not even comparable.
Interesting.
Right? Oh no, privacy error. It gave me a privacy error. I can just do it from here. So then if you look at this, right? So, I'm covering it. See right here, the breach between battery and hydrogen is still that compressed energy storage, right? So the infrastructure is totally built around it as well, right? So it works into the entire infrastructure, where the hydrogen integrates inside the entire power grid that's already existing. And depending on where you need it, you develop more into that color of hydrogen. This is like end game, like, type of game shit, where you're like, oh, now it's like, now I get into the specialized where I have to figure out what colors I want to invest in the power to mitigate my shit. That's some next level shit. Anyway, where are their five
August
policies?
of last year, Tennessee's Republican Governor Bill Lee called a special session to enact gun safety measures, but no proposal passed. That same week, the Tennessee 11 convened to try to hammer out some solutions of their own. 4 of their proposals centered on measures that would not restrict access to firearms, things like promoting responsible gun ownership, broadening the role of police officers in schools, working to reduce
just in
trauma
schools,
from gun
though.
violence, and increasing understanding of gun issues in schools, communities, and the media. The one measure.
Wait, reduce trauma. What was the third one?
Working to reduce trauma from gun violence and
Okay.
increasing understanding of gun issues in schools, communities, and the
Beautiful.
media. The one measure.
Can't even
Do
tell.
not
It's too low quality to see what it says.
Do not use Gun Violence Archive fucking Mums Against
Just
Action.
refer to the episode, bro, that we talk about.
Like,
it
just do not go to
Just
any
refer
of
to
these
the episode.
activist groups.
Just reference the LTEC episode.
Yeah. But like, all they need to do is just go to these inclusive pro-gun groups, and they will be happy to help and will not fuck
We're gonna
people
get gun
over.
stories banned if you
Measure
take
they
any
agreed
more
on
time
that
this.
focused on restricting
Says
gun
you, Captain
access.
fucking side tangent.
Look, bro, we've just talked. We
Oh,
need to
here's a
move on.
side tangent.
This
of
isn't even
hydrogen
in a
fuel cells for
look,
20
bro.
minutes.
Bro, listen.
became the most controversial, allowing the temporary removal of firearms from individuals based on the risk that they may commit a violent act.
Good. There you go.
You walk in
No
a room and
handgun
you're hesitant to
restriction.
that
No, but temporary removal is, I guess, that.
And also, how much?
first. You see
We'll see.
people.
What's the handgun issue in Tennessee? You know.
A lot of it is education too, which is good.
You've
It's
never
very
seen
good.
before, you know nothing about them, and your wall's up, right?
Ariel Gibson Martin, who took part in the solutions session, is a district manager in Memphis area local government who works in violence prevention. She says she learned a new way to connect with those she doesn't agree with.
You break bread together, right? You have meals
Bro, this
together.
type
You
of
ask,
action
hey, I
is
heard
really going to fuck up the Democrats'
Yeah.
platforms on like us and them. Your kids will
Mhm.
die if you vote Republican because they want to
Yep.
shoot them with assault weapons.
Yep, it really will. Which is good. More of this. Please, more of this. This is always good.
All right, anyway, the difference between a hydrogen tangent is there's not an LTEC episode I can reference where I've said it already, okay? You have said all this already in multiple episodes that you could be back referencing to promote your own shows, okay?
you say that one thing in that room. Can you tell me more about that experience? Maybe we can meet in the middle.
And now it's several months later. Do you still feel good,
did that
comfortable
Instagram
with
thing?
what you all agreed on?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Public polling done by Starts With Us, the same nonprofit that organized the sessions, suggested that those 5 proposals
I will.
had majority support among Tennesseans statewide, some narrowly. The plan was to then take these hard-won compromises to the state capitol to present lawmakers in this Republican-dominated state with a way forward.
We are depending on you to choose the path that enables collaboration across lines of difference for the good of all Tennesseans.
The group invited over 100 Tennessee legislators to attend their session, but only 10 showed up.
Crickets, you know?
My God.
Adam Luke is a family
Government is
therapist
so
and
fucking
gun
shit.
enthusiast who was part of the Tennessee 11.
My House representative from my district shows up and then doesn't even want to have a conversation with me afterwards. I had to chase him down the hall.
You chased him down the hall.
Yeah, because as soon as I ended, he left the chambers quite quickly and didn't want to take like our information packet, anything like that. And I do believe that this is when we start talking about the extremes, because is it really his unwillingness to have a conversation with me, or does he think it's political suicide to have a conversation with me?
He's got
NewsHour
lobby money.
reached out to a dozen Republican state lawmakers representing the home districts of the Tennessee 11, but none agreed to talk with us about these
Crazy.
issues. And when Adam Luke, the gun rights advocate, reached out to local gun organizations to share his excitement about the exchange of ideas that was happening, he encountered not just opposition, but threats.
I was met with serious hostility. I was hit with people calling my work phone and leaving unsettling voicemails.
What did they say?
Well, I mean, to put it plainly, that I was a liberal plant. That who the hell are you? Who elected you to speak for me?
In fact, a conservative newspaper, the Tennessee Star,
Join the
picked up
fucking organization, bro.
Yeah.
the story, criticizing the effort for being funded by an
Like, literally, fuck those guys. Depart from them. Separate
Look,
yourself from
criticizing
all of those
he's,
people.
because he's multi-ethnic who funded it. Mexican American from New York, you know, where it has the second most migration in the, I think, maybe third. Texas might be second.
out-of-state billionaire. The article claimed that the whole effort was designed to push a gun control agenda, and that some among the Tennessee 11 were partisan activists.
Okay.
I know that if I start speaking out about this session and what I did, then I know that all of this could go away, right? If somebody says, you know, Tim Carroll is working with the anti-gun folks to try to come up with new laws, that's all they will hear.
Yeah.
They'll say, you know what, Tim Carroll, don't go take classes with him. Don't listen to anything he says. I think that's why I fought so hard during the solution sessions to come up with things that didn't infringe on our rights.
Yeah.
But I know that will be misconstrued in the gun rights community.
Can't explain why he would have that fear.
So fuck those people.
It can't
Find
explain
better
why he would
people.
have those fear. Here we go. This is the thank you for smoking evil guy.
I mean, if he in fact is a strong Second Amendment advocate, the question becomes when you cross over from having the conversation to supporting a concept that may not reconcile with the Second Amendment.
John Harris.
But you know what's funny about these people, though? These people, any proposition that would allow minorities to arm themselves more, they would also oppose.
Well, yeah,
So,
no, there was a thing. They ruled that migrants could get guns, and the conservatives shit their pants.
yes. I remember when that went through.
Harris is a lawyer and executive director of the Tennessee Firearms Association. He says both the Second Amendment and the U.S. Supreme Court have been clear that there is little to no legal room to regulate firearms.
You have a motto or a line that is your
Tennessee's only no compromise gun right.
You don't need legislation on the
You
firearms.
regulate people,
just
not federal firearms.
and that's what the training is. That's what I guess that. And I still have hesitation on the red flag laws because I just don't trust government or anybody.
They don't
inside
trigger
it.
them anyway already. That's the issue.
No, I know, but like I just don't trust that it's going to be temporary for people that aren't found liable or to satisfy the.
It's not going to
criteria.
trigger regardless. They never trigger.
I know.
They don't care.
I know. That's not my point. My point is that
the point is that it doesn't matter because they're not going to enforce them. You know,
Sure.
like it's just all bullshit. The red flag laws. That's the issue with red flag laws. They don't
So why
prevent
put them in?
anything. So somebody can get a blowy somewhere in the fucking bureaucratic system. I don't fucking know.
Rights organization.
So they can really trigger them
Is
against
that-
black people is really why they're there.
Yeah.
your position, no compromise?
Once it becomes clear that something is a constitutionally protected right, and the Supreme Court clearly defines the boundaries,
Mm-hmm.
why compromise?
My goal of joining the Citizen Solutions session was to make sure
because it's a free country,
my voice was heard,
Mhm.
that my community, the gun community, that their voice was heard. So I think there's a lot of us that are out there, but we're just quiet because we know that if we speak up, we will be ostracized from our side. And even though we're pro-gun and showed up to this, the anti-gun community, they're not going to want to have anything to do with us either.
And that will just
Here's a
be
better
liberal
idea.
policy to pass.
Here's a
And
better
fuck it
idea.
all in the end. Watch
Tell
our
all those guys to
episode.
fuck off.
Watch our episode
and
instead.
Switch your business model to go for women and minorities.
That's
and
definitely
train
not
them
happening.
in self-defense.
Women can't use guns. They can't pump the shotgun. Everyone knows this.
Some breaking news coming into us tonight. Former Connecticut Senator and Democratic Vice Presidential candidate Joe Lieberman has died.
Nice.
He was a running mate, of course, for Al Gore back in 2000 when they lost to George W. Bush. He spent 24 years as a senator. Famously independent within his party, he lost his primary but won re-election in a third-party run.
Won re-election.
Lieberman even endorsed John McCain over Barack Obama in 2008. Though he
Okay,
gave the former
cringe.
president that critical
It's fine when I
60th
say it,
vote
but
on
not
his
when he
signature
says it.
health care law, the Affordable Care Act. Joe Lieberman was 82 years old.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about
Thanks
breaking.
for watching.
Thanks for watching.
Law enforcement sources telling ABC News that prosecutors have interviewed a number of Sean Diddy Combs' accusers, including those who have filed civil lawsuits against the hip-hop mogul. Sources also saying that federal agents seized computers and other electronic devices during searches of his homes here in Los Angeles and in Miami as well. Allegedly, they were looking for things like photos, videos, and other evidence that might corroborate.
Is it kiddie porn?
No, yes.
It is. Holy shit.
Technically, yes. They're minors.
Oh
He
my
sexually
God.
trafficked minors.
The
Yes, that's
accuser-
what the allegations are.
Oh my God.
There's claims here. An attorney for Diddy calling the searches a witch hunt, saying that his client is innocent and will continue to fight every day
for
to clear
starters,
his name.
a civil
I wanna
trial
bring back
already
LZ.
happened. Right?
Uh-huh. And
So
he
there's
got found
civil
guilty?
trial. I don't
Well,
know.
it's not
I
guilty,
didn't
is
look.
it?
I tried not to look that much into it, but I'm watching news all day, so I do hear things.
Okay.
So, it's elevated from that. Like so they say that the feds must have saw enough in that trial that they think that it's criminal and they're going forward with criminal charges. Because a dual raid on 2 homes means that they're going through, because they don't need jurisdiction from either one of those states. They can override it. They're feds, right? But 2 locations at the same time. And I you know what I think they talked about it on H3 and that was on in the background at one point today.
Okay.
I want to bring back my panel here. So we're bringing in LZ Granderson, along with ABC News contributor and SiriusXM radio host Mike Muse, and ABC News Victor Oquendo, who's been tracking the latest from outside Diddy's home, along with ABC News legal analyst and trial attorney Brian Buckmeyer. Thank you all for being here with us. So Victor, let's
go
start
by
here
the
with
rap
you.
name Diddy. Do not diddle kids.
Don't go diddling.
Do not diddle kids. I wouldn't have sex with anyone younger than my daughter. Gotta be old.
Last few days.
Old as my
What
wife.
can you tell us right now about Diddy's whereabouts and where this investigation might be heading here, Victor?
Kana, it has now been a few days since we have
man,
last seen Sean Diddy
That's the
Combs.
difference between you and me. I'm built for this, bro. I'm built for this. This is all I care about is reforming this fucking industry. It's just like that. Like, I cared about film too, but that industry's fucking dead and it's not coming back. I don't have the millions of dollars that I'd ever need to reform that shit.
Last spotted outside of that executive airport in Miami, but in the meantime, his attorney firing back, saying that his client is innocent, calling what happened here at his home in Los
His
Angeles
attorney fired back
Miami
with assault
a gross
weapons.
overuse of military-level force.
Okay.
We want to take you now to this new video obtained by
Military
TMZ.
level force. Cut to
It
the
appears to
military
show
crashing
Combs' home
Humvees
here in
through
Los Angeles
fucking
after
gates
those
of
federal
people's
agents
home complexes in Afghanistan.
It this week. It has just been turned
Oh,
upside
bro, we got
down. It looks like
computer
they went through
graphics?
every inch of the place.
Oh, no,
Cabinets,
this is an
safes,
overlay. Is this an
left
actual
open, papers,
video?
other items all over
Yeah, this is the video from TMZ.
Okay.
the ground.
It was hard
We
to
know
see.
that electronic devices were seized, and ABC News has confirmed
It
guns
looks
were
digital.
also found at both residences. Combs is the target of a
You mean a rapper has guns? Wow.
federal
An
sex
American
trafficking
has guns?
investigation. The searches reportedly aim
Yeah,
to
that-
gather evidence to corroborate accounts from several women who have spoken with federal investigators, with federal prosecutors. And as we know, he is also the subject of multiple civil lawsuits. Combs has denied all the allegations. Kana?
All
No
right, Victor,
shit.
thank you. And bringing in Brian Buckmeyer here for a moment.
He
Brian, what can you
admitted
tell us
to it
about-
all. He said he did it and he's sorry.
Can you please forgive him?
The potential next steps here for investigators, as sources are now telling us that weapons were found.
No,
in
we don't care about panels.
Weapons.
Turn now to that breaking news from Rockford, Illinois tonight, 90 miles north and west of Chicago. The horrific scene unfolding
should
right
ban
now.
knives.
At least 4 people killed in a stabbing spree through a neighborhood. Several others badly injured, and what police revealed just a short time ago. Here's ABC's Alex Perez tonight.
This is actually a mass stabbing.
Yep.
Tonight, at least 4 people are dead
4
and
people,
5 others
5 injured.
Fucking hell.
injured.
Also,
after
look
a
at
man
it.
went
Literally went to multiple houses and shit.
on
I
a
think.
stabbing spree in and around
fucking,
Rockford, Illinois,
Freddy
west of
Krueger shit.
Chicago. Rockford police saying the first calls came
This
in
is
around
like what I
1:15
do when I play
p.m. The
GTA. I
suspect
just
first
go and like fucking stab the fuck out of people until they drop the money, and I'm on the ground just knifing the fuck out of them.
Someone had a GTA fantasy.
Yeah.
Wanted it in real life.
confronting a woman in her home.
The young lady ran from him. She got some stab wounds in her hands and her face. She's currently at a hospital, and she is intubated. She is in serious condition.
I'm just full of questions.
Should have shot him.
Yes.
And the suspect attacking multiple people throughout the neighborhood, including a postal worker, before being apprehended by a sheriff's deputy. Authorities now trying to make sense
Apprehended, so he was white.
of this horrific crime.
Got it.
Words can't even express my thoughts right now.
And David, authorities say a Good Samaritan who was trying to
Wait,
fend off
sheriffs
that
didn't kill somebody?
Crazy.
No, they
Suspect
probably like
was
rolled
also-
up on him, like, and then like came out with the car and like had the gun and said like drop it, and he might have just immediately complied.
Yeah, maybe.
injured. Investigators now working to determine a motive in all of this. David?
Alex Perez with late reporting tonight. Alex, thank you.
Is there more on this one?
taxes. No, it just happened today. But make sure you keep a theme going. We're currently on atrocity, killing kids, stabbing moms. What was the one before that?
How about a hate crime?
Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Because we actually started with a thing like on PBS
Yeah.
talking about this. So
Is it just a text one?
And
I mean,
want
you
to
know
thank
what's
those
going to happen.
judges on
They're
the
asking
panel
for the
today. They
charges to
were
be
real
dropped.
fair.
Or
They
the hate
did the
crime.
job real professional.
They're asking for the hate crime charges to be dropped. So, you know.
Yeah.
But like, this is just protesting. Like, fuck these people, bro. I'm with them.
Yeah. No, keep the hate crimes. Keep them in jail for life.
Just because we're racist doesn't
They get
mean it
free
was a hate
sex
crime.
for life. They get rewarded. Free surprise sex for life.
Okay.
And they seen all the evidence, and they seen through those three white men that murdered my son. They seen all the evidence, and they just understand what they done was wrong. And I just want to thank them judges, and we gonna be all right.
You heard the arguments.
That hat is on the level of.
It's just a picture. She's wearing his
Yeah,
picture. I think.
it's like
Bro, look at that shirt.
It's like that fucking Indian dude with the Pakistani with the face of the guy on it. Sadiq Khan, is it Khan? The one that you were laughing about.
Look at her shirt.
Yeah, it's got all the Black Lives Matter stuff on it.
Mm-hmm. Wait, so oh yeah. At the protest, there was one guy, and it was just the guy. Yes, I think
that's
it
what
was India.
Was it India? No, I'm pretty sure it was Pakistan.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure
Khan?
it was.
It was an Imran Khan.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, it was Imran Khan.
The day before the 3-judge panel. And we can already tell that at least 2 of the 3 judges are going to affirm the convictions because the legal sufficiency of the hate crime conviction is clear.
Good.
It is fascinating.
What do we got now?
We're not on Dalton Bridge. We're moving on.
Oh, okay, yeah. We don't care. We don't need to. Well, make sure you like open the list and pick in a whatever you're doing. Well, I'm looking up facts about hydrogen. Oh, this is an old one.
I'm on Globby. Just
haunted objects from all. Well, some of the stuff is way too old. We don't need it in there. I just didn't clear it.
Okay. Well, this is interesting because I don't know much about this. I'm just going to pick interesting sounding stories and stuff that's new.
That's what you should be doing.
Afghanistan says Pakistan's Air Force has conducted airstrikes targeting 2 of its border provinces and killing at least 8 people. Taliban officials say the victims were women and children. They're calling it a violation of Afghan sovereignty. Afghan forces have now carried out retaliatory strikes towards Pakistani territory. Well, our correspondent Asad Beg joins us here in the studio. Asad, you covered this region extensively. This is not always an easy one to understand. Can you give us the lay of the land of what's going on and why?
Well, Pakistan Islamabad blames the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan, also known as the Pakistani Taliban, for carrying out attacks in its territory. Now, they blame Afghanistan because they say that these militants are crossing the border to carry out attacks on its forces. Now, this airstrike comes 2 days after 7 Pakistani soldiers were killed in what Pakistan is calling the
We got video of that car bomb
attack. And
really?
the funerals of those soldiers, Pakistan President Asif Ali Zardari promised a response, and it looks like this response has come. 8 people have been killed, and from what we're hearing, 3 women and 3 children amongst those dead. Now, the Afghans are saying that Pakistan aircraft reconnaissance and fighter jets carried out.
It's still crazy to me that there's alpine regions in Afghanistan.
Dude, it's so mountainous.
Yeah, it's crazy. The climate there must be insane. Like you can just go and it's cold as fuck.
Yeah, and
like
there's a lot of depending on what side of the mountain valley you're on, right? Because how the mountains work, where it's one side is arid,
they block rainfall. It's desertified.
One side is arid. One side's arid, and that's where the chinchillas live on the arid side.
Yeah, because Australia's the same with the eastern mountain range. It's why most of the country is desert, because it just blocks everything. None of it gets to it. None of the rain.
Attacks on civilian homes in the early hours of the morning, where these civilians were killed. Now, there have been a number of cross-border attacks from the Pakistani Taliban on not only the Pakistani military, but also the Pakistani police in those bordering provinces. Now, this isn't the first time Pakistan has retaliated, but this is significant because they are airstrikes.
Yeah, the Afghan Taliban are.
Yeah, what are they going to do about it? What are they? The Afghan Taliban are
There's
mad.
a quote by the Taliban.
What are they going to do
spokesperson,
about
Zabihullah
it?
Mujahid. He
Fucking
says
do another fucking
blame
suicide
Afghanistan
bombing
for the lack of control, the
Implicate
incompetence, and
Haqqani
the
in this
problems
further?
in its own territory. Can you give us a little bit more about the context? I mean, this border is causing so much friction between Pakistan and Taliban because there are armed groups, specifically from Pakistan, that are using. They have spots in Afghanistan that they use as bases to launch attacks.
It's not just the spots that they're using. It's if you go to those border areas, if you speak to the police, and what they tell you is that since the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan in 2021, they've seen an increase of attacks, but not just an increase of attacks. They've seen those militants equipped with new weapons that NATO forces have left behind, the weapons that the Pakistani police don't have, weapons that have thermal sights, longer range weapons, and they're able to carry out attacks and just disappear. And this is causing a real frustration amongst the forces inside Pakistan. But also there's this ideological affiliation that the Pakistani Taliban has with the Afghan Taliban, and Islamabad has sought to blame.
All right. I think we got that. It's a good face.
What? These Gambians are marching in favor of reversing a ban on female genital mutilation. Their demonstration in the capital Banjul on Monday was taking place as lawmakers debated legislation that would do exactly that. If Gambia's repeal bill is passed, then it would become the first country to reverse a ban.
Look, guys, cars and paved roads in Africa. Who knew?
Can we? How crazy is this, though?
Yeah, good.
No. Reversing it. Making it come back. Bring back FGM.
What the fuck?
Right?
I completely misunderstood. Okay.
Yeah,
no,
wild,
that's
right?
fucked. That's insane. Why? What reason? What possible reason could they give to justify this? Nuts.
On FGM. It would also, says Amnesty International's West Africa researcher Michelle Ecken, be disastrous for women's rights not only in Gambia, but in the wider region.
All around the globe.
Tell young girls, your rights can be easily taken away. If this is passed, then what's next?
How you help stop this? Guns. This happens in your country and you can access guns, get them. They'll stop.
We have to really be strong about it and make sure that we don't take away something that took so long to fight for.
Gambia imposed steep fines and jail sentences in 2015.
Just vote harder.
It wasn't that long ago. Well, what we have to keep in mind is that there is like cultural things around this. So as well as like, people defending themselves. Well, the culture doesn't even allow that type of thing. There's still like you have these shame-based cultures, things like that.
Yeah.
There's things that like matter and consequences to how you act in society, and that's how it puts these restrictions on people like that.
It's just fucked. Like, just fucking leave people alone. How fucking hard is it?
Yeah, and it's women themselves that are marching for it.
Yeah. Wait, for it?
Yes, to bring it back.
Oh
yes.
my god.
Wild, I know.
It's so confusing.
Who carry out female circumcision. The practice has no health benefits.
Well, fucking circumcision should be fucking banned as well.
Well, also, the female circumcision is not adequate terms for what happens, because there's different kinds of how it goes on, and there's different levels. Like some remove like not only the clitoris but like the outer, like basically they stitch your vagina shut.
Oh.
Right? And so like this is the thing in Somalia, is like the husband has to break her open.
Oh my
So
God.
rip apart this like stitch shut. So it's complete genital nullification. It basically just makes the vagina non-existent on some of these girls in some of these places.
Because that definitely wouldn't have dramatic health effects.
Well, that's the thing, is it does. And
Jesus fucking Christ.
Mm-hmm.
When you're ready, YouTube.
World Health Organization says and can lead to excessive bleeding, shock, psychological problems, and even death. The number of women and girls worldwide who have undergone FGM has increased to 230 million from 200 million over the past 8 years, the United Nations Children's Fund reported earlier this month. UNICEF said the largest share were found in African countries, with over 144 million cases. Ekin said the
That's
most
so
prominent
much.
voices in support of the practice come from men.
And we need to
Surprise,
listen to
surprise.
women and young girls who've been through feminine genital mutilation and have the scars to show for it.
Gambia's repeal bill was presented earlier this month. It argues that the ban violates citizens' rights to practice their culture and religion in
Oh
what
my
is an
God.
overwhelmingly Muslim country. Members of parliament have come out both in favour of and against the bill. On Monday, they voted by a margin of 42-4 to send the legislation to a parliamentary committee for review, Parliament Speaker said. The committee can make amendments to the bill and is expected to send it back to the National Assembly for a vote, a
They're going
routine
to put
procedure that usually takes
what it
at
sounds like
least
to me is they're
3
going to put
months.
limitations in where there's loopholes to be able to still do it and not
Yeah.
basically get prosecuted. What's this now?
At Chabindo camp outside Goma, Médecins Sans Frontières,
Oh, that
or
reminds me.
MSF, has
There's the PBS, because it's the camps that reminded me. The PBS thing where they talk about Netanyahu, and the quote that they have in there is fucking crazy.
All right, find it and I'll play it.
set up tents where dozens of displaced persons are being processed. They can also participate in listening sessions with psychologists. Rose has been receiving care for depression. She blames the war for her mental state, but says her journey to recovery has begun.
What were you saying?
I just said, yeah.
When someone flees
What's
war,
interesting
they are
is there's
very
two different
disturbed. And
versions of that same PBS stream, right?
Mm.
One's from 8 hours ago. It has 47K, right? And then one's from 6 hours ago, and it's like 10 seconds longer, but it doesn't have the markers in it.
Weird.
Where it's broken up.
It must have been the one that I hit.
Yeah.
That was my case too. But here we have been taught how to forget everything we've left behind and how to calm our thoughts.
Rose is not alone. According to MSF, living in camps around Goma is a challenging environment for the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, especially women. Every day, medical staff say about 70 female survivors of sexual
I said maybe it's not in that because there was no Netanyahu thing there. Let me check the Gaza list.
assault visit the 6 MSF health facilities in camps near Goma. Faustin Hakizimana is the head of Bulengo camp. He says the need for psychosocial support is more urgent than ever.
When we looked into the real problem, we found out that many have been disturbed by the horrors of war and others have been raped when they look for wood in the forests, which is why so many women here suffer of mental illness.
Gerlas Mulekia, a clinical psychologist with Médecins Sans Frontières at the Lushagala camp, says more help is needed.
Most of the people we see show signs of anxiety and post-traumatic problems. We run 3 group sessions a day, and each group is made up of 10 people, for a total of 30 people a day. If it goes on like this, we'll need to expand the activities to try and meet as many of the needs as possible.
Psychosocial care is available to both genders, but officials say most of the people taking advantage of the services are women whose mental health challenges are impacting their ability
You mean men don't seek mental health? Crazy.
to care for their children. Zanemneti Zaidi, VOA News, Goma.
Thank you.
This video was brought to you by Brilliant. Today, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban faces his biggest crisis yet. The US Supreme Court hears arguments about abortion, and Lukashenko undermines Putin. From TLDR News, this is your daily briefing for Wednesday, the 27th of March, 2024. Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban may be facing his biggest political crisis yet. After both Orban's president and justice minister resigned last month over a child sexual abuse scandal, now a leaked recording has proven that government officials have been involved in corruption. Yesterday, a tape recorded in January 2023 was released by Peter Magyar, a lawyer formerly close to the government, of his ex-wife and Orban's former justice minister.
It might be this.
Judith
I might
Varga.
not have saved
In the
the thing
recording.
I'm thinking of, though. But I just remember it was someone who reported it very neutral, and it was one of the wildest things I've heard him say.
Whatever you sent didn't come up.
Varga detailed an attempt by aides to
probably 'cause
Orban's
it's
cabinet
PDF or
chief
something.
to remove certain parts from documents in a graft case involving Pal Volner, a former state secretary to the Justice Ministry when Varga was minister. Now, Volner resigned in 2021 after prosecutors accused him of taking bribes, but has not pleaded guilty. Prosecutors are seeking a jail term for Volner, though, and said in a statement that they would analyze the tape provided by Magyar. Now, this case is a big blow to Orban, and it's the first case when someone from his inner circle has spoken out. Unsurprisingly then, the Hungarian opposition were quick to respond once the details of the tape emerged. One opposition politician argued that this case is clear evidence that Hungary's justice system is tarnished and under political influence, with her adding that it's not free and not independent. Thousands of people also took to the streets of Budapest last night near the Hungarian parliament, demanding that the chief prosecutor and Orban resign. It's not just Orban either. Judith Varga was a high-profile politician in Hungarian politics and was supposed to lead Orban's party into the European elections. In a post on Facebook, Varga did not dispute the comments she made in the recording, but accused her ex-husband of domestic violence, claiming that she made the statements under duress. The couple,
Stealing
who
this guy's
shared 3
video,
children,
no
were often
commentary
cast
right
as
now.
a model nuclear family.
I mean, what can we say? I mean, Orban is just Orban.
You have to be transformative.
That's fine.
You're breaking bro code.
That's fine. I mean, that's all we wanted. Just that little summary of that. Is there any more to it? Well, actually, let's stay on this and let's go to Bolsonaro.
Brazil's federal police formally accused former
Okay,
President
I
Jair
found it.
Bolsonaro of falsifying
Okay, so
his
it's in the
COVID-19
news wrap
vaccination
section of that
in order to
PBS thing. That's
skirt
why it took me
public
so long to
health
find.
regulations.
I have it right
That's
here, so I'm
according
going to
to
go
a
to it.
police report seen by.
So that's why it took me so long. Just looking through all these videos, I went to their channel to scan through. So.
In the day's other headlines, Hunter Biden asked a federal judge in Los Angeles to dismiss tax evasion charges against him. Prosecutors say the president's son failed to pay $1.4 million in taxes. His lawyers say the case is politically motivated, forced by pressure from Republicans. The trial is tentatively scheduled for June. In Atlanta, 3 white men who chased and killed a black man, Ahmaud Arbery, urged a federal appeals court today to reject their hate crime convictions. In 2020, Greg McMichael, his son Travis, and a neighbor, William Bryan, went after Arbery in Brunswick, Georgia. Travis McMichael ultimately shot and killed him. The 3 men have also been convicted of state murder charges. The U.S.-Israeli split over the war in Gaza may be easing. The White House confirmed today that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has agreed to reschedule the talks that he canceled this week. The focus was to be the planned Israeli offensive into the city of Rafah, something the U.S. has warned against. In Jerusalem today, Netanyahu met with U.S. lawmakers and defended the cancellation as a necessary signal after the U.S. let a ceasefire resolution pass in the UN Security Council.
My decision not to send the delegation to Washington in the wake of that resolution was a message to Hamas. It was a message, first and foremost, to Hamas. Don't bet on this pressure. It's not going to work.
Netanyahu also dismissed fears that attacking Rafah would endanger thousands of refugees. He said, quote, "People just move. They move with their tents." Meanwhile,
Is that wild? How calmly that guy just said it.
Go back again. Oh, fuck me.
You weren't listening?
Oh, I just hear it again.
On this pressure, it's not going to work.
Netanyahu also dismissed fears that attacking Rafah would endanger thousands of refugees. He said, quote, "People just move. They move with their tents." Meanwhile, Israel and Hezbollah fighters in southern
You get it that time? Jack, your stone toss?
Someone should do something about him.
Netanyahu?
Yeah.
That's like he literally goes, international pressure is not going to work. They're just fucking tents. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. They live in tents. Okay.
I
bro.
really hope that they take him to the ICC. If he's like the first person to go to prison for genocide in 70 years.
No.
I guess they did Rwanda, didn't they?
No, Sudan. Bashir is
Sudan, sorry, yes.
Yeah, Bashir's in there. He
Yeah.
just went down for it. Well, I think it's like ongoing. It might, I don't know. He definitely did it.
Very
He's
rare.
definitely he's definitely getting put away for genocide.
Yeah. But it's very fucking rare. Unfortunately.
Reuters on Tuesday. The move paves the way for Brazil's prosecutor general to present criminal charges before the Supreme Court. A government investigation had already found Bolsonaro's records were falsified to suggest he was vaccinated against COVID-19
Yeah, that's a South
in
American
Sao Paulo
thing.
in July 2021, when he was not in the city. Police found in their report that Bolsonaro could be charged with falsifying data in the country's public health system and forming a criminal organization to evade public health rules. The police report alleges a former Bolsonaro aide who was arrested in the investigation and reached a plea deal fraudulently obtained vaccination records for Bolsonaro and his daughter Laura at the request of the then president. The police said the fake certificates were issued to, quote, obtain undue advantages related to the invasion of sanitary rules established during the pandemic period. Bolsonaro told Reuters that he had not taken the COVID vaccine or done anything wrong. Quote, it's a selective investigation. I'm calm. The world knows that I didn't take the vaccine. During his tenure, Bolsonaro repeatedly downplayed the importance of immunization and social distancing measures during the pandemic, which killed more than 700,000 people in Brazil. He has been ruled politically ineligible until 2030 for spreading election misinformation during the 2022 election, which he lost.
It's become an all too common scene since Javier Milei took office 100 days ago. Clashes between protesters and the police on the streets of Buenos Aires. Protesters demand more food assistance for soup kitchens as inflation has left families struggling to make ends meet.
Not only do we not eat every day, but those who can eat only once a day. We have at least 70% of the population under the poverty index, and many more working people under the indigence index. This is unsustainable.
Poverty rates are on the rise in Argentina. The main reason, inflation is over 50% since Milei took office last December, while he tries to carry out reforms that he says will stabilize the economy.
Javier Milei took office warning people that the situation would get much worse before getting better. And it has. The government devaluated the currency, removed subsidies on electricity and transport. And in places like this one, it shows it has had a huge impact on people's purchasing power.
Jorge Orellano is a butcher in Buenos Aires. He says the situation is difficult for everyone.
There is no doubt there is hardship everywhere. I'm embarrassed to increase prices, but if I don't, I go out of business. I have children coming here to beg for food.
Milei's reform plan has been focused on a mega bill that failed to pass the lower house, and a decree with over 360 articles to introduce sweeping reforms to Argentina's economy. It was rejected in the Senate last week, even though it's still valid. If it is rejected in the lower house, it will complicate the economic plan even more.
President Milei has one very strong thing going in his favor, that he has a clear objective, a clear vision of what he wants. Call it liberal, libertarian, free market, reducing the deficit, not printing any more money.
Yeah.
And he's very clear on this. He's not very good at actually governing. He hasn't done this before.
Javier Milei, who calls himself a lion, boasts that cutting down government spending has left a budget surplus for the first time in years.
It's kind of cringe.
Oh yeah, he is cringe. But if he fixes the economy, he fixes the economy. We'll have to see what happens.
For 2 years, Turkish forces have been carrying out military incursions into neighboring northern Iraq against
fringe political theory should be given a chance, whether it's some type of Marxism or whatever he's doing.
I generally agree. You gotta try it practically once, right?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't have to be
Okay.
practical. It just has to be something we can examine.
Well, that's what I mean by practical. That it's not just books
Yeah.
and writing.
So if it fails, we can go, oh, we shouldn't do that.
Yes. Like communism, every time it's tried, has
Or
failed.
like this guy's bound to.
Or
But hey, let's give him a
capitalism
chance,
or-
y'all. Let's give him a chance.
which has been fighting for Kurdish minority rights in Turkey for decades. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan is now vowing to permanently end the threat
offensive
posed by
started,
the
by the way.
PKK and its affiliates in neighboring Syria.
In the coming days, it is expected that PKK targets
bomb
along the
the fuck out of
approximately 330
Kurdistan.
kilometers in Iraq border.
Also,
By
if
securing the
you
Iraqi
didn't
border,
see, the
Turkey is
PMF is
expected to
officially
create-
joining the mission to hunt down the PKK in Iraq.
The PMF, they actually
Yes,
agreed.
literally the worst case scenario, like I was saying. In that intro for that episode that should be released right now, where I'd say the worst case scenario is if the PMF gets involved, or if
Why does this guy
certain
look like a
Peshmerga-
bobblehead?
Huh? It's fucking
This guy
Turks,
looks like a
bro.
bobblehead.
It's a fucking Turk. Also, have you seen all these
40
lynchings
kilometer
going on
new
in
security
Belgium?
corridor, similar to
I
the
haven't
Iraqi-
seen them.
I've been talking to Pega a lot about them
Mm.
because they're celebrating the Persian New Year, right? More people than just Kurds celebrate that. So people are being targeted by Grey Wolves specifically for celebrating the holiday and being labeled as Kurds, right? So we don't even know like how extended this goes. We've only seen like Kurdish networks reporting on it. You
Yeah.
know? Like there's not the same type of networks that because like the other people aren't as oppressed, you know what I'm saying? Like the Kurdish
Sure.
networks are good at like promoting and communicating within like the Kurdish world. Like the Armenians are as well. Like,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know?
yeah. No, they're very good at
Yeah.
relaying information to each other.
So we
They
don't
kinda
know if
have
there's
to
like
be.
Lori or Persians or
Mm.
you know, I don't know, even maybe Zoroastrians. Even I don't know who celebrates it and who doesn't. But it used to
Yeah.
be. It literally is the Persian New Year. Even the Kurds recognize it as the Persian
Yeah.
New Year. Oh God! Don't you two start fighting. A truck drove by.
Got a boost this month in its war against the PKK.
So yeah, there's been multiple lynchings, not necessarily like execution style lynchings and stuff like that, but you know, like lynch mobs have formed, burning torches and stuff. They've set up car checkpoints, and the Belgian government hasn't done anything about it. Turkey says that these innocent people are all PKK.
Of course.
Turkey, of course. So I was talking to Pega about this because I'm like, oh, like they're like the IRGC, but they're more concentrated in Europe. Like IRGC kills so many people, right?
Mm.
Like the great. So I was telling her like the co-founder of the PKK, right? She, along with 2 other people, were killed like 10 years ago, right? In 2013, to be specific, right? 10 years on the spot. 3 other people were killed in just in a mass shooting type event where they just went boom, 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 kill 3 people just to signal 10 years later they can kill another 3, and Turkey can have this influence over Kurds in France, and they can kill you anywhere, right? So it's all part. And we talked about this with Turkey's. We showed the graphic with Turkey's military expansion, and this is the thing with the Grey Wolves: is they expand that influence a lot, and it's an extremely bad influence that's getting people killed now. Lynchings in Belgium, and Belgium is like not preventing it.
Baghdad banned the Kurdish group. Erdogan is also developing close ties with the leadership of Iraq's semi-autonomous Kurdistan regional government.
Fuck you.
Analysts
The
say such
Barzani.
cooperation is vital to Ankar's goal
there.
of eradicating
That guy
the
right there?
PKK threat.
Barzani.
The guy on the left.
Yeah, Barzani. It's a Barzani clan.
Security forces, together with Kurdish regional governments, Peshmerga, and Turkey
Oh my
wants a
God, please do
full
not
and
send
certain
Peshmerga after the
members
PKK.
in
That is
Iraq,
such a bad
and then
idea.
destroy them, neutralize them.
In April, Erdogan is scheduled to visit Iraq's semi-autonomous Kurdistan regional
You
government
see how cool
and
that fucking the
Baghdad,
Citadel is,
where the
bro?
PKK is expected to top the agenda. Analysts say enhanced bilateral trade, as well as increasing international transit through Iraq
The annoying
to Turkey,
Kurdish lobbyist
gives
posted
Erdogan
today,
new
like, what's stopping Rojava and Bashir from uniting? I'm like, bro, Bashir can't even unite itself. Like it's literally there's 2 different political parties running this semi-autonomous region. Like they need to get their shit together. Okay, it has nothing to do with what Rojava is doing wrong. Okay, get your shit together.
leverage with Baghdad.
The carrot is the development road connecting Basra to the Turkish border, which will bring billions of US dollars to Baghdad's coffers. So for that project to be realistic, there should be stability and security in Iraq.
Remember how I've said we
So,
talked about this?
in a
I've
way,
showed the maps with the
Ankara
pipelines
wishes
and
to-
all this stuff, and like we've talked about how this is coming forever. We have many specials on Kurdistan. I have many things where I talk about Kurdistan. I pull up maps and I show the oil pipelines that they want to produce. I show the facilitating of IRGC movement through these territories and who needs what and what's where. Money.
repackage the combat against PKK within that project.
But analysts warn that the PKK's headquarters is in Iraq's mountainous Kandil region, bordering Iran. That means any operation will require Tehran's cooperation.
Kandil Mountain is divided between Iran and Iraq. Whenever an operation, is planned,
We have an
and,
interview with somebody who
implemented
literally
in
lives in the
region,
Kandil
they go to
Mountains, and
Iran,
he's like being
interest
bombed and
Iran
stuff when we're
combat.
talking to him. Not while we're talking to him, but he talks about how they were bombed recently. That's like episode 2.
So this campaign should be
3.
complemented
3,
by
3.
Iranian efforts, but it's not a guarantee. We will see what happens.
The rivalry between Turkey and Iran is increasing across the region.
None of this even
and
explained
analysts say
interpolitics
Tehran may be
within Kurdistan. That's
No.
like at least they're reporting on it, Voice of America, but there's a real limited section there where you're not explaining the internal politics.
Thailand started sending aid to military route Myanmar on Monday in a new humanitarian initiative backed
Good.
by ASEAN.
Another
The
Thailand W.
initiative aims to pave the way for talks between warring camps in Myanmar. But critics
Zapata's really
say
chirping
the
up a
aid
storm right
will
now.
only help the junta as the majority of displaced people may not be able to access
Yeah,
it.
well, it's Red Cross.
UN
It's
Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Myanmar, Tom Andrews, discussed the plan on March 20th.
The
I
problem
don't
that we
really
have right
care
now
where the
is that
aid.
humanitarian aid
If
is
it's
not going.
If it's humanitarian aid, as long as it's going in, it's like that's better than nothing. At the end of the day, like obviously we need to get it to who's actually being displaced and oppressed.
To the areas that
get
need
it in there
most.
first,
I'm
and then
talking
see
about
what
the
we can
conflict
progress. You know?
areas, the areas outside of of SAC administered areas of the country. This is the fastest growing part of the country. That is where most of the people, growing numbers of people in the country that need humanitarian aid are.
Myanmar has been locked in conflict since the military seized power in 2021, appending a decade of tentative democracy and reform. At least 2.6 million people have been displaced by fighting, according to the UN, and more than 18 million people are in need of assistance. Thailand's foreign ministry said the first batch of relief bags carried rice, dried food, and other essentials for 20,000 people. It was delivered in a convoy by the Thai Red Cross to its Myanmar counterpart at the Mesot-Mewadi border crossing, and will be distributed in 3 pilot locations observed by ASEAN's Humanitarian and Disaster Agency.
Open it
The
up more,
project
back
is
off
part
on
of
it. Microphones they're dynamic, you know.
We
You
have
control
seen,
how
of
much
course,
of the field they cut out.
hackings and cyber incidents for Australia. Has Australia been a target by China?
On this occasion, no. The Foreign Minister Penny Wong
No.
says Australia's electoral systems weren't compromised, but she says this other activity has obvious implications for Australia. Penny Wong saying it's unacceptable
Boo!
and it must stop.
Yeah, big boo.
Now, this
Boo.
relates to a couple of incidents in
Boo,
the UK
Labour,
and the
boo.
US. In terms of the UK, it claims that politicians, democratic institutions were targeted. The UK is
I don't
accusing
care.
China of accessing the
Like,
details
I don't really
of 40 million voters held by
Can
the
we talk
Electoral
about how Anthony Albanese is literally like an embodiment of like a president baby type character? like go back to that picture of him. Like just skip back 5 seconds. It should come up. Look at this guy, right? Right? It's like he's with his mom and dad right now. It's his first communion.
That's so
But like, I
funny.
don't give a fuck about like the Labor Party. It's Penny Wong specifically who I'm booing.
Yeah, she's awful.
Details of 40 million voters held by the Electoral Commission. And as for the US, it says 7 Chinese nationals targeted members of Congress, other officials as well, and they were part of a Chinese state-sponsored group known as APT-31.
This guy don't lie.
China, of course, dismissed these claims. A foreign ministry official says those UK accusations are just disinformation, and the Chinese embassy in Washington, D.C. says, look, this is just a groundless accusation.
But Paul,
Sure.
there's a lot of voices as well in this debate or this discussion, because New Zealand as well is saying they've been targeted alongside the US and the UK.
New Zealand got hacked.
Yeah, the complaints are piling up, and on the back of this, we
The
also
internet
heard from the
went down.
GCSB minister. The GCSB is New Zealand's
became
spy
an
agency. The
island
minister
again.
Judith Collins saying New Zealand was attacked back in 2021. There were links.
I heard when they get internet outage, they just do a haka until it comes back on. Oh, see, this is what I was talking about. This story's dope. I haven't actually looked at it yet, but hey, we'll see what the propaganda network has to say.
He says after mocking Australians.
Linda Marte grew up with a love for motorbikes. She says she wanted to challenge the stereotype that bikes were for men. However, her first attempt at riding one almost got her injured, so she quit.
Like you can easily get your leg
somewhere bent because of the exhaust pipe. When you are getting down and you get off from at that side of the exhaust pipe, yeah, you get yourself bent.
In
Good
2019,
hands.
Mate was introduced to electric bikes, reigniting her childhood interests. She has since been working as a bike courier in Ghana's capital, Accra. She says electric bikes are
Cool
easier
bike.
to
It looks like the
operate
bike in
than
Death Stranding.
gasoline-powered motorcycles.
Looks like
John's
what?
being racist. Yeah, against people who do the haka, which is more than just the Maoris. It's the
yeah, I guess
the
technically.
rugby team out there doing it. You know,
It could be half. I don't know.
I
I
want
actually
to see.
don't.
I want to see if the New Zealand government has one. They do one. That would be so funny.
All the dorky, pasty white guys doing
Yeah,
the haka.
yeah. That's when it's funny.
The challenge, she says, is keeping her bike charged.
But with the kind of work we do, the deliveries and stuff, if you charge at home and you're out in town and you run out of battery, then you have to go back home and charge. No.
Instead, Mate swaps low batteries for fresh ones at these stations run by Ghanaian battery company Kofa.
That's cool.
Motorcycles play a vital role in Africa, moving people and goods, especially in areas with limited public transport and road infrastructure. Industry experts say e-bikes are cheaper
Unironically,
to
stop.
run
What? It's
and
funny.
produce less
It's funny when
emissions.
the white people do the haka dance. Like,
Now
look,
motorcycle.
we have our version of it. Let me show you.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about white people.
You could bring up anything. Literally anything at this point. Are you going to bring up line dancing? Please tell me you're going to bring up line dancing.
No, come on. I'm going to bring up one of my favorite pictures of all time.
Oh my god. Same energy.
This was far worse.
But the World Bank says about half of sub-Saharan Africa is without electricity, and even places with electricity would struggle with a big increase in electric vehicles, according to COFA founder Eric
Yes,
Nygaard.
but here's the
They
thing. They don't have to swap out the infrastructure. They just have to build it.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
this is why China, ultimately, the Belt and Road has been a good thing because it's caused Biden and the EU to challenge that policy and open their own infrastructure policies.
True.
Right?
That is a fair
It's
point.
ultimately a good thing. So at the end of the day, China did good here with because it's they do debt relief anyway, just like the United States. Also, a lot of people are a lot of African countries are getting real fucked right now because the debt goes for 10 years, right? And they took out a bunch of loans when the economy collapsed under Obama on 2014.
Yeah.
And it's 2024 now, so those loans they have to pay up on the full coverage of those loans.
Boy.
So it's going to hurt a lot of economies if the Americans don't do debt relief. And because it's an election year, Biden can't really just afford to do a broad African relief debt policy.
Yeah.
Struggling with this in the Western world. So when you imagine everybody comes home at 5 o'clock and plugs their cars in. I mean, what it does is it creates an extreme electricity demand spike.
Bro,
which is quite intense.
Who is this guy? They're
White guy.
using fucking power stations. Like it's like
This is the guy that made it. The battery thing.
Okay. So he's explaining why his shit is better. Okay.
I guess.
That makes sense.
So putting that pressure on the current grid systems across Africa would not work.
Instead, COFA's batteries store electricity from solar panels in the national grid. Users can swap depleted batteries at any time at locations across the capital without putting pressure on the
This is propaganda. It's to help advertise this company.
national grid. After 2 years of operation, COFA swaps about 200 batteries in Accra daily.
And these batteries are almost like packets of energy that you could use anywhere.
Wow, did you know batteries are stored energy that you can use anywhere? Crazy. Fuck this guy.
Well, what he's getting into is that like these can fuel generators. He's literally saying he's giving himself as a solution to the grid because he just uses solar panels to charge these battery stations, and then people could take them anywhere. Right? Because if all the cells are getting charged independently on solar panels, then it's a far different investment because it's a capitalist investment. It's literally a capitalist investment instead of like a state infrastructure wind farm type investment.
Yeah.
This has no
Yeah.
audio, by the way, but
Okay.
this is one of those narco subs. You
Yeah.
know, they're not subs, of course. They've
No,
never been subs.
they're
I think one is kind of a sub.
yeah, they're like they can range from like surface vessels to like
Yeah, low
semi-submersibles.
visibility episodes.
Yeah.
Vessels.
Interdicción de dicha embarcación, en la cual son encontrados 5 sujetos, 3 de nacionalidad colombiana, 1 venezolano, 1 hondureño, y en su interior se encuentran bultos con sustancias sospechosas. Son conducidos con todas las medidas de seguridad a la estación de guardacostas de San Andrés y posteriormente en coordinación.
3 tons of cocaine. Fucking hell. That's a lot of cocaine.
Yeah, and Colombia is where the ships are coming from. They always come from Colombia. Is where those ships they build them on land, and they build them for single use only.
Yes, they're one way.
What's going on here?
Well, the China Development Forum, as you very well know, Tom, in your days in Beijing, is a annual meeting that was kind of put on hold a little bit through the pandemic, obviously COVID-0. So this is a reacquainted kind of tour of U.S. and other international executives to come to China, not only to the CDF, the China Development Forum, in the Diaoyutai State Guest House in central Beijing, and meeting with senior Beijing leaders, but also down here, some 2,700 kilometers to the south on the island of Hainan for the annual Boao Forum. I haven't been here in 5 years because of all those constraints that I talked about because of COVID-0. So there's another get reacquainted kind of tour for myself and for these executives. But up at the CDF, we had gotten wind last night that there was a senior leader, and that obviously means Xi Jinping was going to be meeting the U.S. delegation, not only of business executives, but also from academia. And sure enough, it happened today. We don't know the precise details of the talk. We do know that at least Blackstone.
You know what's really cool is the CEO of it's Blackstone, not BlackRock. Still, Blackstone can get fucked too. But the CEO of Qualcomm is very cool to be in China because they're in every Android device. That's very cool. That makes you real confident.
Steve Schwartzman was a participant. We're still trying to get confirmation of others, but we do know that Apple's Tim Cook was there for the CDF. We know that Pfizer's Albert Bourla was there. Also the heads of FedEx and also Chubb. A number of other executives were there meeting with Chinese officials. But keep in mind, Tom, usually at the CDF, they meet with the premier.
Dunk was there?
And Li Chang was sort of sidelined. He didn't have the meeting with them, much like we saw at the National People's Congress. Li Chang did not have his annual press conference. It was Xi Jinping who came in today and met face-to-face with the U.S. executives.
Yeah, that's interesting context, isn't it? You are obviously on the ground, Steve, and you've been conversing, you've been speaking to CEOs and leaders from US companies, other companies as well. What is the sense? Are they convinced that China really is making this effort now? How much conviction is there amongst business leaders that China is still a place to invest and do business?
Oh my God, it isn't. Stop doing it. Story over.
BYD is driving China's car wars from a
Oh, look,
position of
BYD,
strength.
the notoriously explosive electric vehicles.
The world's largest electric vehicle maker is using aggressive discounts
Awful
to
cars.
undercut rivals and win market share.
Do not
be a
buy
risky
them.
tactic. But
Do you remember what I said about EVs, John, and how I said that you should not buy Chinese EVs, and you should, if you're going to buy one, actually go into like a mid to high range one. And for countries to actually get this implemented, they should offer tax incentives to get you into mid to high level ones.
Unlike you, I remember everything.
Well, this is one reason. They're using their free developing nation status to undercut markets with their shit products.
Mhm.
Don't buy them.
Capitalism.
Just do not buy them. They are awful, awful, awful cars.
I
And
think the free
if-
market can decide.
But if the reason that I say this is because if you really, really want people into electric cars, you need to get them into semi-decent ones, not ones that will break in a year and give you 100 kilometers on a battery. Bad experiences do not lead to repeat buying. It's that simple. And if you put them into shit cars, they're going to go straight back to petrol cars. It's just that simple.
Record annual earnings it reported for 2023 suggest it can keep fighting. BYD is now selling some cars as much as a fifth below their
Thought that
original
said
price.
communist.
Newer designs, such as a recent update to the aptly named Destroyer model, are cheaper than predecessors too.
That's funny.
Yet the top and bottom lines are holding up well. Revenue grew to over 600 billion yuan last year, and its net profit margin grew 1 percentage point to 5%. Local rivals are less well off. None boast the economies of scale nor vertical integration
Wanna
that
know how to
power
fix
BYD.
this?
Still, it has some
Oh.
catching up to do with international peers. Its operating profit margin clocks in at around 6% versus more than 10% at Tesla and Toyota. That leaves less room for error, and there is some tricky driving ahead. China's demanding consumers are developing a taste for new technology, such as autonomous driving, where BYD
Oh my god, Chinese autonomous driving. Oh boy. Okay. Sure. Yeah.
Suicide booth.
Suicide booth.
2 for 1. So you know how Bishi the chinchilla has a long snooter?
Mm.
It's really funny when you give him things that he hasn't had before, and he starts checking them out to sniff them, and then decides, I'm good. He's just like the way he like sniffs it. It's like very hesitant, but like it's like just being like, ooh, 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 ooh.
Do you still have that sound?
What?
Was that ever?
No,
when-
no, because it didn't come out good.
Ah.
What is this one about? Oh,
A
I knew you
Japanese
would click
firm
this
has
one,
been
you
ordered to
fucking fat
recall
hater.
dietary supplement pills after death among users. Kobayashi Pharmaceutical said it was bringing back several products to avoid further harm. All contain red yeast rice or beni koji.
Interesting.
It contains a mold said to help lower cholesterol, but also used as coloring. Japanese Chief Cabinet Secretary Yoshimasa Hayashi said the government was closely monitoring the numbers of those affected.
We have been made aware of a further fatal event concerning products containing beni koji manufactured by Kobayashi Pharmaceutical, bringing the total deaths to 2, as well as 106 related hospitalizations.
Local media reports say online sales of the affected Kobayashi products have also been halted in China and Taiwan. The Osaka-based firm says it is investigating whether the products caused kidney damage. It's
Oh my
urged
God.
52 other firms to recall products,
Everything
including
causes kidney
tofu,
damage.
that contain beni koji that it supplied. Shares in the firm are down 20% since Friday, when it first did a voluntary recall.
Let's stay on Japan.
Yeah, there's another thing in there about Japan.
Mhm.
This Evaya, that's you. Good. I
Japan's
put
yen
this on because
currency
remember
fell
the
to a
other day I was like,
34-year
oh, is
low
Japan's
against the
market's
US
doing good? Turns out no.
No, they're not. And you know why this is a good thing? Because the car that I want
Cheaper
is
electronics.
25 grand here. Well, cheaper electronics too, but cheaper cars. So the car that I want here is 25 grand, but it's 8 grand over there.
Just don't worry, they'll be able to acquire resources with their military expansion.
Dollar on Wednesday. The country's 3 main monetary authorities held an
Oh
emergency
shit, that's
meeting
real
to
bad.
discuss
That's
the
worse
weak
than it
yen.
was.
The Bank of Japan, Finance Ministry, and Financial Services Agency met late in Tokyo trading hours. They suggested they were ready to intervene in the market to stop what it called disorderly and
God.
speculative moves in the currency. Top currency diplomat Masato Kanda
What a
said he
head.
won't rule out any steps to respond to disorderly FX moves. He also said the
Looks like an
central bank
Agent
would
Orange
respond through
victim.
monetary policy if currency moves affected the economy and price trends. The dollar slipped against the yen on news of the meeting.
You didn't even hear what I said, did
The yen
you?
has continued to lose ground
No, I
even though
missed
the
it.
BOJ
I
moved
said he
away
looks
from
like an
negative
Agent
interest
Orange
rates last
victim.
week.
Jesus Christ. I was just checking the conversion rate. The Australian dollar is stronger than the yen. It's the first time this has ever happened, I think. Because usually
Well,
the
I
yen
don't
is on
understand.
parity with the US dollar. Works for me.
While rates rose for the first time since
Your brother's
2007,
also
markets now
you're
believe the next
sleeping
hike
on
may
that
be some
mountain
time
lion
away.
story, by the way.
I'm getting there. Is it in Globby?
A
No,
weaker
no,
yen
no.
makes
Mountain
exports from
lions
the
are in the
world's
US,
fourth
bro.
largest economy cheaper, but
I'll
it
find
can
it.
push up
I got
prices
one
of
more,
energy
and then
and
I'll
other Japanese
find the
imports.
mountain lion one.
That fuels inflation and makes the cost of living higher. It also undermines the
As long as
BOJ's
they can be
aim of
broken up
achieving
into
a
sections
sustainable
easy.
2%
As long as they can be broken up into sections easily.
inflation level through wage growth and better household purchasing power. Earlier Wednesday, Finance
didn't
Minister
see only
Suzuki
news.
said authorities could take decisive steps against yen weakness. BOJ Governor Kazuo Ueda also said the
Fair
central
man.
bank would keep a close eye on currency developments.
This is the moment Thailand's parliament approved a marriage equality bill on Wednesday. It is a landmark step that moves the country closer to becoming Asia's third territory to legalize same-sex unions. The legislation was passed by 400 of the 415 lawmakers present. The bill's passage marks a significant step towards cementing Thailand's position as one of Asia's most liberal countries on lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender issues.
Yeah, it's pretty gay.
Alongside its traditional conservative Buddhist
I don't know.
values. The country
This
has
is a
long
big
been
win
a
for
draw
the
same-sex
for
couples.
the hoes in
It's a
Thailand.
vibrant and
Damn,
visible
bro, that's got to
LGBT
be like
social
the
scene
gayest
for
shit
locals
I've
and
ever heard
expatriates.
ever.
Thailand also has targeted campaigns to attract LGBT travelers. However, rights
This is good because they legalized weed and the gays. This is excellent.
Yeah,
What's next?
I think it was Pod Save America, some show that they did that was playing in the background. They're talking about MBS.
Okay.
I think they made like a news show that like explains certain leaders or something.
Huh.
And
Okay.
so I was like, I'll definitely check this out because you know me, I love MBS. He's my
Yes.
favorite. And it was just they made this point, and I was like, damn, that's like every now and then I hear something that's just like that's totally changing my worldview. But they said that you shouldn't conflate basically like progressivism and like progress towards social like liberalism with
Okay.
democracy. They're not exclusive. You can have a horrific authoritarian regime like Saudi Arabia that can totally go through these progressivizations, but it may not be like how the Magna Carta eventually came in the UK and cut down the kingdom. Like a kingdom might always exist. You might always have no government freedom, right? Because like this is how democracy index measures. It's on both sides, but those societal freedoms might increase to a point. But at this point, both are lower than Iran, which is embarrassing for Saudi Arabia. Get with the program, bro.
Activists have long maintained its laws and institutions do not reflect social attitudes towards LGBT people and same-sex couples. LGBT activists said the passing of the bill was a positive step, but there were some unresolved issues. During Wednesday's debate, LGBT advocates who were on the parliamentary committee had pushed unsuccessfully for the terms father and mother to be changed to the gender-neutral parent in references
That's not
to
going to
the
happen.
family unit. The marriage
That's not.
equality
I don't
bill
think that's.
still
I mean,
requires
good.
approval
Go
from
for
the
it. You know,
Senate, an
reach for the
endorsement from the
stars.
king before
Yeah.
it becomes law, and would take effect 120 days later.
Okay,
This
good
video
night,
was brought to you
racist.
by.
What do you mean? Never happened. There's no racism by me. Yes, the mountain
A horrific mountain lion attack in rural northern California has left one brother dead and another badly hurt. It's the first
you know what I
verified
say to
fatal
this?
incident of its kind in California in 20 years.
sounds right
Here's
here.
ABC's Zareen Shah.
It's a cute.
Poggers!
Tonight, the chilling dispatch audio of a mountain lion attack in Northern California that left one man dead and his brother injured while hunting for antlers shed by wildlife.
We got a report of a subject attacked by a mountain lion. Code 3 fire and medical are en route now.
The El Dorado County Sheriff's Office says they received a call Saturday afternoon from an 18-year-old who said a mountain lion attacked him and his 21-year-old brother.
Medical is with the first patient, 18-year-old male, who last saw his brother, a 21-year-old male, pinned down by the mountain lion.
Deputies and paramedics on the scene within 20 minutes, finding the mountain lion next to the 21-year-old on the ground.
The mountain lion was facing the deputies, and in an attempt to get to the individual to render first aid, they discharged their firearms.
But it was too late. The older brother was dead. Fatal mountain lion attacks in California are rare, according to the state's Department of Fish and
These
Wildlife.
motherfuckers,
the last
bro.
verified one was
These
only 20
motherfuckers, right? So they talk while their population is very small, like in places where their territory is, they're everywhere, right?
Yeah.
And they're normally literally just watching people just off the path.
Yeah.
It's the younger ones that are more dangerous, though.
Yeah, it's like snakes. You get bitten by a baby snake, they don't know how to control their venom, so they just inject it all.
Well, with
So
them,
you don't wanna
it's
get
more of
hit by a
they
baby.
haven't learned to fear people.
Right.
They're more ambitious and
Yeah.
more like the that's how that's why young people die more. The young,
Yeah.
they take those risks.
Mm.
And Lindsay, as for that 18-year-old, he was rushed to the hospital. A family spokesperson says he's undergone multiple surgeries and is expected to make a full recovery. Lindsay.
Hi, everyone. George
Wait.
Stephanopoulos here.
The 18-year-old was the one who one died, right?
Yeah, one died, yeah.
Okay, so the other guy also was attacked and mauled by it.
Yeah, but didn't die, I think. Look, another mountain lion story.
It's the same one. It's just
This
different.
morning, a mother in
This was a
Northern
year ago.
California being called a hero.
It's always in California.
Oh, this is
fighting
a
off a
recommended.
mountain lion as it was attacking
Oh no,
her
it was just one that popped up, so it was just a
Yeah,
related.
son.
It was a pretty vicious attack, took him to the ground, and apparently, as was described, was biting into this young child.
Authorities in rural San Mateo County say 5-year-old Jack, his mother, and grandfather were out for a walk earlier this week when a mountain lion attacked Jack, taking him.
Jesus fucking Christ. That's crazy. I didn't realize there
Yeah.
was a second one for this. There's another one.
I wanted to hear about the mom fighting the mountain lion, man. Come on.
In this wooded
Mine.
Is it like you don't got animals like we do here that will just fucking kill
Not
you
like that,
this?
no.
The
Not like
bison,
big
too.
cats or anything.
Bison too.
Into the ground
But
and
normally
biting
people
him.
get killed by
Jack's
bison because
mother
they're being
jumped
stupid.
into action, charging
Yeah.
at the mountain lion.
The mom lunged at the mountain lion, and just before making physical contact with it, the lion let her son go.
According to his family, Jack has been released from the hospital after suffering puncture wounds, saying he's pretty bruised up, but recovering.
He has a lot of lacerations, bruising all over his body, but especially on his face. And he has one fracture near his eye, so his eye is really swollen. But he's all
but this
stitched
kid
up.
is gonna get like he's
Isn't
got
that-
a cool story for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
He's set. Plus, I mean, look at him. This kid is already cool.
A brave, courageous little boy, and
True. All right. This one.
He's lucky.
A single sliver of
Very.
caution tape is all that remains in this wooded area of El Dorado County.
Love
just
this already.
outside
What a great
Georgetown.
storytelling.
This is where a mountain lion
All this
killed a
B-roll and shit.
21-year-old man
Love it.
and seriously hurt his 18-year-old brother Saturday. Officials say they were antler shed hunting.
There were two brothers, and they're just trying to have a good time in the woods. And what a tragic ending.
Georgetown resident
That
Dana
could be
Scott
taken out of
Vickery
context,
tells me
couldn't it?
it's
Wait.
Just two brothers trying to have a good time in the woods.
And what a tragic ending.
Georgetown resident Dana Scott Vickery tells me it's horrible. Something so violent happened to two people so young.
I feel sorry for the family and the brothers. The one guy lost his brother, and he'll probably have nightmares the rest of his life and scars.
He did suffer traumatic injuries.
The El Dorado County Sheriff's Office says the 18-year-old got separated from his older brother.
Keep the guy talking. He suffered catastrophic injuries. Stay on that guy talking while you jump in on the cut. This is beautifully done. This is like top tier news package work by this guy. This guy is phenomenal. His voice balancing is great. His shots are fantastic. I mean, look at this one. This even one got a little bit of out of focus. It's creative, you know. You don't throw too many of those in there, but just like filming the tire tracks, the single piece of caution tape opening, beautiful work.
Attack and called 911. Luckily, he'll be okay.
He has undergone multiple surgeries throughout the night. However, was speaking with one of the family spokespersons, he informed me that thankfully the brother is expected to make a full recovery.
Officials say the last deadly mountain lion attack in the county happened 30 years ago, not too far from this location. The victim was 40-year-old Barbara Schoner.
She was running on one of the trails. Western States runs right through that area, on the canyon.
I think it's
and
fucking bitter skull
unfortunately, she lost
crushed
her
her head.
life to a mountain lion attack.
Experts say mountain lions attacking people is rare. They usually go after animals. That's what Micah Riley's mother was worried about. She lives right near where the attack happened.
And I heard it was a mountain lion attack. So then I called her, and then her dogs were going crazy. The horses were freaking out. So then I was like, all right, I'll come out there and help you get the animals put away.
Riley shares his condolences to loved ones of the brothers who were attacked Saturday, but adds that the local wildlife can be dangerous.
I felt
no
bad
shit.
for the kids and the families.
Like I didn't play the second one, but the first
do.
Red Dead, it was just funny. You'd be like just on your horse, just like sitting there, and all of a sudden a mountain lion would attack you and just kill you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was
That's
like
hilarious.
Live in the woods up here where you got to be cautious for it.
All right.
Yeah, that's the thing is that they're so invisible. You need like specialized hounds to hunt them and a serious license too. But I remember listening to Joe Rogan with a guy who hunted a mountain lion. And there's video of him doing it too. He bow hunted it, I believe.
Oh, that's crazy.
And we're following breaking news out of Congress this morning. Just after midnight this morning, lawmakers on Capitol Hill passed the last bill to fund the government
And then they
through
went
the
on
fiscal
vacation.
year. The Senate voted 74-24 to pass a sweeping $1.2 trillion government funding bill. The bill, which passed in the House on Friday, now goes to President Biden's desk for his signature. Some of the appropriations bills included in this package are state, defense, labor, health and human services, and homeland security.
See how shitty this is?
among
Like
others.
comparing
will
those two
be
mountain lion
fully-
stories too.
Yeah.
One was just pictures of captive mountain lions. The other guy went out and he said, I'm going to get as many creative shots of the same trail and caution tape as I can get and put these together. Like he worked with what he had and he did a great report. That was shit. That was like TEF global shit. They put a clock in there that was like accelerated and speeding up and money scrolling by. Awful. You can do better. See me after class. Oh man, there's some DeSantis nonsense.
We're following several breaking news stories.
Yeah.
Stories
There's
for you
another
this
one that's
afternoon. First, Governor Ron DeSantis has signed a bill that would restrict minors from opening social media accounts. The governor signed the bill within the last hour at a school in Jacksonville. The House voted 109-4 to approve the bill, which passed the Senate earlier in March. DeSantis had vetoed an earlier version, but today he said he believes social media harms children in a variety of ways, and this bill gives parents a greater ability to protect their kids.
being buried in those devices all day is not the best way to grow up. It's not the best way to get a good education.
You torture people.
So we're proud of that, and I think what they've done today is going to build off that, and ultimately, trying to help parents navigate this very difficult terrain that we have now with raising kids.
You're taking
So
autonomy
the
away
bill
from
will
the
prevent
parents.
children under
Yeah.
Parents
the
can
age of
regulate
16
parents
from
can
opening
regulate their own
social media
children's phone use
Mm-hmm.
if they decide it's necessary.
accounts, though it would allow parents to give consent for 14 and 15-year-olds to have accounts. Kids under 14 could not open accounts at all.
So all that's going to happen is they're just going to put their minimum age. Like there was age restrictions on Facebook at one point, I believe. You're muted.
There were 13-year-olds allowed on it, but he's just increasing it to 18, I guess.
No, it's 16.
16.
Yeah. So you have to, if you're 14 or 15, you have to get parents' permission, which is like they just make your birthday 16.
Mm.
So you're 16 years old. Like it's not hard. It's like verify your age on any type of like website,
Yeah.
It'll be like to watch a game trailer. It's like I'm gonna like keep it at January, whatever it is, go to 1972. I just scroll up hard. Like I don't give a
You
fuck.
are not going to be able to commandeer somebody's private property and expect to get away with it. We are in the state of Florida ending the squatter scam once and for all. And momentarily, I'll be signing HB 621, which will give the homeowner the ability to quickly and legally remove a squatter from a property,
with
and
deadly
which will
force.
increase criminal penalties for squatting. You are not going to be able to commandeer somebody's private property and expect to get away with it. We are in the state of Florida ending the squatter scam once and for all. And
what is this? Did they just really just loop it back to back there?
momentarily, I'll be.
Or did they give like a sting? Dumb.
Governor DeSantis, thank you so much for having me here today.
Talking to the mic.
Signing a bill 621. So
Huh?
I'm going to apologize in advance to everybody for reading, but I want to make sure everybody hears me.
What?
My name.
You're muted, bro. Nobody heard what you just said. Because you're muted.
Michelle, walk us through what was actually approved today.
I said useless.
Hi, thank you. What was approved today is New York's
Oh,
Metropolitan
dude, I love
Transportation
this
Authority
shit.
approved a tolling structure for congestion pricing, which is basically that a passenger car with an easy pass will pay $15 to drive into the congestion pricing zone, which is if you're driving south of 60th
So it's
Street.
like
This is the first of a
$50
kind
if you
in
have
the
to go
nation.
through New York and you
And
just
so,
have
Michelle,
business
this
and you need your car.
this would be on top of what you pay to get through the tunnel, of course, to come over the bridge. I have to imagine that this is facing a lot of opposition, to put it mildly.
Fuck
There's
you.
definitely some
Well,
pushback.
it literally
from,
does nothing except like people who absolutely need their cars because they're not like from the region, right? So it's allowing people who already live there to still congest the fuck out of it. It's just like, hey, you don't live here, pay more. You have to be rich to come in. Fucking stupid.
For instance, New Jersey commuters, some of them, yes, they do pay, already pay tolls to get through tunnels or bridges to get into Manhattan. There will be credits for against. For drivers who already pay tolls on some tunnels, on some tunnel crossings. So there is some relief there to help lower the cost of this new congestion pricing toll on those drivers.
And so, Michelle, it's estimated that this could bring in $1 billion a year if it actually comes to
Yeah,
fruition.
and then we can
What would
hire
the
more
city do with
NYPD
that
to
money?
be on
What's
the
the plan
subway
there?
stations
Well,
with
the
the
money
MTA
will
budget.
go towards the MTA, and it will improve
And the
the
MTA
city's
police.
transit system. So subways, buses, the commuter rail lines. You know, the subway system is over 100 years old.
Look at that street.
There
Look
are
at
subway
that street.
signals that are from
You
the
tell me how the
1930s,
fuck that street functions right there, bro.
modernized
Look at
and
that. What is
upgraded.
that?
This will
It's like
help really
so there's like
bring
4 special lanes in that motherfucker.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Look, you
whole
can only
transit
do
system.
you can only cross in one direction. The other direction is a bike lane. So civilians, you gotta check. You gotta be on the next block. Also, it's like you can't cross here. You gotta go to the one. See, there's crosswalks at the ultimate edge to go up, right? But where the bike lane is, you would think that you could just use that as a crosswalk. No. It's at the end of the street. See, it's a square for the crosswalk. Go fuck yourself.
Into our current age, it has suffered neglect over the years, and it definitely needs modernization.
It's suffered
A
government
lot of people would
negligence.
say that's an understatement. So walk us through what comes next. Of course, the MTA board approved
What
this
comes next?
structure, but what comes next? What still needs to happen now?
Get it again.
So what's going to happen is there is a final, the federal government will have a final sign off on this, and that's anticipated to happen. And the MTA is looking to start charging drivers in mid-June of this year. Now, what could postpone that is there are a few different lawsuits out there. Governor Phil Murphy is pushing back against this. And a lot of these lawsuits, what they're seeking to do is either delay or stop altogether
Can't hear you,
the
lady.
congestion pricing tolling plan.
Okay, we've heard enough.
We'll see
Dumb
what
policy.
happens with those lawsuits, and if
Probably
that's
not
going
going to fix
delay
anything.
the mid-June start.
Inflate government
Joining
budget.
me now is Chesapeake Bay waterman Luke McFadden.
Shush. I'm finding other stuff. Hold on.
Hey, look, it's Forrest Gump. Remember him?
Mm-hmm. Donald Trump's social media platform, Truth Social, made its public debut on the NASDAQ yesterday. The stock price soared, reportedly powered by supporters looking to invest in the former president's business. But the platform's stock success does not seem to match its own financials. Truth Social lost $49 million last year. It also has far fewer users than any other social network that has gone public. The tech research firm SimilarWeb estimates Truth Social had about 5 million users last month. That's compared to more than 3 billion on Facebook and 2 billion on TikTok. Dan Alexander is a senior editor at Forbes who has spent years covering the former president's sprawling business empire, and he joins us now. Dan Alexander, thank you so much for being here. What was your reaction yesterday when you saw that Truth Social stock price just shoot through the roof?
Well, it was a reminder of what happened in 2021 when this idea of creating a Trump-branded social media network first hit the news. And at that moment, it was part of a SPAC deal. And the SPAC, similar to what you saw happen with the stock yesterday, shot through the roof. And that lasted for about 2 days. And then it gradually over time started to step down and down and down. And if history repeats itself, that means that a lot of the people who are buying it,
This sounds like a scam to me, Mr. Ghostman. This sounds like a pump and dump scam. Crazy. And now they invented crypto to do it to the poorest of poor people.
A company with these sorts of financials, how is it that it ended up with this valuation in the multiple
well, you
billions
see,
of
money
dollars?
is fake. Look, he even thinks it's funny. Like they all like come on.
Well, something's worth what people are willing to pay for it. And there are a lot of people right now who are extremely excited about the idea that they can buy stock and therefore become sort of a business partner of Donald
So they
Trump.
can be holding the
Now,
bag.
that doesn't have anything to do with the financials. It doesn't have much to do with the future of the company. There's no serious stock analyst who would say that this valuation makes sense. But nonetheless, if enough people are excited about something, then what you have is mania.
Literally
And people
just
get
went,
excited and they bid it up
just went to trial for inflating his value. Like, bro, you just got a reduction on that shit and you're doing another scam. What an asshole.
crazy price, which is where we are.
Now, we know the former president has got this nearly $500 million civil fraud judgment in New York. He's got $80 million owed to E. Jean Carroll. He's got enormous legal bills. On some level, if people are enthusiastic about the former president and they want to find a way
still
to
is
fill
so
up his
neutral.
wallet, like
It's like they won't give you an opinion or conclusion. Like they leave you to come up to the correct conclusion yourself.
investing in his company, what is? There's nothing really wrong with that, is there?
No, I mean, it's just a risky move. People are free to spend and potentially lose money as they please. If they choose to buy these stocks at overvalued prices, okay, so be it. You know, if people are donating to a presidential campaign, their return on investment is going to be zero. So if people are donating or investing in Trump's social media network, at least they're not going to get totally wiped out, at least in the short term.
So I understand you did just a quick calculation. Do you have a rough sense of what Truth Social going public did for Donald Trump's net worth?
Yeah, so right now, this very moment, Donald Trump is worth over $7 billion. And over $5 billion of that is because of this social media company. So the vast majority of his fortune right now is tied up in these illiquid shares that he holds in a fledgling social media company that people are unreasonably excited about.
So illiquid, meaning he can't tap into that just yet. Is that right?
Yeah, and that's a key point. He has lockup provisions as part of this deal, which prevent him from either selling or borrowing against those shares for roughly 6 months. Now, maybe something happens where they can tweak the rules, but in doing so, they would essentially be inviting shareholder lawsuits, and I think it would be difficult for them to be able to change it. What Trump is hoping for here is that the stock price will be able to hang on for those 6 months. Maybe not at its sky-high level that it is right now, but even if it dropped by 50%, that's still an enormous amount of money for him that he can tap into. Sell those shares, part of them, nearly all of them, whatever, and cash in a huge amount of money.
He literally
money that he hasn't
invented money that didn't exist.
I know, as I mentioned, you have covered Trump's previous businesses for many, many years. You even wrote a book about it. Does what you're seeing here parallel any of those previous business ventures?
Oh, come on,
it does.
PBS.
You know, if you look back at Donald Trump's
really spelling
history,
it out, huh?
He's really a master at convincing people to throw piles of money at him, even when they should be.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is, if you look at this over the years, the sorts of people throwing those piles of money at him have become less and less likely to scrub the financials of the actual business. So if you go back to the 1980s and he's building in Atlantic City, he's borrowing from A-list, names you would know, banks on Wall Street. These are people who are going to scrub financials very carefully. However, they didn't do it carefully enough in that case, and there were several bankruptcies, and many of those lenders lost money. Then he went to the public markets, which are known for being for putting some scrutiny in, but maybe not as much, or they're not as careful as banks are. And ultimately, his casino company, as a publicly traded entity, went bankrupt twice, and those stockholders got wiped out. Now you have the latest iteration of this, where he's going back to the public markets, now capitalizing on his political supporters who want to be in business with him, and also just on people who like trading meme stocks. You know, some people like going to the casino, other people like trading meme stocks and just seeing what's going to happen. These are not people who are going to be carefully looking at the financials and figuring out, okay, does this valuation make sense? And do I think that this company is going to be profitable enough to justify my investment? By and large, these are people who just say, hey, I want to be in business with Donald Trump, and here's my opportunity to do so.
It will be certainly an interesting 6 months to see how that progresses. Dan Alexander of Forbes, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Spooky ghost.
Very spooky.
All right, Biden's campaign is floundering. Democrats are sounding the alarm, according to a breaking report.
Hannity.
Former President Barack Obama met privately with Biden on at least 2 occasions, expressing his concern that Donald Trump's going to win in November. Here with reaction, Project 21 chairman Horace Cooper and Fox News contributor Tammy Bruce. Tammy, we got that news today, and also the danger. I watched this minibus or omnibus bill pass. They didn't give members of Congress much time to read it.
This whole
and
thing, we
I know
didn't have
Marjorie
time to
Taylor
read it.
Greene is thinking about a motion to vacate.
I
Matt
hate them
Gaetz,
so much.
interestingly, said
Shut
that
the
could
fuck
result
up.
in a
You've
speaker,
been negotiating the
Hakeem
bill
Jeffries. That wouldn't
since
be good.
fucking
What's
November.
your
Shut the
reaction to
fuck
both
up not
stories?
having time to read
Well,
it.
I think it's not surprising that Obama, who sees this as a continuation of his legacy, would get nervous when they realize that they've lost the American people. Part of his warning to Biden was that, of course, this is going to be harder than 2020. And the reason it's going to be harder than 2020 is because they can't lie about what Joe Biden's going to do, about who Joe Biden is, about what the agenda is. They went all out in 2020, I should say, to paint Biden as somebody that he was not. It was a romantic view of him, but we're going to be back to normal. Trump is a maniac. And what we have now is 4 years of looking back and realize how much we were lied to, how much there was the basement strategy to trick the American people, and the results of policies that were the dream policies, frankly, of the Democrats. So now they can't lie about those things. His advice was to make it all about Trump. But I'm telling you, Sean, clearly they knew this was going to be the case with the lawfare, the degree to which they are going through the courts to destroy this man financially and emotionally, perhaps, and they think they're going to throw him in jail. And I baked all that into my continuing support. They will do all of that because they know, and this is for us, and it's good news, that they can't lie to us anymore, that they can't trick us about who this is and what the future is going to look like, which is a
Out of all the
dumpster
things you could
fire
have left
if
me
this
with,
continues to happen.
it's
But
this yappy
one last thing
yapping.
about Barack Obama. He knows
He's
what's
black,
happened
we
to the
know.
country, and he wants it to continue. And if he's the one giving advice, ask Hillary Clinton how good the Barack Obama advice is. And if
what video do you want? Just take over for a little bit, just like 5 minutes.
You know, you could have given me a heads up to pull something for a takeover.
Yeah, sorry, I thought
before
I'd be
putting
quicker,
on
but-
the most boring yapper and Fox News history and running away.
I thought it would be better. I thought it would be more
It's
Hannity
Fox
crazy
News.
shit.
I thought it would be better.
Sure,
Fox News.
whatever.
Fox
Here,
News.
this is a 10-minute video about Trump's fucking thing. Do you want that one? Here, I'll send it to you.
I'll do it
There you go.
myself when I find something.
All right, well, I'm just gonna sit here until you pick one because I'm not gonna play it and walk away and have it playing in my ear and having your video play in my ear at the same time. We're at 4.5 hours. Fucking hell, I didn't even realize.
Yeah, we haven't done Assange yet.
Yeah. I realized once we did the migrant bit and kind of covered the Supreme Court stuff quickly, I'm like, oh, I need to make some time here. What'd you pick? What? But there's not much in the because I've been looking through. Is it anything update on Gaza other than the stuff we've covered?
Members
Not really.
of the Good News International Church.
Okay, hang on.
Cult leader Paul. Dozens of families in Kenya weep as they recover the remains of their loved ones on Tuesday who died in one of the world's worst cult-related tragedies in recent decades. The victims were members of the Good News International Church. Cult leader Paul Mackenzie is alleged to have told his followers to starve themselves so they could go to heaven when the world ended. Since April 2023, more than 400 bodies have been exhumed from the Shakahola forest in southeastern Kenya. Kenya's government says all of them are victims. However, a year later, just 35 of those bodies have been identified, adding to the anguish of hundreds of families waiting to lay their loved ones to rest.
Yeah, right? They starved themselves to death.
Rosaline Odede is the chairperson for Kenya's National Commission on Human Rights.
There are 390 plus bodies yet to be identified positively. Going at this rate, we are going to be here for 10 years trying to identify the 390 plus bodies. I think the government must intentionally commit resources towards this process so that we are able to give closure to families.
Government officials have said the process of handing over the bodies was taking a long time because of exhumation, post-mortem, and identification procedures. DNA testing has been used to identify some badly damaged remains. Mackenzie handed himself over to police last April. He has pleaded not guilty on murder charges, along with 29 other people.
Oh, so he's alive, but everyone else starved to death. Okay.
This year, news that he'd been elected Senegal's next president. Faye made his first public appearance on Monday evening after the ruling coalition's candidate Amadou Ba conceded defeat.
Le peuple sénégalais a fait le choix de la rupture.
The Senegalese people have chosen to break with the past, to give substance to the immense hopes raised by our vision of society.
Que notre projet de société a suscité.
I hope that our vision of society has given substance to their aspirations.
À gouverner avec humilité.
I pledge to govern with humility and transparency, and to fight corruption at all levels.
À toutes les échelles.
Faye thanked President Macky Sall and other candidates for respecting Senegal's democratic tradition,
Hell yeah.
recognizing his victory well before official results. Provisional results had shown the opposition leader on 53.7% of the vote from Sunday's election, compared to Ba's 36.2%.
Damn, steamroll.
Sall and Ba hailed the outcome as a win for Senegal. The country has witnessed 3 years of unprecedented.
Do we have a schedule for
political
streaming?
turbulence
Basically,
marked by
the
violence
complication is Jack refuses to stream in the morning, where it's going to be more convenient for time slots. So, and also, it's going to change because he's about to hit another daylight savings time. So then it's going to move an hour
stream in
forward.
the morning. I just prefer to.
So it's gonna jump an hour forward again. So we decided that we're just not gonna change the time on his end, and like for like 2 weeks we're gonna have like these super late streams that will be more geared towards Europe. But like it's like literally supposed to be like midnight Eastern time, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Actually, Fridays we go earlier.
Because what time is it usually when I wake up? Where it is
4 p.m.
Look,
and sometimes I'm not even up because I've gotten so used to the schedule of being up when the sun is, or going to bed when the sun is fully risen.
My only issue is a bit of politics and back end shit, but it doesn't fucking matter. My problem is that I prefer to do the driving and shit at night, and we stream at night. I would honestly, mornings suits me better. I can just move my gym to into fucking lunchtime.
I mean, I kept saying it needs to be earlier.
That's fine. If you want to do that, we can change the schedule and do it 4 p.m. Eastern or like 6 p.m. Eastern.
When I wake up.
4 to 6 p.m. Eastern.
You know, it's it's like the matter of this my sleep schedule adjusting to it.
Yeah. Well, we can sort of slowly step it back as you adjust your sleep schedule then.
Mm-hmm.
That'll work. Works for me. All right. There you go.
All around the globby.
Anti-government protests. Further unrest was triggered when Sall attempted to postpone the election by 10.
This is just recap. If you've been following us, you know.
Solutions to some of the problems he says his country is facing.
I will govern with humility and with transparency. I will work to get rid of corruption in all sectors and will work toward rebuilding our institutions.
Faye says it's time to bring calm to the country after outgoing President Macky Sall tried to postpone the February elections until December, plunging the
Look, these are the protests in Hungary. They're clapping.
Mondjuk el, hogy semmi sem mehet ezután úgy, ahogy eddig volt. Mondjuk el a regnáló hatalomnak, hogy a regnáló hatalomnak a nép szemébe kell néznie, és vállalnia kell a politikai és jogi felelősséget az
It's so funny hearing Hungarian in like a speech political structure because I'm so used to it as like a home yelling at each
Yeah,
other.
this would have been such a good story if they committed a voiceover.
Fucking because one of my best, probably my best mate and someone I've known for the longest time is Hungarian. So I'm so used to hearing Hungarian, and it's strange to hear it like that.
Because you hear it in an Australian twinge.
No, because I hear it in like a domestic situation, like it's just in the home, right? It's just casual, it's normal, it's just normal talking. But that's because it's like a political speech. It's super fucking weird to hear it like that. I'm like, I can't hear any words because I'm so used to it like conversationally. It's kind of interesting. I never expected something like that to happen. That's very strange.
We believe in our airplanes.
He's departing amid a deepening crisis over safety and quality standards at the plane maker. That follows January's mid-air blowout on a 737 MAX jet operated by Alaska Airlines. Though no one was killed in the incident, it raised new doubts about how well the firm's best-selling aircraft is made. The model had previously faced a long grounding over 2 fatal crashes traced to a design flaw. Now investors want to know who the firm could choose to steer it out of crisis. Chief Operating Officer Stephanie Pope had been seen as the heir apparent, but was this week named to run the firm's commercial airplanes division instead. Analysts say that could be a sign Boeing wants to bring in an outsider to signal it is serious about change. GE boss Larry Culp is one name being mentioned.
We're bringing in someone who doesn't know about airplanes to show that we're serious about
American
change.
Airlines chairman Greg Smith, who is also a former Boeing executive, is seen as another candidate. Having worked at the plane maker and one of its big customers, he knows both sides of the industry. Whoever is chosen, analysts say the firm seems to want a clean break with the past. Unions say
we just want to bury our
an
fucking
engineer in
atrocities.
charge again.
Yeah.
That after widespread
has been steadily increasing in the past few years. 2023 witnessed a 12% increase in unrest.
This is crazy. This guy is literally all this stuff that he's going to list here is literally directly from an index. All of this is him reading an index. Right, we could totally do this. We could totally do this if we wanted to. It takes a little bit.
That
more
being
effort.
said, we should release an index video every time one is released.
I mean, we're about to do the next terrorism tier list. I've actually been making bookmarks and stuff to expand who's going to be on it.
Okay.
And like, that's why I was saying that it's funny that Japan has so many terrorist groups listed, and that's why I was laughing that Russia has LGBT as a terrorist group.
Yes. Is that what you were sending me the terror index, were you?
Well, no. That was Wikipedia because the terror index this year is not like last year's. So I was hoping they would keep this trend going where they had the top 10 groups last year, but terrorism just wasn't as bad. Right.
Oh, interesting.
So it's a completely different format of the index because it's highlighting a completely different thing. On the other hand, terrorism is declining, conventional warfare is increasing.
Yeah.
Anyway, all of this is literally directly in the index highlighted in infographic.
Well, maybe with the new index we can workshop a video and we can we'll just workshop it. And
that's the thing is I'm still going to use it for the terrorism tier list.
No, I know, but I'm saying just for the index itself as an infomercial, an informational video about it, like a proper edited video, which I'll do.
The ACLED Conflict Index, 50 countries in the world are either currently at war or debilitated by ongoing violence. At the beginning of 2024, 1 out of 6 humans were exposed to armed conflicts in one way or another. And what's most concerning is that the level of violence worldwide has been steadily increasing in the past few years. 2023 witnessed a 12% increase in unrest over 2022 and a 20% increase over 2019. Most of us are acutely aware of 2 main conflicts going on at the moment: the war between Ukraine and Russia, and the conflict between Israel and Hamas.
I think this index doesn't have Ukraine even in the top 10. You want to know why? Because people still have power and food in most of the country.
Doesn't give much coverage to conflicts in
not recognizing Crimea.
Yeah.
Many other parts of the globe. So much of the
see, they put it under Russia. You put this index in here. Show transcript. It's the something conflict index.
Bloodshed continues with little attention. The truth is, much more is going on than you probably realize. And diplomatic tensions, international conflicts, and civil wars have continued to heat up in the past few months. So, in this video, I will go over as many ongoing conflicts as possible and open your eyes to the many ill-known tragedies of the world. And as the video moves along, I will share less and less known wars that the media fails to cover. So, arguably, the third most well-known conflict is the one between Armenia and Azerbaijan over the Nagorno-Karabakh region. Since the days of the Soviet Union, which both countries were a part of, Russia has long acted as the mediator between these two small countries. But with Russia's attention now elsewhere, the delicate balance has been upended. Despite US efforts to mediate in June of last year, the self-proclaimed Republic of Artsakh ruled the Armenian-majority enclave of Nagorno-Karabakh since the 1990s, which, as you can see, is completely surrounded by Azerbaijan. Russian peacekeepers had protected the Lashin corridor, a vital route for supplies like food and medicine flowing from Armenia, but after they left, Azerbaijan took advantage and blockaded the corridor in December 2022, causing severe shortages.
Azerbaijan is launching military action in the Nagorno-Karabakh region.
On September 19th, 2023, Azerbaijan sent as many as 100,000 troops to invade the Nagorno-Karabakh region. In the span of a mere 24 hours, Azerbaijani troops completely overtook it, and Artsakh officially ceased to exist on January 1st, 2024. With Armenia weakened, threatened by neighboring Turkey, and abandoned by its international allies, Azerbaijan remains officially at war with the country. Analysts fear that the situation could explode soon, as Azerbaijan is demanding a corridor through Armenia to connect the exclave of Nakhchivan to the rest of the country. However, a little farther,
the index does recognize Crimea.
Between the ex-Soviet republics of Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. The conflict made news in September 2022 when new casualties along the border drove fears that instability could spiral now that a distracted Russia could no longer meet.
We were literally, this is also in that intro we just shot that we can't release because we're waiting on someone else's story.
The dispute. The conflict continues to claim occasional victims with intermittent skirmishes, but Turkey has stepped in to try and negotiate a border agreement deal between the two countries. Now, let's move to Africa, where regional instability in the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of the Congo threatens to become a regional conflict. Between 2022 and 2023, a dangerous political crisis spilled over the border into neighboring Rwanda. See, over the past decade, ethnic Tutsi rebels in the east of the country formed a rebel military group against the national government. In June 2022, the Congolese government accused neighboring Rwanda of backing the rebels, which was later confirmed true by UN experts. The situation has led to border clashes between the DRC and Rwanda in 2024, and the situation continues to deteriorate rapidly.
Ukraine
After Burundi accused Rwanda of actually training rebels of the Tabara movement that tried to overthrow the Burundian government in 2015, many fear the war will spread into the greater East Africa region. Another potential international war could break out between Venezuela and Guyana after Venezuelans voted to claim a huge chunk of Guyana's territory as their own and send troops to the border. War is always a conflict between two nations. You see, civil wars are happening in all different parts of the world. Yemen has been involved in a brutal civil war since 2014 between the Saudi-backed government coalition and the Iran-backed Houthi rebels. The situation is already dire enough, with as much as 75% of the population left in need of humanitarian aid and close to half of Yemen's population currently facing the risk of starvation due to the ongoing conflict. Right now, the country is sparsely controlled by a handful of different factions. Beyond the Houthi rebels controlling the capital Sana'a and the area surrounded, and the official government controlling much of the eastern side of the country, jihadist groups are taking advantage of local dire situations here and there. In addition to them, the STC, otherwise
not my people, it is Qaeda. Qaeda, yes.
known as the Southern Transitional Council movement, is profiting from support by the UAE to seize control of the southern portion of the country to claim its independence, pretty much like Yemen was split before it united in 1990. Yemen's civil war has yet again made the news, as the Houthis have been firing rockets across the Middle East against Israel in retaliation for the military operations against Hamas, which is part of the same Shia Muslim coalition supported by Iran elsewhere in the region. This is contributing to disruptions to global trade in the focal point of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait.
So I made a post about this, but this Hamas
Mm.
shit, or Houthi shit, where they're like, yeah, we're totally pro Hamas, right? Well, I don't think they've specifically said Hamas. I think they've only said Israel, right? So the Muslim Brotherhood is in the other government. It's not in the Houthi government. It's in the other government. They're the main opposition party in the other government, right? So they're literally fighting against the Hamas affiliate in their own country. If it couldn't be more transparent that this is bullshit and just a stunt from them.
Forcing cargo ships around Africa to deliver goods to Europe. In response, Western forces like the US and UK have summoned attacks on the Houthi military targets. Another civil war carries on in Myanmar, where the military junta returned to power in a brutal coup in 2021. The situation heated up in October 2023, when different rebel factions brokered a deal to unite against the military government in a joint offensive operation that has now displaced more than 350,000 people from their homes. Moving back to Africa, the small country of Cameroon has also suffered a civil war since 2016, when separatists from the Ambazonia region declared their independence. See, Cameroon was once split into a French and British colony. The result is that the Ambazonia region is English-speaking, while the rest of the country speaks French. This crisis is called the Anglophone War, as the English-speaking minority fights against the wealthier and more powerful Francophone majority. Elsewhere on the continent, Sudan is being torn apart by civil war, where military factions ripped open old wounds when they staged a coup in 2021. The UN is seriously concerned about the stability of the country, as millions of people have been displaced to refugee camps, and growing clashes threaten to spill over into South Sudan, which gained its independence from Sudan in 2011. Perhaps one
Bro literally said the conflict started in the military coup. Bro, it started when the fucking RSF invaded the fucking airport. What are you talking about? The military coup wasn't when the war started. That was just civil unrest.
One of the worst situations in Africa is currently in Ethiopia's Tigray region. Already one of the poorest areas of the country, Tigray is scarred by past conflicts that led to the independence of Eritrea in the 1990s. The war with Eritrea left a strong Ethiopian military presence in the Tigray region, which is home to the Tigrayan people who have long enjoyed a degree of autonomy. However, the tide changed in 2021 when the current Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed's Prosperity Party gained a large majority in the Ethiopian parliament and called for more centralization of power. Tigray's
and remember, like before that, he federalized that state. Like before that, it was a confederalist system. Not a great one, but it was one, you know? So like he completely upended how political society works in Ethiopia.
Subsequent rebellion has been severely repressed, pushing 3.5 million people, or more than half of its entire population, to the brink of starvation. Tensions had already come to a boiling point in November 2020 when the Ethiopian Federal Forces invaded the Tigray capital, Mekelle. They installed an interim governor after the previous administration authorized new parliamentary elections despite a ban by Prime Minister Abiy due to the pandemic. More recently, Abiy Ahmed has decided to divert international attention from Tigray by threatening neighboring Eritrea just 6 years after the last standing peace deal between the two countries, which have earned him a Nobel Peace Prize.
He sucks.
The issue at hand is Eritrea's independence made Ethiopia a landlocked country, denying it access to the global trade opportunities of the Red Sea. Ethiopia is now threatening to regain sea access by force. For the time being, Ethiopia is seeking to establish a port in neighboring Somaliland, a de facto independent region of Somalia. If this idea is successful,
this was yesterday. You should have done your update. You should have done your update. You are outdated. You are wrong here now.
War could spread to the entire Horn of Africa and beyond, as Ethiopia's promise.
This is a narrative that they have said for a while, like the collapse could happen from the Tigray war, right? landlocked nations don't fucking collapse
to formally
fucking
recognize and
continents.
protect
I'm sorry.
Somaliland in return for the
Especially
deal
when
has
Egypt's there.
irritated neighboring Egypt and Somalia. The list of other civil wars and unrest is unfortunately quite long, so we will quickly mention the recent coups in Niger, Gabon, Burkina Faso, Sierra Leone, and Mali. There is reasonable suspicion that Russia is behind some of these geopolitical shifts of power in Africa, or that they are at least
I don't
taking
think you need
advantage
to
of
talk about
ongoing
Russia
tensions
if you're going
between
to do a
several
summary.
African countries and France. Western neglect and lack of
Thank
involvement
you.
in the
This is the
region
one.
has paved the way for terrorist or nationalist groups
This
to
is
overthrow
what you need.
pro-Western governments or long-established dictatorships. The disappearance of the Russia-backed Wagner mercenary group has opened the door to other influences in the Sahel region, as China expands its presence in the area. Lastly, Central America's affliction of organized crime and cartels is getting out of hand as conflicts develop into
he
proper
did
civil
mention Ukraine,
wars,
yeah,
according
'cause
to
I was
many
like, wait, didn't
analysts.
recognize
Honduras
Crimea.
has declared war against gangs that are causing unrest on a national level. Haiti's government has lost control over public safety as gang conflicts overwhelm the capital, Port-au-Prince, causing more than 5,000
Again, the government has collapsed. Should have like releasing outdated videos, my guy.
civilian deaths in 2023 alone. The UN has declared an emergency and will be sending troops to keep the peace.
No, they won't. This came out yesterday, bro.
Similarly,
What the
Mexico's
fuck?
long-standing problem
Like, right? See, like, come on, play.
with drug cartels is reaching a point of no return, which pushed President Joe Biden to temporarily send 1,500 troops to patrol the US border and tackle the resulting migrant crisis. As a result, Mexico has been labeled the fourth most violent country in the world, despite formally not being part of any war. On the other side of the region, drug cartels have been reportedly funding civil unrest and gang movements in Ecuador, effectively crippling the central government's stability and capacity to maintain order in some regions. The one bright spot in the region is El Salvador, where President Bukele seems to have fixed the country's unbelievably horrible gang problem with authoritarian measures like throwing anyone suspected of gang membership in jail. The country's homicide rate dropped from 1,147 to 556 in the past few years, but is giving up freedom for security worth the price? I'll let you decide that, but we have more to worry about than ongoing conflicts and civil wars, because many disputes threaten to become tomorrow's wars. Taiwan recently elected the most pro-independence leaders since it became a democracy, and Chinese President Xi Jinping responded with a threat in his New Year's speech, claiming that China will surely be reunified. The threat of conflict in the Asia-Pacific region comes at an inopportune moment, as the US and its allies are occupied with Ukraine and distracted by internal politics.
And
Japan is
Gaza?
preparing for the worst and plans to rearm itself to a level unseen since World War II. Now, let's move on to Cyprus, the Mediterranean island partially occupied by Turkey since 1974, where recent incidents have pushed Turkey Cypriots to attack UN peacekeepers inside the buffer zone, splitting the island in two. This attack has been condemned as a serious escalation, pushing Cyprus's president to announce an increase of military spending by 2% of its GDP. Lastly, many are concerned of a potential spillover of the Israel-Gaza conflict, especially as Israel targets Iran-backed Hezbollah fighters inside Lebanon's territory, all while Western allies target Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen. Everybody is watching closely for Iran's response, which has been surprisingly tempered so far, except for a surprise ballistic attack in Erbil, Iraq. Erbil, the capital of Iraq's autonomous Kurdish region, is home to both a US consulate and an alleged Israeli spy base.
Oh my
but the
fuck,
chances
bro,
that
he did
major
not
Middle
just
Eastern
do the
players like
Israeli spy
Iran will
base
enter the
narrative.
conflict are
He did not just do that. What an idiot, bro.
heightened by recent crises at its eastern borders.
Balochistan?
2023 ended with Iranian border forces skirmishing with the Afghani
that was
Taliban
over water.
border disputes. After the New Year's, Iran and Pakistan started attacking each other's border provinces with ballistic missiles in a worrying sudden act of hostility. The conflict seems to have been resolved for now, as the aim on both sides was to attack groups acting in both countries towards the independence of the cross-border region of Balochistan.
Correct.
Still, tensions remain high as neither Pakistan nor Iran wants to appear weak or accommodating in such a tense period
That's
for
why they have to
geopolitical
bluff to act
relations.
like they're
Okay,
tough and they're doing a response when they kill the other side's fucking rebels.
so that's it. We tried to fit as much as we could into this video, but we know that we might have missed something. So if you think we left anything out, please let us know in the comments down below. But that's it for this video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
No, you won't. Terrible video, bro. Task and Purpose does it better. I think Task and Purpose, they have one that's like that with the index.
All right, what are we going to go to now?
We still have to do Assange. It's a pretty quick story. It's not
on stream, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably in there. Might be in the US, might be in Globby.
Ass.
So that asshole somewhere.
All right, thank you, Ken. Well, this morning, London's High Court put the WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange's extradition to the U.S. from Britain on hold.
London's High Court said the U.S.
That's pretty funny as well, but not important.
Must provide assurances Assange would not face the death penalty. He's wanted in the U.S. on 18 charges, including breaking espionage laws. Those came after WikiLeaks released thousands of secret government files. Assange's wife spoke after the ruling, saying Julian is being persecuted because he exposed the cost of war on human lives.
It is a signal to all of you that if you expose the interests that are driving war, they will come after you. They will put you in prison and they will try to kill you.
Each of the counts carries a potential sentence of 10 years, meaning if convicted, Assange could be sentenced up to 175 years in prison.
Oh, everything broke.
Oh, this is a cool story anyway. I don't think there's audio.
We already saw this. Didn't we already say this?
No, this is like the cocaine ship. They're not even hidden that well. That's it, bro. You just covered them with a few avocados.
That's hilarious.
Damn, I can't believe that failed. I can't believe they found this, dog.
It's so funny.
That's got to be a fake government.
Two
video,
judges
right?
on Britain's High Court said Tuesday they had decided to defer judgment on whether the WikiLeaks founder can appeal against his extradition to the United States. They said the US must first guarantee that Assange, who is Australian, is afforded the same First Amendment protections as a United States citizen, and that the death penalty is not imposed. If those guarantees aren't forthcoming in the next 3 weeks, the judges said they would allow an appeal to go ahead.
They're saying they want you to say that you're not going to give them the death penalty, and they're like, what?
Supporters urged the US to drop the case.
My impression is that the court is tying itself in knots to find basically passing the buck to the US government. And inviting it to contradict its own case in order to wave through his extradition.
We've got provisional permission to appeal on 3 grounds. On the fact that he would not be permitted to rely on the First Amendment, the risk that he'd be exposed to the death penalty, and the risk that he'll be discriminated against on the grounds that he's Australian. The court has called for what they want, satisfactory assurances to protect him against
discriminated because he's
We say there's no such satisfactory assurance.
Okay. Julian Assange has spent the past 5 years in Britain's maximum security Belmarsh prison. He faces 18 US federal charges relating to allegations of hacking and theft of classified material. In 2010, WikiLeaks published a trove of stolen diplomatic cables from the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, which Assange said exposed abuses by the United States military. US government lawyers say the material was stolen, and Assange's actions put the lives of informants at risk. Assange's supporters say he was doing his job as a journalist, exposing information in the public interest. and say the charges are politically motivated.
The espionage act itself lacks a public interest defense, which means
Assange's
that
work was
Julian Assange
politically
cannot get a fair
motivated
trial
by a
because he
certain
cannot
party
he
already.
cannot defend the basis of his actions as being in the public interest. And we do believe that the publication of these materials was in the public interest. It informed journalism around the world that exposed war crimes and human rights violations, crimes that themselves have never been prosecuted.
The judges said a hearing would be held on May 20th if the court receives the requested guarantees from the United States. The US Department of Justice did not comment on the judge's ruling. Henry Ridgewell, VOA News, London.
That was the only two Assange stories. Was
Yeah,
there anything
I mean,
else
it's something
specifically?
that people would click on. It's an Assange
Yes.
story. Like
Yeah,
I said, like who cares really?
Was there anything else specifically?
All around the globby.
Yeah, we've done a
I
lot.
think I said something, but I don't know. Oh, the RNC ousting. That's probably under US. Just got to find her name and then like search her thingy. Search her namey. Let's see.
Trump lady.
Yeah. Who? MSNBC. So it's Rana. So just Control F Rana on there. See if that.
RANA.
RONNA. Rana. So you want? There's going to be a pretext some stuff where it's
Is
kind
the
of like
Forbes one
older.
the pretext, or is the David Pacman one?
Well, let me check this one over here as well.
There's 3 videos. Which one?
I know, bro. I'm saying that I think there's an older one. That's all. So the oldest one.
Ah, okay. That I can do.
Thanks, Green. I wanted to ask you about former RNC Chair Ronna McDaniel being hired by NBC News. Given that this is a White House that has condemned lies about January 6th, condemned lies about the 2020 election, what do you make of the network hiring somebody who participated in a phone call, pressuring Michigan officials to not certify certain votes?
So look, we're always very mindful about personnel decisions. In this instant, made by a media organization. I'll say a couple of things, and I'll quote the president in a second. So you all heard him at the Gridiron dinner very recently, about 2 weekends ago. He spoke directly about critical role that journalists play. And they have in protecting our democracy by making sure that the public knows the truth, that the public knows the facts. And what he said is, we need you. Democracy is at risk, and the American people need to know in fractured times, they need a context and a perspective. They need substance to match the enormity of the task. It is a big task that journalists have, and we understand that. And the facts and the truth are critical here. I'm not going to make any comments on that person on a personnel decision, but as more broadly speaking,
like why are they asking the State Department why they care about who NBC hired?
To be really mindful.
Is this weird?
And
It's so
understand what
strange.
the facts are and what the truth is.
So you're quoting the president talking about that kind of burden. Does this White House, does the president believe that kind of voice, that voice like hers, that there's room for her in the national political discourse?
I mean, look, I'll answer it this way. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw what
Oh, yeah,
happened
she's like a
when
Jan 6 denier.
2,000 people mob went to the Capitol.
I mean, of course she
and
is. She was the head of the
undermined,
Republican
our
National
democracy,
Committee.
attacked our democracy because they didn't believe in free and fair elections. And so we understand, and we saw that, and some of you may have been there. Many of you reported it. And it was an attack on our democracy, and it is important.
Ukraine's war, the other side, was that
we are
really
very
fucking
clear
bad
about
Vice
the
one where they
facts,
like
that we are very
were
clear
they
to the
embedded
public
with
about the
Russia?
truth, and we understand the burden that you all have. And so I just want to be super mindful, not commenting on a personnel decision, but more broadly speaking, that is where we are. That is where we are as a country.
Okay.
What's the next one?
Next one, it will be David Pacman, and this should lay out most of the context.
We believe NBC News should seek out conservative Republican voices to provide balance in their election coverage. but it should be conservative Republicans, not a person who used her position of power to be an anti-democracy election denier. And we hope NBC will reconsider its decision.
There is revolt happening at NBC News and MSNBC over the
Cancel
hiring
culture.
of former
Cancel
Republican
culture.
National Committee Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel, who tried to facilitate a fake slate of electors to
Journeyman
steal the
Pictures.
2020 election.
Well, I think they
She
just
has
kind
now
of,
been
I
hired by
think Journeyman kind
NBC
of buys
as if she's a
documentaries made by other people. They do a lot of re-uploads that I've seen in
Okay.
other places.
completely normal political analyst rather than a threat to democracy who was unwilling to call out Trump's lies for years about the election. And there are MSNBC hosts who are saying, no. Here is Chuck Todd
Yeah, I mean, like,
appearing
I
over
think
the
it's
weekend
fine
with
to, like,
Kristen Welker
document the Russian
and
side,
saying,
but I'm not interested. It's not like Iraq where the one guy, like, he fucking literally, like, met face to face with Zarqawi,
Yeah.
and, like, Zarqawi gave him, like, a tape or something. You
Mm.
know, like, the guy who, like, embedded with Iraqi militia at the you know, after, like, he
Yeah.
was a prestigious journalist. Same guy who filmed that Whole House squad wipe that got the guy Medal of Honor
Yeah.
in Fallujah. After that, he embeds with basically Al Qaeda.
That's funny.
You know, he's embedding with the insurgency while Iraq collapses around them. It's very interesting, and he has multiple documentaries just reusing all the footage he shot there. I don't know who it is though, or what
to
it's called.
Kristen Welker, who interviewed Ronna McDaniel on the program yesterday. I can't believe that you had to do this. They are revolting at MSNBC and NBC News. Take a look at this.
Let me deal with the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
I think our bosses owe you an apology for putting you in this situation because I don't know what to believe. She is now a paid contributor by NBC News. Well, I have no idea whether any answer she gave to you was because she didn't want to mess up her contract. She wants us to believe that she was speaking for the RNC when the RNC was paying for her. So she has credibility issues that she still has to deal with.
Yeah.
Is she speaking for herself or is she speaking on behalf of who's paying her? But once at the RNC, she did say that, hey, I'm speaking for the party. I get that. That's part of the job. So what about here? I will say this. I think your interview did a good job of exposing, I think, many of the contradictions. And look, there's a reason why there's a lot of journalists at NBC News uncomfortable with this because many of our professional dealings with the RNC over the last 6 years have been met with gaslighting, have been met with character assassination. So it is, that's where you begin here. And so when NBC made the decision to give her NBC News' credibility, you got to ask yourself, what does she bring NBC News? And when we make deals like this, and I've been at this company a long time, you're doing it for access to audience. Sometimes it's access to an individual, and we can have a journalistic ethics debate about that. And
Access journalism is
I'm willing
wrong.
to have that debate. And if you told me we were
Gloria.
hiring as a technical advisor to the Republican convention, I think that would be certainly defensible. If you told me we're talking to her, but let's see how she does in some interviews and maybe vet her with actual journalists inside the network, see if it's a two-way, what she can bring the network. So I do think, unfortunately, this interview is always going to be looked through the prism of who is she speaking for?
There is no question here that what Chuck Todd is saying is absolutely right. And it doesn't seem, at least as of right now, that they care over there
I mean,
at MSNBC.
the thing is
and
that
NBC.
we already know we already are well aware of the perspective. That's the thing, and that's why I was comparing it to like the like insurgent perspective in Iraq. We didn't have the resources to really look in and see that stuff. Plus, like Lindsay Snell has been like doing like this kind of thing, you know, and getting heat for it for so long. But she does like totally pro-Russian journalism, in many cases. But like, I'll still stand up for her. Like, she's still a good journalist at the end of the day, even though she like totally does cater to like the more like it's more anti-Turkey than anything. But I don't know. I just think that I'm sure it's good. Journeyman normally buys really good stuff. They released a PKK documentary that's really good. That's like made by the PKK themselves, and was released before on other platforms and stuff. But it's like a great channel. They post a lot of great shit. They probably have that Iraq
Here's the-
documentary on there I'm talking about, where he embeds with the insurgents. It's fucking awesome.
This morning from Morning Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski saying she's not going to be a guest on this program. It is not typical to see on-air talent criticize the hiring of other on-air talent in this way. Will it make a difference? I don't know. Let's listen to what Joe Scarborough had to say.
Be surprised to know that we've been inundated with calls this weekend, as have most people connected with this network, about NBC's decision to hire her. We learned about the hiring when we read about it in the press on Friday. We weren't asked our opinion of the hiring, but if we were, we would have strongly objected
This
to
is
it.
the
for
thing.
several
This is the thing.
reasons,
You're in a corporation.
including-
Shut the fuck up. Like, there is no corporation I worked for where I had enough power where I could go to my boss and be like, "Why'd you hire that person?"
Yeah.
I mean, there's workplace drama being like, "Oh, this new guy fucking sucks," right? Sure. But no job,
in
not
every
even like
workplace.
just in media, anywhere. Any job I've had where I could fucking go to the boss and be like, "You should fire this person you hired. You made a mistake." Everyone hates you because of it. And we're all piss babies about it. Like, right? Like, of course the company is going to pick up that. Like they want to be pushed more to center because, as I've said to commies, you think that getting right-wing liberals is an easier get because your demands are too high for the Liberal Party. And that's their point, is that they don't care. They don't want to they believe in a fantasy of like that they'll win some like revolution or something. Keeps them from voting.
Not limited to, as lawyers might say, Ms. McDaniel's role in Donald Trump's fake elector scheme and her pressuring election officials to not certify election results while Donald Trump was on the phone.
Right. What he's saying here is you could argue that Ronna McDaniels is effectively an unindicted co-conspirator in one of the greatest and most deplorable attempts to subvert democracy in American history. Now she's going to be commenting.
Thank God he
NBC.
ended with in American
clear,
history, because
we believe
one
NBC
of
News
the
should
greatest
seek
and
out-
most deplorable things, right? Not the most, and just in American history. There's only a few events we can think of that, have done such. I mean, he's rated lower than
Conservative
Andrew
Republican
Jackson. Everyone rates
voices to
Andrew
provide
Jackson too high.
balance in their election coverage. But it should be conservative Republicans, not a person who used her position of power to be an anti-democracy election denier. And we hope NBC will reconsider its decision. It goes without saying that she will not be a guest on Morning Joe in her capacity as a paid contributor. Here's why.
But to the question, though, do you disagree with Trump saying he's going to free those who've been charged?
I do not
convicted?
think people who committed violent acts on January 6th should be freed.
So you disagree with that? He's been saying that for months. Ronna, why not speak out earlier? Why just speak out about that now?
When you're the RNC chair, you kind of take one for the whole team, right? Now I get to be a little bit more myself, right?
So listen, she's making the argument, I said what I had to say when I was running the RNC, and now I'll say what I have to say, or now I guess she's saying she'll tell the truth about what she thinks now, because she's now unshackled or whatever. But as Chuck Todd said, was it her real opinion then or now, or are all of these just things she's saying because she's getting paid? But I think the bottom line of it is this.
Money.
I get being a spokesperson for something else. But
okay, I think
to
we
be
get
a
it. We can move forward
spokesperson
to the next one, where they actually commit to firing her. Which I
Okay,
think is going to be
so-
Fox News being like, the libs caved. See, dumb story, but it's pretty funny. Like, who gives a fuck about any of this, really? Like, who cares?
NBC News has cut ties with former RNC chairwoman
it's
Ronna
Fox and Friends.
McDaniel less than 1 week after hiring her as an analyst. And after hosts spent days demanding she get the axe, now those hosts are celebrating.
I just have to say, when somebody does the right thing,
She
I feel
is
like
still
it
on
should
here.
be acknowledged as publicly as we acknowledged our outrage. And so I know how I feel about it. I am grateful to Caesar for actually making the right decision. I think it was the right decision.
It always feels wrong to talk about things, in the company
Agreed.
as if it's news. I'm grateful that our leadership was willing to do the. I think this
This
bold,
is so
strong,
like
resilient thing.
this is
I
so
really
out of
appreciate
line to
working
me.
in a place that was
This
able to
is
say,
this is way out of line to me. I find this so unprofessional. To like
Mm.
all of your it's like sometimes it requires it. Like even Abby Martin condemned the invasion of Crimea.
Mm-hmm.
She got ousted from RT over like these types of views about being
Yeah.
generally like anti-imperialist in that matter.
Mm-hmm.
But like, come on, all your shows need to do it and talk like. I think this might be more of an internal stunt by MSNBC.
we got this one wrong, and they made the right decision.
Our company listened to us, to you, and did what was right.
Who are you?
Fox News contributor Joe Concha joins us now. Well, Joe, thank God the real American heroes at MSNBC stepped up to save journalism and democracy. Joe, I don't know about you, but the heroism oozing from 30 Rock, reminiscent of 18-year-old boys storming the beaches of Normandy, at least as
calm
Reed,
down.
Maddow,
He's very
and Hayes
excited.
would have you believe.
Bro, you're like more fired up than the
The sun
Libbies
came up
over
this
there
morning,
that you
Todd.
showed.
And when the sun came up, democracy was still alive and well over
Oh
at
my
30 Rock,
fuck, bro.
which should be
Jesus
called
Christ.
30 Arkham Asylum at this point. Amazing, but not surprising that Ronna McDaniel lasted less than one Scaramucci
Bro.
at a news network that claims to
just
be
said 30
the
Rock should
champion
be
of
called
diversity,
30 Arkham
and then shuts
Asylum.
down the one person who is going to bring a fraction of diverse thought in terms of actually saying something positive about the Republican nominee and Donald Trump to the table. I would say the inmates are running the asylum over there, but that's an insult to, inmates
Yeah,
everywhere.
Fox News
and,
has
and here
token
we have
libs at least.
management getting publicly shamed and
But it's
bullied
also like
over
it would be
there
like
for the
putting
past
AOC,
48 hours. Multiple.
Like their token lib can't be that fringe.
Mm.
But
You
like,
wouldn't think so.
yeah, I mean, this was a really fringe hire. And like, I don't know. Maybe it seems more like a stunt to me. They're like, hey, let's milk this. I don't know. Why would they hire her?
Don't know.
Millionaire members of
Reasons.
so-called on-air
a good
talent
interview?
bringing insubordination to a
Yeah.
whole new level by
Private
calling on their
interview.
bosses to apologize, pull the contract of a new contributor, some saying they weren't consulted first before this contributor was hired, as if employees have any say on who the employers hire. I mean, has any of you ever been consulted on whether a contributor should be hired or not? Because I'm pretty sure I would have been in a pretty bad position if
Stop
that happened.
it.
Kidding, of course.
No, you would have been number one, Joe.
Thank you. But the ego's over at that place, Todd, Carly.
Obvious
Make the
lie.
Goodyear blimp look like a
He
drone.
hates
So now McDaniel is out. The safe space has now been saved.
Oh my
and the
God.
people who drove her out in the name of truth and sound journalism are the same ones who insisted the Steele dossier was real, insisted Donald Trump is a
Oh my
pawn of the
God.
Kremlin, insisted that Hunter Biden's laptop
Rising
was
did
in
10
fact
minutes
Russian
on this.
disinformation. So stop talking about truth, please, when all you do is push lies knowingly, even after the fact when they're proven not to be. And the thing is, it's only going to get worse, because what this does is it tells any news organization out there that just call
It's
your
only gonna
bosses
get
idiots
worse?
enough on the air and in print. And if enough of you band together as one, then you get to control how that news
Yeah, it's called
organization is run.
unionizing, bro.
That's news in the 24th century, apparently,
Yeah, no,
where the
Joe,
mob
who
controls the
Who knew
place.
that the employees can make hiring and firing decisions? And NBC said that the reason they hired her is because they wanted their deep commitment to diverse viewpoints. Understandable for a news
Come on, they
organization
hired
to
her
want something
because
like
they
that.
thought
But
they
now
could
the
make money.
chairman of NBC Universal sent an email actually apologizing for this, saying, "I want to personally apologize to our team members
See what I
who
mean?
felt
This
we
is
let
totally
them
the
down."
fucking Shane Gillis hire at SNL. Am I right? Which is also in 30 Rock, right? Isn't it? Isn't
Uh-huh.
SNL also shot at 30 Rock?
I'm not sure. I never
Yes.
watched the show.
Funny.
I bet.
No, I mean this.
Ah.
While this
The
is a
event.
collective recommendation by some members of our leadership team, I approved it and take full responsibility for it. The other thing, though, Joe, doesn't NBC have a huge lawsuit on their hands?
Absolutely, they do, because she, as in Ronna McDaniel, was defamed over and over again over these past 48 hours. And the fact that NBC's management didn't even remotely stand up and say, hey, guys, let's give this a chance. Let's see what a debate actually looks like on our airways. We haven't seen one probably since Tim Russert passed. And instead, yeah, she's hired a lawyer, clearly getting a legal team together.
No
She will
idea.
sue, and she will come out of this very, very rich. I just find it
Independent
hilarious. The
contractor.
premise
She's a paid
appears that,
contributor,
look,
independent contractor.
we are about
They can
all
fire
that
you
truth.
for
We keep
whatever
hearing that
reason
over
they
and over
want.
again.
They
The
can
same
terminate
network
the
that hired Jen
contract. They just
Psaki
still have to pay
straight
out
out
that
of the White
contract.
House.
As long
Yeah.
as they're still paying out the contract or what the contract was agreed to, they don't need to have you on site.
Mm-hmm.
She was negotiating her contract while she was White House press secretary, and now she's screaming about, well, I'm different. That's different. No, it's not. And then they'll say, hey, coming up next, Adam Schiff is here to talk about Russia, collusion, the 2016 election. They'll allow election deniers on their air over and over again, whether it's Hillary Clinton, Karine Jean-Pierre, Hakeem Jeffries. But Ronna McDaniel apparently was a bridge too far.
Yeah, let's be clear. The left doesn't just tolerate censorship. It wants censorship. It needs censorship, and it fights for censorship like we just saw. Joe Concha, thank you for your time this morning.
Joe.
We appreciate
What
it.
a topic.
Great to see you. And thanks for hiring
What a
me again. I
topic.
appreciate
They're
it.
so weird.
I went to the bosses.
They
I
are.
said,
They're
Concha.
very strange.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
I'm Steve Ducey.
Steve Douchey. I'm sure there's fun Bosch video or Hassan that you can pick for the
Yes.
streaming fun.
Streaming fun.
I'm sure there's some dumb thing in
Alright,
there.
to finish on. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I will find something.
I swear to God, if you make a bad decision, I'm still gonna end the show after this video. Money.
What's
Money.
the newest stuff? Show me newer stuff.
Money.
Money.
I'm sure there's some psychopathic things in there.
I'm sure.
Here's John Stossel talking about green
That's a
energy.
strange title.
What's the title?
Hassan gets destroyed by Hader, but a pregnant she-shark eats him in the end.
Yeah. So this is a new Hassan reaction channel
Okay.
where his thing is that he always makes a shark eat him at the end. If you look at the name of the channel, it's Hassan, but a shark eats him at the end.
Okay, we'll go with this.
I think it's genius, you know? They just did one with Boy Boy, and it's like, oh, it's Hassan going, oh.
The only,
did we watch this original?
the
I think
only
we might
thing
have
that's, like,
watched
not
this guy who
immediately fun-
criticized him already.
Maybe.
They related is North Star Radio. Is Hassan Piker a fake socialist? I saw this immediately pop up on my YouTube algo, which is pretty funny because one, I'm subscribed to North Star Radio, but I think like even if I wasn't,
I think we've watched
it still
his
would have
original
popped up
video.
on my YouTube timeline. Partially
But if you
because,
go
like,
to this
YouTube loves
channel,
serving
you know,
me
the shark
videos
that
that have
eats him
this
at the end,
exact
you
same
can see
title
him hanging
with
out
like
with Boy Boy
100
in
views
Australia.
from a random fucking
Actually, like hanging out with them.
Yeah, he's in
from
Australia
a
right now.
random account
Oh, that's
that
hilarious.
is like, you know, trying to make a name for themselves and make a living.
And you can watch a
This
shark
is like
eat him
the
at
way
the
that
end
a
of
lot of
his
people try
hangout.
to, you know, this is the meta. Which I
Like you named the
appreciate.
video. It
North Star
finally happened in
utilizing
real life.
to at
Hassan
least
got it.
like correct the record on some shit. I
See, the
suspect
thing
I
is
haven't watched.
Hassan is afraid of sharks. He's what he agrees with Donald Trump on is sharks.
Okay.
His video yet, but this is a friend of the show / Hassan Abihead making a video called "Is Hassan Piker a fake socialist?" We're gonna start off with this one.
Wow, I really don't care.
I recommend to
Today's
all
broadcast
of my...
is brought
Let's
to
get
you
to that.
by
Like, go to the
viewers
channel.
like
Go to
you.
the shark. Go to the shark channel. Go to the Boy Boy video. It's on there.
They were saying the other night the shark.
Newest videos.
They were
Oh, look,
saying,
there it is.
shark.
This is the trailer. Watch this real quick. Hang on, watch this.
We have to protect them. I said, wait a minute, wait. They actually want to remove all the seals in order to save the shark. I said, wait, don't you have it the other way around? That's true. I'm not a big fan of sharks either. I don't know how many votes am I going to lose. I have people calling me up, sir, we have a fund to save the shark. It's called Save the Shark. I say, no, thank you. I have other things I can contribute to.
Okay, so newest video, right? It'd be boy. It finally happened. There you go. It finally happened.
This one.
Yeah.
This is tight as a motherfucker. It's
You look good though.
That looks cool.
That
looks cool though.
It's like a male garter.
It's a little too tight, I think.
Look, Hassan's outside.
Yeah, but look, he has to wear a whole wetsuit.
I have no idea what I look.
Has to
And he's so self-conscious that he looks fat in it. It's
That's
so
hilarious.
funny. You can tell he's radiating with self-confidence issues.
Look like right
Suck
now.
in, dude. Suck
Meanwhile,
in.
I can't.
Alexa.
Dude, this sucked me in already.
You just look really muscular.
What?
You look really muscular.
I don't think so, but it's fine. All right, where's the pants?
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah?
I don't think so. What is
It's time. It's time to face your fears.
I'm ready to go. I'm not ready to go.
Where
I'm
boys
scared
become
as fuck.
men.
No, you'll be good. And it's gradual. You can stand in the bit where you enter. You can just chill there if it's too spooky.
These are definitely not.
I'm scared of the
shorts that go
ocean.
in the
It's
water.
so funny.
They'll be good. They'll make it
These aren't
easier.
board shorts, and I'm going into these.
But those are like a different material. This is like, oh my god, this thing is like killing me. I'm so scared.
So, what kind of stuff is like native to these waters?
Sharks. A lot of sharks is what they said. But hey, apparently only one guy or two guys have been killed in Sydney.
One person in the last 60 years. And it happened last year, so we're set for another 60
Yeah,
years.
that's
it just reset right now.
Yeah.
The cooldown just
Spawn,
reset.
yeah.
Yeah, it just spawned.
That's their vibes overall.
Oh, get fucked.
You know what to do, right?
I need to dump this in the water first, right? Because it's full of fucking.
Yeah. You also.
You want to put this in your pocket? Because I'm also giving it.
So first, what you have to do is spit in the. So turn it like this. Spit in here.
I can't tell if he's fucking with you.
No. So it stops it from fogging up. So spit. Just go. You need more spit. Just. Yep, and then get that. Rub that on that. Spit in that one. Rub that on that. Then when you get in the water, you kind of like splash it off, but not too much water. And then when you put it on, it doesn't fog up.
Australia is so unserious, bro.
It's not a joke. It's not a joke.
really
It's
can't
not a
tell.
joke.
Okay, so I spat and I.
You spat. You go.
Oh, you popped a big one.
Yeah, you need a big one because it needs to be mucousy because it stops it from fogging up.
That's so gross.
I mean, it's your own spit. It's worse when
Yes.
people can you spit in my goggles?
Yeah.
And like,
When I was snorkeling as a kid, our friend's dad would always be like, "You guys aren't spitting correctly," and he'd force us to like give him our goggles. We'd spit in all of them individually.
That seems disgusting. Australia.
I'm gonna get my fin.
Australia's getting worse by the second.
It was a Macedonian man.
Even worse.
Yeah.
This is like cutting off circulation.
It's that tight.
It's very tight. Can you not? What do you mean it's that tight? Can you not tell?
Here, fucking fix that up.
No.
Wash it out first.
All right, I'm gonna
Like,
sit
dump it in the
here.
water now, right? Do I put it in the water?
You come in and stand, then do it all in here. It's easier.
Oh, I did not dress appropriately.
It's a little warmer over here, but it is not. It's cold.
Yeah, it is not warm.
I don't even have fucking. I don't even have the shorts for this. I have my underwear on.
Dude, you got a rash guard.
What?
You got the rash guard, bro. You're fine.
It's cold, bro.
We have to walk out on these
Once
rocks,
you're in here,
by
it
the
gets a
way,
lot
too.
nicer.
It's so funny. Oh, I'm outside. I'm touching
really-
water. I don't have any other things I need. Australians can keep us on.
No, we don't want him. Take him back, please.
Do that. Isn't it mossy?
Yeah, we're gonna hop out and then out there where it's a little bit greener, that's where the viz is good. So we're gonna swim out to that little like lighter patch.
I fucking hate this, bro.
And try my best to follow the action
Americans can
from
keep
a
boy
safe,
boy.
dry distance.
We fucking hate both of these people.
I don't want him.
Okay, let me put it in water mode. Oh, it's cold.
Oh my god.
Okay. What do? I just like.
Bro, you
Oh,
get in the
God.
water.
That's woo, okay.
What do I do?
Is it better than just dive in?
Like fucking Helen Keller trying to learn how to say water.
What?
It's like Helen Keller when she's learning to say water. What? What?
Go for it, champ.
Bro, you don't go under the water with a snorkel. There you go.
What?
So don't go under the water with a snorkel.
No.
There he goes. We never saw him again. All right, I'm gonna get up and move with them.
One? Yeah, I saw him. One just moved. Oh, I fucked up. It's on. It's on. It's on. It's on.
He's in there. He's yelling. He's yelling.
Holy shit! That's so big! It's, oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Okay. Okay, that's terrifying. It's better to not see than to actually see. I talk too much. Oh my God.
What is
it's
he?
Like this fucking big. What the fuck? Okay.
I have no idea what's going
A
on.
fish or a shark or something.
Oh, it was like that big.
Uh-huh.
Wait, was that good or bad? I can't tell from the reaction.
No, it's bad. It's scary. It's fucking, oh God, it's gonna eat me, dude.
No,
It's gonna eat me.
He's what?
So he's like,
By the hand.
You can't get out. What a loser.
Okay, so I got out specifically because I need to pee.
Uh-huh.
Because I have a weird thing where I can't pee in water.
What a fucking weirdo.
Which I know is weird.
Yeah, they love that shit.
Let me tell you, I did not. I still have the fucking cinema. Oh.
You went
Okay, I'll just
scuba
sit
diving
here
with
and
a
stare at the
zin in
water.
your mouth. Shark got him. See, that's what the videos are. At the end, he does a shitty CGI shark jump scare and it eats his son every time.
Missed it. I literally looked up to the other screen as it happened.
Okay, I'll just sit here and stare at the water.
Oh, that's so funny.
It had a fucking it was a Crocodile Dundee shark. I saw the fucking hat.
Oh man.
Genius, right?
So funny. All right, you pick soundbite.
Bro, I saw this video today.
Mm.
And it's a guy laying on the ground and a guy in a banana suit like walks up and then steps on the guy and slips and falls.
Okay.
You know, because it's like a banana slipping on a man.
Yeah. Fuck's sake.
You have more than enough to hire competent hackers and ruin your competition.
Swallow your food. Holy shit.
Okay, first of all,